Following a solid rebound for stocks last week, we're seeing futures back in positive territory once again this morning. Although we are off the highs here in the pre-market, it was the first positive week for the month of June last week. We're trying to hold on to some gains here this morning, but as I said, coming back towards the break-even mark. Overall in the week, the Dow ends up about 2.7% last week, the S&P 3%, the NASDAQ more than 3% as tech stocks led the way heading into the weekend. We're watching a few of those this morning, showing a ton of relative strength here as well, with Apple higher, Microsoft higher as well. We'll talk about those coming up. Keep in mind, at the end of this week, or the middle of this week, I guess we're going to get the end of the month, we're going to get the end of the quarter, and also the end of the first half of the year. So a number of analysts this morning, once again, reiterating the fact that we could see more buying going into those three events coming up this week. Coin shares to the downside this morning. Bitcoin actually holding up nicely here in early trading on a Monday, but coin to the downside on a Goldman downgrade, price target cut. As I said, some of the tech shares leading the way as far as strength is concerned. Chinese ADRs trying to follow through here as well after a big week last week. A lot to look at this morning. It's Monday, June 27th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Just got U.S. durable goods orders numbers from last month out there, 0.7% versus 0.1% expected. So a little bit higher than they were expecting on that number. So futures a little bit of a move there on that number, but there you go. 0.19 for the S&P, the Dow, and the NASDAQ, all still in positive territory, as I said, off the highs, but hey, we'll take it. It's positive. Crude oil down here, 0.4%, some more strength coming in too. Energy stocks, I noticed in the pre-market here, off of a pretty good move Friday as well, back higher at the end of the day. Not much to talk about as far as cryptocurrency moves so far this morning. Welcome to a brand new week, guys. Good morning. It is the last week of June. It's the last week of the quarter. Heck, it's the last week of the first half of 2022.
That's right. What a quick
great year.
First half it's been. But the market obviously has been picking up steam to the upside. Hopefully it can continue this week. We'll see what happens. You get the holiday next week, so it's a holiday shortened next week. A lot of times you can see a bit of a move and maybe lack of volume towards the end of it. But volatility and volume are two very different things. And regardless of where we see volume, we've been seeing a lot of volatility in individual names. You mentioned crypto wasn't doing much, but tell that to Coinbase. So Goldman Sachs coming out with a couple of moves. Coinbase, downgrade. Robinhood, upgrade. For whatever that's worth, we'll be looking at both those two symbols today. Whatever. I mean, I kind of look at the upgrade on Robinhood and I'm like, huh? That doesn't make a ton of sense to me, but we have a lot to look at. In terms of some tech names, of course, we get the split for Shopify, not Alphabet. I know everyone's waiting for that one next month, but Shopify split comes into effect tomorrow. So, I'll give you the warning today, and then again tomorrow morning. Do not be surprised when Shop is one less digit tomorrow morning.
I like hearing. Will it be one less digit though? No, because it's splitting 3 for 1. I think isn't it?
Is it 3? But it's.
I think
3,
it's only 3 for 1, right?
Oh,
so
no. It is still 3 digits.
Yeah.
Because it bounced huge. That's why.
It'll come out like 140 or so tomorrow. Okay, so we'll see where that goes. Yeah, welcome guys. Yeah, it should be a big in. I hope everyone had a great weekend. It was fantastic here. The weather, bless you. The weather was like 35 degrees or something like that Celsius here in Toronto. It was absolutely crazy. And my wife's on a field trip today to the zoo, so she's lucky because
nice.
today it's back down to like 20s again.
Today.
So it's a gorgeous day. One more time here today, but look, it should be a fun one. I have a bunch of different names. We do have Coinbase, BABA written on here as well. Meta should go today. I like Apple today. I mean, there's a bunch of different names, man. Some of those Chinese names continue to rock and roll. Neo. I feel like the bottom, feels like it's in because the way these markets are moving, it's like, will we ever see Neo back to $13 again? I mean, it's just like some of these names were just killed so much that it's like, wow, where do we go from here on some of these names? it's an unbelievable move back up. Unfortunately, it's hard to buy the bottoms, but if you keep dollar cost averaging like we've sort of been saying, and sometimes you got to do it kind of blindly here, but it's been working out the last couple weeks at least anyways, and we'll see where it goes. But yeah, some of the U-shapes starting to form out here on some of these names. Like Roblox was $21 or something, it's 37 today. So it's just been an incredible move. I hope everyone's had a great weekend. We're here to trade, man. I mean, the Jets ETF, some of these travel names starting to go again. I like Roblox above certain levels today as well. So yeah, it should be a fun day here. It's 8:35, an hour till the market opens, and then we just start putting the coins in the casino, pull the lever, and see what comes out.
I like it. A lot of happy faces, as Michael Noss likes to say on charts, starting to form a little bit. NIO, amazing, back to $25, 24, 25 area. Here's that number I was mentioning, guys, at 8:30. The May durable goods number is 0.7 versus 0.1. So that kind of kicked off a bit of selling here for the market, back to the downside a little bit, but heads up on the futures at this point. Let's get into everything else you need to know at this point this morning. Coming off a week that, you know, there wasn't a heck of a lot going on outside of some comments from Fed Chair Powell on a macro front. You know, not a lot to expect this week on that side of things either. A bit of a wait and see here now, it would appear anyways. As we get into the second week of July, that's when you'll start to get some of the earnings reports coming through. Might be the next kind of benchmark or next hurdle that we have to look forward to in the overall market.
Yeah, I think I've sort of been mostly concerned with what happens when you don't have earnings, which are fantastic. Like if you get a slowdown there, then that could be the reason why you get a bit of a third, fifth, 10th, millionth, whatever you want to call it, potential pullback. You know, we've had this really good run, and you made another nice bottom, but you know, we still haven't managed to break back. I'm talking about the SPY. I got the SPY up here, so I'm talking about the S&P here. You still haven't managed to get back to that 50 period. There's still some ways to go before I think you'd say you have any kind of a possible trend reversal. So on this week, if we're able to get up to, you know, that maybe 400 mark, like you'd see, I think potential resistance there. I think you could still pull back. So I feel there's just going to be some skittishness when it comes to the next round of earnings. But if we can start getting rounds of beats and you don't get, you know, the earnings downgrades or the revisions that I think a lot of people are bracing for because the R word's out there, then that could at least, if that doesn't happen, that's how you get above that 50-period moving average. But a lot of names, I'm just not convinced that we're all done here, especially when we haven't broken the trend. But when you have these little nice relief rallies and pull back, relief rallies, pull back, like Sean said, you can't pick a bottom in that scenario, right? Like you're out there guessing. So you really just have to dollar cost average, find some quality names to be in. Individually, there's going to be plenty of names that have done what I'm looking for, or what you're looking for here for the overall market to do. And we'll talk about some of the Chinese names which have done that. Some of the EV names in China that have easily done that and started breaking back up and shown good support levels. You know, NIO's an example, Pinduoduo's an example, JD.com maybe even. So there's a lot of names that have been able to pull up the overall market. I think it's still waiting for the next round of earnings to gather its confidence up, and we'll need some good numbers for that to happen.
Yeah, what I was, I agree 100%. I mean, what I was saying about, possibly finding these bottoms was more just the fact that, it's like, will we see Apple back down here at 130? We could. It was just such a great week there that I just feel like a lot of the selling seems to me to be more methodical, and then the buying seems to be like, oh my God, we missed the bottom, and everybody just buys these stocks straight up. Like, I still don't really understand why we're rallying so much right now. I'm pretty interested, as we all are, to see where inflation goes in the next couple readings. I think really the big thing, we talked about the rule of 20 there, where you have inflation against what the PE of the market is. Brendan brought that up last week. And I just feel like the next thing about the PE, we already have these price moves, but we're missing the E. So let's wait to see where earnings come for the next little while here. I feel like Apple's kind of told us that they're selling more phones and that things are going okay in Apple land with their new M1 chips and things like that. So we'll just see where that goes. I mean, we'll see where stocks like Microsoft, and this is what I don't know if the bottom's in for the market per se, right? And if that's true, then maybe we do revisit some of these lows again here, 240 in softy, but you go right back up to the 50 period where we haven't breached the 50 period since April. So that's kind of like what I'm looking at right now. We're breaching it right now, up above that 260, 268 level. So I mean, this stock's starting to work for us, right? I mean, we just talked about Google. Well, we didn't talk about it yet, but Neil and I were just talking about it. Google, one of those names here where that they're going to be coming out with that split soon. And again, they're above pretty handsomely their 50 period rate now, and that hasn't been there since mid-April. So, I mean, there is some relief rally coming up here, but I could definitely see the point that, you know, we need to break above like this 2,500 level right there. And honestly, stock market is a thing of the future, not a thing of the past. So when you look here and you say, oh, 2,100, we missed it. Yeah, you did. You know, I mean, we all did. We all hopefully were able to get some shares in some names that we like near the bottom. But quite frankly, I mean, I was just saying to Neil, I was buying like all the way in, and then you don't able to buy the bottom. Like, you don't know where the bottom is. And so some of these things are impossible. I mean, it's just like AMD, you're going to look at that chart and be like, well, why didn't I buy at 80? Well, I mean, sure, 80 didn't break. It held a couple times. It held back here in April, and then it held just right now. But when it is bouncing off 80, you're thinking it's going to 75 and 70, and, you know, it's down here for reasons, you know. So I feel like until these reasons are over with, and that's going to be inflation, that's going to be the cost of gas still ripping. I mean, is oil done? Oil went down to 100, now it's back to 108. So, you know, there's little things here that has to happen. I think employment is fine. Let's just wait till we see earnings. And I think once we see earnings, then we can really judge what's happening here for the market. And then we can start to put some better priced earnings multiples on the S&P and on the NASDAQ that can get that running. I mean, XOM was 107. Now it's down to 88 before reaching 84 last week as well. So some of these names continue to be wild, and that's perfect for us, man. We like this market. We like the volatility. So let's just keep on trading it, try to hit some winners for you, and analyze as many stocks as we can.
Yeah, great point. Mark down that second week, as I mentioned, of July 13th, guys. We'll get the next CPI reading. So 8:30 a.m. July 13th, we'll get June. CPI will also start to get some earnings reports coming through again that week. Speaking of earnings, speaking of China strength as well, Nike coming tonight after market. Nice look here in the pre-market as well, a little bit light on volume, but a little bit of a preview for Nike earnings coming after the close.
So the irony of Brendan just talking Nike, and I was sort of
Is he a Nike guy?
I was going to say I don't know. So Andre DeGrasse, the fastest man in Canada, apparently has COVID.
Almost in the world.
And he won the 200 meters at the Olympics, and the World Championships are next month, and he apparently has COVID. So
that's a good thing, I was saying, because all the athletes that get COVID go on to win Super Bowls, go on to win the Masters with Dustin Johnson. I thought it wasn't.
But I don't know if he's a Nike guy. I think he might be Puma. But anyways, track
Reebok?
Obviously.
For some reason,
but it's going to be the Nike World Championships for track and field because it's in Oregon, which is Eugene, Oregon. That's like the mecca for Nike. Anyways, I'm into track and field and that kind of thing, and I hope he does well. But after watching the American trials, sweet. Mary, whatever. If you're into track and field, the Americans are going to absolutely like dominate in a lot of events. But I think it's going to be a good showcase for Nike. I think the concern is like nobody really knows what to expect. You get some analysts saying, oh, the numbers in China are going to be good. And then you have others saying, oh, there's still going to be some tailwinds with regards to China, so expect some slow growth. Well, I know exactly the price level I'm looking at for Nike, and it's about as easy as it's going to get here when you talk about this. You get the March low down at 117.5. You then had a break and then another wick top up here to 117 even. And then since we've broken back down below, it's still been a resistance, and your 50 period essentially at the same price. So that gives you a pretty solid line in the sand. That way you almost, as a day trader, you just don't care about what happens here. You've got great support. I mean, 100 was what a great bounce. So many stocks have bounced off like 103, 104, and never given you a look at that 100 number. Amazon's an example of that. Nike's another example here. And then you got a great pivot point at 117.5. So we get these earnings. I plan to be trading off of that level. If it runs too far away from it, fair enough. But whether it's up or down, if we get above there, I think that's what I'm looking at for support. I'd love to see us gap up, and then we're staring at a chance to get 19s or something in front of that 117.50, and then off to the races. So you talk about stocks that have gotten past their 50s periods and gone to their 200. This one right before earnings has it in sight, and it's got $100 support below. So we know there's going to be tradable levels, at least for Nike, if it is up in the air. How those Chinese numbers are going to come out.
Yeah, I mean, the problem for them is that they still have their PE is still in the mid-20s, which should be fine, but it can go a lot lower, I feel like, for them as well. Lululemon, another name here that really got going, I guess, at the end of May, up to that 310 level here for Lulu, and now it's sort of stalled a little bit. Some big moves up to, I mean, it started to go back. This was on their last earnings, so we'll wait to see what happens here. When is Lulu reporting? Or did we already miss it? Earnings June 2nd, yeah, so they've already reported here back in early June, and there it is, May, June, so right into here. Nice little bump up. So I'm just trying to expect if they got a little bit of a bump up there, maybe Nike does as well. The retail has been one sector that hasn't really been working out too well, so we'll have to hear about production delays in China. Obviously, China had COVID-0, but you're going to look here. I like Lulu as well, basing out at these bottoms. So like I said, you're never going to be able to pick bottoms, but when you're looking at some higher quality names like a Lululemon, like a Nike in the athleisure area here, I feel like that's good, man. And I don't know, Lulu was going crazy, obviously, during the pandemic because a lot of people working from home, they could go a little more casual on their wear. But I feel like Lulu, I don't know. I just don't know if when you go back to work, unless you are, have a lot of meetings and things like that, I feel like you can probably wear Lulu clothes back to work now. I just, like, the world's gotten a lot more casual. So we can wait to see. This could be a good working off bottom as well. 260, 270 here, just like Nike is down there at that 110, is Nike? Yeah, Nike's going to be New York, Lulu's NASDAQ. Just like Nike is down there at this 110, 100 level, I feel like Lulu's, very, very similar here. There's the bottom here for Nike. Let's see what they want to report. I don't think you want to get into this name pre-report, but yeah, we'll see if it can hold out this 110 level here tonight. I prefer Lululemon on a chart basis.
A lot of those daily charts starting to look similar. Tesla, even another one with that same kind of double bottom as Nike. On that front, guys, on the China front, on the COVID front, more positive talk coming out of Shanghai overnight on the COVID discussion, I guess. No new cases for the first time in a month, again, over the weekend for Shanghai declaring victory officially, I guess, over COVID. So all of these ADRs back to the upside this morning. We saw big time strength in the EV makers specifically last week.
Victory!
Yeah, good one, China.
A little Johnny drama. Anyways, I feel like that, oh my goodness, that's probably way older than I remember. Entourage. Because I feel like everyone's like, yeah, what the heck
I think it's like 20 years old, I would say, because I'm pretty sure it was like when we were in university, not that was 20 years ago or anything.
Yeah, I always wonder, it's like, anyone get the references that we're going to make here? But yeah, the victory or not, who cares? Let's talk about how great some of these stocks have actually been. And breaking out again is Pinduoduo is one of the ones I'm watching today. BOVESPA's look pretty strong. We'll probably talk about NEO as well. But how many names do you actually find that have broken out from their 50? Who've already put a wipeout bottom at $20? This thing put a wipeout bottom. You can never pick bottoms, but this was 20. Now we're about to break 70 this week potentially. So it's been a super strong run, but its last consolidation, here's a catcher. Like it had one close. You had a couple of tiny closes above the 200 period moving average, but never anything until Friday that was pretty significantly holding above, where we both opened and closed above the 200 period moving average. And now you're breaking out from about 66 and a half or so on that daily chart with room to go. Just super strong looking chart. So when I see that, it's hard not to want to play that break. If it fails, look, we have to close below this to actually fail the break. But as a day trader, I want to be buying the dip into this. I think it might be able to be bought down at least until 65 for Pinduoduo. And you've actually seen some analysts come out and say that they're picking winners other than BABA to be the big big tech winner for China, and whether it's Tencent, whether it's Pinduoduo, Tencent making waves, trying to make some partnerships with U.S. and other international automakers in the EV space, and they're basically saying, hey, our platform can be what you guys use for your automated driving, and we're gonna make it really easy for you guys to acclimate your systems to ours. So you've got Tencent making power moves. I love Pinduoduo. Just for anything breaking out like this on the chart, we're gonna try to take a shot at it. If it closes below this level, and we get a down week, I think we'll know exactly what to do, which is essentially just start shorting off of that level. But until then, this is a stock that looks like it's continuing its breakout.
Yeah, I like PDD. I mean, I like Alibaba. Shout out to Shakib and everybody out here trading Alibaba. I mean, it's been a really strong name here the last couple of days. Bounce up. And then right now you're bouncing into this 123 top area here. You're up 1.67%, man. The market's only up 0.22. So if we're going to trade something that's strong, let's go over to Alibaba. Closed at 118 on Friday. Just with that news there that Brennan was bringing to us, declared victory there over COVID. You know, five nice days here for Alibaba. That 118 looks to be pretty good. I wrote down here that we're going to break above this 120. I mean, on the daily chart, I mean, even on whatever. We just looked at the 20-minute. Where's the daily chart for Alibaba? Here it is right here. So you're bouncing right up to that level right here. That's the... I mean, it's the 200 period. We're well above the 50 period. It's one of the only tech names that you're going to see this far above the 50 period and just starting to tick up again. So you have that bottom of 100. Like I said, do we see that again? Maybe on these Chinese names. I don't know if the all clear is here for the upside, but again, you have this level right here. Goes all the way back to April. So this little level right back in. This is 119. I got to do this ellipse. This is 119, 120 right into there. So we'll see if it holds these prices, and then we'll go from here. So this is kind of the level that I'm looking at, 119.50. It's trying to hold it right now. We'll see where it goes on the daily, but that's right where we're at. 119.50 brings us right back into this problem back in April, and now we're trying to get above it, and why not? So there are some levels for me to look at, and that's going to be Alibaba off this 118 in case we dip back in. Right now I have buys at 119 flat. So if we can come back in a little bit here, the market has dipped, and I want to use this 118 as an out. You bring it back down a little bit, maybe 117, 117.50, something like that. But let's average in this name into 118, understanding that we could dip a little bit lower. If the market goes today, as long as we don't get run over by any ant news or anything like that, I don't mind this 118 level right there on Alibaba to hold. So let's go back to Friday. I feel like there's good news in the market again today. We'll see if it can hold that 118 level. So I'm long Alibaba here, starting at 119, back into 118 for Alibaba. That's the name on the radar. We will look at NEO as well. There's so many names today that I like NEO near that $25 mark. We'll see what happens there. That might be a short if we can get to that quarter century mark. Brent.
All right, a few more ideas for you this morning on the upside. GitLab, one that we haven't really talked about, I guess probably since its IPO, going back to last year. But GitLab to the upside, there's Goldman. Goldman very busy this morning, it's worth mentioning, talking about Robinhood to the upside as well. Chewy's on here. Had a pretty good week last week for Chewy, Vermilion Energy. Coinbase, Oracle, Bed Bath & Beyond, and Carnival to the downside off earnings on Friday.
Yeah, so Carnival, look, we're going to talk about Coinbase, obviously, and we're going to talk about Robinhood, to be sure. But Carnival with the downgrade, and really, it was so strong. We talked about those earnings and the timing of when they came out. I won't complain about that again. It just made it tricky to try to get that trade. But you're essentially trying to gap right back that 11 level that had made it such a good short ever since it broke that $11 mark. And I think until we get above that price, I think you either go sideways in a consolidation here, or you're fading off $11 on Carnival. I don't necessarily care as much about the downgrade as I would about that level, still holding below. And there's some names that have made these great bottoms, like wipeout bottom, nice consolidation, break back out. Next stage for Carnival is just clearly that $11 mark. So that's what I kind of have in there. And yeah, we'll see. Maybe we get there today. I don't really see a ton of pre-market volume here, but we know the level of 11 is pretty big. And just very quickly, I want to talk about this AFIB because we talk about wick-off bottoms and wick-off tops, and this one at exactly $1 this morning had a wick-off bottom through $1. So it, gapper runs to the upside here. It's about 22 million on the float side, 9% short float, so not crazy, but it's still a chance for a run. And it was already going parabolic up 100%, dipped back down, and then had this break of $1, got about 4 or 5 cents, and snapped right back up and made a fresh high. So anytime I see that, that's a wick-off bottom. If it was a top, I'd short the top if we got it again. So I'm just long in front of that buck. I actually was trying to get shares closer, sitting at 3s and 1s as well, in addition to 6. But until we break that high, I want to defend that dollar level. Gets below that gets below $1 again and can't hold 95, forget about it, probably a short for the rest of the day. But until that happens, it's going to defend that dollar, which I keep saying makes sense to do almost every single time when it sets up this way, because the risk to reward is gorgeous. And if we break 125, I think it has a chance to get to the 40 mark. But until then, it's all about that buck.
All right. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Playmaker. I see your message to me. Good morning. What's up? What's up? Okay, so, I mean, this is part of the craziness that I was talking about. And I actually went to Twitter because I was trying to find out more about this Chewy upgrade here coming through. But it's like this is the kind of the chaos that I'm talking about, right? And it's just like, are you going to see like $22? Like, what? Like Chewy is now up to $40. Like it's doubled here in like 20 trading days. So it's kind of, you know, it doesn't really make any sense to me about why some of these names are up and now finally getting upgraded. And I just think this just shows to you, you know, just what happens when people think they miss bottoms and stuff like that. Like what a great move to the upside. But we only going back again to these April levels. So when you're looking at a stock like Chewy, you just got to be careful with it because you're running into levels, you know, that weren't holding before. 45. Like if we can get anywhere into again, and I don't know if it happens today. I mean, you're up 4%. You could sort of rip off here. Maybe we have to check to see floatchecker.com here just to see what is going on with Chewy. So let me just double check it right here to see. I know there's always a short float on this name, and you can see it's here again. 35 on Morningstar. We have about a couple 20s there. Decent amount of shares available, but you know, so you have this 25 to 30% short float here on Chewy. But if you can get into this 44, 45 area, I feel like that's going to be a sell again. And I would write on the sticky note if I had it to Chewy here, too far, too fast. I mean, this made all the way back. Like we took out the 50 period, and then in 3 days, you're up from $30 up to $40, and then you're up again here today, another 4%. So if this bumps another 4 or 5% into 44, 45, just something in here, I feel like you just go short and you try to play whatever levels give it to you at that time. So let's see if Chewy can make a high somewhere in here, $44, $45, and then we're just going to short this thing a lot, hopefully over and over again. But like I said, we do need to put some work in on Chewy just to make sure why, and I don't know what that downgrade's all about. Price target cut, so on and so forth. They're still not making any money. Their last reported on June 1st. So their report rate here on June 1st did start this kind of little bit of a rally back up, but so did the market. So they didn't do much on their report. Let's see where we go here. I mean, it's 52 weeks. It's only down 61%. So hopefully there's some room to go back up to the upside. But I think Chewy's a short here into 46, 47, just based technically. But we're going to have to find out why this got upgraded here today. So Chewy for me, we'll wait, we'll hold out. Maybe it's a 40 bottom, maybe it's a 40 top. Let's let the market open up on Chewy, high short interest.
More on the earnings front as well, guys. Just noted Bed Bath & Beyond on the board this morning as well. It's down here this morning in the pre-market. It's $7, by the way, for Bed Bath & Beyond right now. But earnings Wednesday this week for BBBY. Also saw a note on UAL popping up on a little bit of volume there. But some of the travel names, as we said to kick things off this morning, back, I mean, there were higher at the end of the week last week, showing all kinds of strength. It was actually cruise lines coming off that Carnival report, but UAL on a positive note here this morning as well.
Yeah, I think there was, what did the TSA say, the highest number of screenings on the year. So, I mean, that's record passengers that have been going through. But obviously they've been sort of plagued by, I mean, there's been hiring issues, obviously, and then you get all these cancellations. I know I've heard some nightmares, thankfully. I mean, I haven't flown myself, but I've heard some of the nightmares that have come through. I like CCL because that's a trading vehicle for me. I sort of went over that 11 level. But you mentioned name, and I didn't want to gloss over it because you mentioned Bed Bath & Beyond. And if we talk about things that have been depressed, that have run, like look how crazy Chewy's gone as a name with a decent short float and actually made some strong power moves. Bed Bath & Beyond, because it's in that retail space, has been one of the ones that just has not been able to get off the schneid. It's still gigantic short flow. I mean, over 30% shorted. And it has been leaned on and has not managed to break back out. So if you're looking for, okay, well, what's something that has at least a chance to give you one of those big outsized sort of moves there? Well, something that hasn't gone, it would have to have some kind of a decent report here. And obviously, it's not in the best space. for performance this quarter. But yeah, the second Brendan brought that one up, I was like, oh, that hasn't gone anywhere. This has not been able to break out that 7 range. And when you pop the chart up, all you have to do is start getting past 750. And the shorts that have been sitting there this entire time leaning on the stock, at some point, they're going to look to take some profit, and you see how fast it can accelerate. We saw it with Coinbase. Once it starts going, you can get these multi-day rallies. So that can be one on the radar for later on this week because they don't report till Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm surprised when he mentioned there was only $8 there or whatever.
Yeah,
so that
sevens.
seems to be pretty cheap there for Bed Bath & Beyond. Could go. Remember, they have that Bye Bye Baby. I'm still expecting them to spin that off at some point and get some interest in that. So maybe some activist or something coming through there. We still, just because we're talking about some of these squeezy stocks here, we still have Revlon looking at that one here. So, you know, Revlon still has this bottom of around 750,
Shoot, that's my bad. I went to hit my cough button.
You got to hit countdown again to get it off. There, I got it. You did it. Now we did it. Okay. Market now 30 minutes away there on that. So I still look at this bottom here of, I mean, whether or not it's going to be the bottom or not, 750 or so here for Revlon. So, you know, you're going to look at that level coming into play. If you go back, you know, we were long. We haven't made, I think we're pretty flat on this stock, like, you know, since this has happened. But here it is again. We have dipped back down below. I mean, that very bottom is going to be that 650 there on Revlon. But today, very, very quiet and not much happening. I feel like the 20-minute chart is what I really want to look at here. Yeah, there it is. So there's that 650 bottom, and here's 750 right in the middle. So I feel like you can diddle in the middle on this one, and then if you get that big run up, then you're there. So I'm really thinking about putting on a trade now for Revlon just in case it does go off the open. I don't know which way it's going to go, but I feel like you can be involved in this name today. The volume's only 300,000. Does it pick up? I hope so, just for those that are holding this name. But again, that 650 just looks so good there as a bottom. I really would hope that this could fall into the 720, 730 area where we could get long, because then I feel like the risk to reward is there. You get long 720, then you only have to give this thing 70, 80 cents back down to 650 before I feel like that's your out there. So, you know, you could average back into 650 here on Revlon. Forget about some of these highs. They're not even super high. I mean, Revlon's been up here before. It's obviously a squeeze play because of the bankruptcy, and then you have Reliance coming through on that gentleman there in India, Mukesh. I forget his first. Is that his last name? I don't know. But anyways, yeah, I just have to look it up again. I just for Mukesh Mambari or something. But $9. I know I'm brutalizing it. I have no idea. $9 there a level. So I feel like if you can get long low sevens here on Revlon, which I'm going to put a bid right now, that's kind of where I want to start this trade. So 730 in case we get a dip buy and then the rip back up. I know Playmaker was talking about the 666 area here. That's just a generic price target, I'm assuming. But down there to 650, that's really the break. And if you want to go lower than that, then 6 is a level. So, you know, you're into this area there. That's something. So I'm going to put a bid around 730 with a 650 bottom for Revlon. So I just wanted to cover that because I do think that there is another chance for it to squeeze higher. If retail owns all these shares and there is that 50% short flow like we're recording on here. I don't know, Brent, if you could check what Icon has, because we were talking about some of these websites being quite delayed. So we have a paid service there, similar to a Bloomberg terminal. That's what Brendan uses, Icon. But I'm going to look for a bid here. Long story short, 720, 730. I'm going to put an order right now. If we get it, great. And then my stop is going to be so simple, a break of 650. So no volume might bring this down into this area. A couple averages in, fine. But 650 is the stopping spot. So at most is going to be a 70-cent hit here on Revlon. Let's start this at 730 or so.
Yeah, I like that. Still a ton of strength beneath. I see 25, but that's going to go back to the last reporting period, which was probably end of month last month. So, I mean, depending on who you ask, it's going to be anywhere from 25. I've seen up to 60 on REV. Let's bring in Arun here and get a check of the overall market, see what we need to know for the beginning of a brand new week here, Arun. Big move last week, back higher. What is above here that could run into a problem?
Yeah, well, this market's started off. Let's just put things in perspective. 4 days last week, 4 trading days last week, three of them opening buy, straight hardcore opening buy programs, right? So that's the type of week we had last week. But keep in mind, this week we're going into the end of the month, end of the quarter. Also going into a long weekend as of going after Friday. So there's going to be volume flowing through, especially probably Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, because of how you're heading into the weekend and the fact that you're closing out the month and the quarter. So there's going to be volume coming in. Today, though, it just seems like this market's having a hard time going up. Yes, it's up. It's, we had a nice little run up in the late session on Friday, and then overnight we tried a few times to get a buy going. There's been some spots where we just took off and then drifted down and then took off again. It's almost like a stair-step pattern, but the issue is the fact that it's not willing to continue its move. It's actually taking a move back down in these overnight sessions before it wants to take a shot back up. So I'm going to keep an eye out. I'm going to look for this open again. I'm very curious to see how this opening is going to go, just because of how we traded last week. So if we are going to, take another shot to the upside, we have that 39.90 level that's been marked off. It's been a while. This is where you go to the file folder and pull up these old levels that you may have marked off. 39.90 is up there for you for a potential resistance. Now, what I'm looking for is, given that the overnight high is around 39.4750 or 47-ish, call it 50, even 39.50. If we can get a break above there and actually fail the breakout high, I think possible shorts against that 39.90 is in play. But again, this has to be done all after the open. It has to set up. You have to respect the strength of this market. So if it wants to go up, you're gonna have to let it go up and then give you a read. So 39.90 is up there for a potential short if you can get the read up there north of 39.50. On the flip side, if this market were to continue back down, then if we can get into 39.10s, 3900s, then there could be a decent play there against the 38.70. So a setup in the 3900s works against the 38.70 as long as you can get the setup. Again, in this market, it's going to be critical that you get the setup before you make a play. So especially with the way it's been trading overnight, some days you can just go ahead and place the orders. Today, I think you're going to have to wait, because it literally it does have a possibility in both directions here. Opening move to the upside, strong move to the upside can go. Flip side is opening flush because of the weakness overnight can also come back down. So we're going to wait for the setups. We've got the top, we've got the bottom. We're just going to wait and see if the market can set something else up for us.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. There's a big spike in crude oil there. Came right back in, but not seeing anything as far as news on that. But watch out for oil moving around here as well. Let's get into everything else you need to know heading towards the open. Under 25 minutes to go. That's the link to the watch list. We send it out every day, guys, before we come on at 8:30. Use the QR code on screen. Absolutely free for you. Tech stocks were among the leaders last week. I mean, it was a buy everything kind of week last week, but tech very, very strong to end off the week. Pretty impressive for Apple here, guys, and Microsoft, as we saw early on there, to start things off again.
Yeah, definitely. I just want to, before we move on, thank you, Dustin, for the super chat, but I'll read it out for you guys. Arun's shirt speaks Sagan, not a sunrise, but a galaxy rise. A morning filled with 400 billion suns. I love that shirt. I actually think 2001 when I see it, my God, it's full of stars. But look, my God, it was full of buying last week, and it didn't matter. There were so many good long opportunities last week. Like, let's be honest. Like, it's not as if you had to look too far for trending stocks to the upside. Now, I mentioned sort of not inadvertently, but in passing about Amazon holding that $100 mark. It never got to 100, like I said. It got to like 102 or whatever it was the actual low. And that was a great wipeout bottom. You just see like day after day, breakout. A couple of dips where we eventually got back to the highs, but then once these pre-market tops got taken out, super strong. However, it wasn't as if every other day you did have a dip going into that open. So it was never quite that simple for some of the big tech names where you just sort of load it up in the pre-market and then you're going to bust out. Now, if you did take out the high before or at 10 o'clock, you were good to go from there. And I think as long as that pattern wants to play out, I had no issues being involved in it. Now, Amazon in particular, I'm watching this 116 close. Well, sorry, 116 half close, but 116 the even level for Amazon. I think that can be support. 120 is a sort of obvious level of resistance because 2400 pre-split was a big level. So if we get up there, I think there could be some sell pressure on Amazon in particular. But that's one that'll be on my radar if I'm looking for a short today, because I think there's there's at least a chance that you could find some weakness this week, especially early on in the week, or at some point I think we get a decent enough pullback day. It just makes sense given the rallies that we've had. Meta was look, it went parabolic. Of all the breakouts, Meta was one of the bigger ones on Friday, breaking that 160 up to about a 170 level. And if you just sort of come back to when we actually had the name change, the last gap down here, 170 to 172-ish. That's been the wall. You have the gap, and that's been a double top and now triple top. So if I'm looking for a significant level on a stock, great break for Meta. It was a great run on Friday. But if it doesn't get through that 172 area, I think it's a fade in front of that number. It clears, and there's just so much room to the upside. But until it clears it, I think you do have a chance at a pullback. And sure, if it gets down to like 64, 65, 66, does it get pretty appealing for potential consolidation buys? Fine, fair enough. But when I see a resistance level like that, I almost always want to be shorting in front of it, look for the breakout, whether it's today, maybe some point this week. But if it gets above 72, it's got tons of room to the upside, but that's above 72.
Yeah, I wrote that. I basically wrote down the same thing there. So let's go over to the sticky note here. Meta and Roblox, like I really like it. Base there at 170, so we're just breaking through that right now. We'll have a look to see what happens when the market opens. But I went even just a little bit higher and looked at 173, so I'm not going to go over the same charts there. I do like Roblox long as well, breaking over this 3650, so we'll wait to see that. But to me, the number one name here, Apple still has a lot of room to run with a beautiful base down there at 140. Can it hold above that 145? If so, or sorry, 140, 150, then I look for a run to 140. But the key level there on the sticky note, and please share it, go over to @TraderTV Sean, also on Instagram right now. A few fun things posted recently on Instagram. We have over now 5,000, I think it is. Let me just go to see here. Yeah, 5,050. Oh, this was fun. I had this on Twitter as well. Let me just pause this. This was on Saturday. I was at a couple different birthday parties here. We were at a kid's party, but the good thing was we were here like at 10 o'clock. But watch this. See, the good thing see, they're serving booze at this kid's party outdoors. So that was like real early. So that was real good. So that was a fun time there. Hope all y'all saw that right there. But the sticky note also up there as well. But okay, so here we go. Apple down there at this 140 level. Let's just have a quick look. We ripped up there to 141 and closed at 141 on a very aggressive close for Apple on Friday. So like, why did it close higher? We did have the Russell rebalance. Yeah, I mean, the market did kind of tick up a little bit, but Apple was super aggressive into the close on Friday, up to that 141. Look at the base down here at 140. It didn't want to break it at all on Friday. It was trying. Super strong name there for Apple. One of those names where people are going to regret not buying the bottom, if that is the bottom. And like we said, who knows where we're going to go from here. You still got to get above this 50 period. I mean, Apple is one of the names that is trying to make that move back up, but you know, you're bouncing off that 140, you have that 143, and then I just think that if you get above this level, there's 142, 143 right there, so we're pretty close to breaking through and completing this full U all the way back upside. But I do understand that if you are looking bearish as well on the market, that's another sign as well, that you're bouncing off that 143 here and starting to turn back around. So if you're bearish, this is a good name to look at as well, because you have that 143 top. For me, I'm going to be looking to buy any dips into 140 right here on Apple. And then worst case scenario, if you get stuck 140, remember, we're day trading, we're flat at the end of every single day. So it's not, you know, I would hold these longs if I was swinging it, but I really think this 138 is another really strong level. So if we get somehow cracked back into 140 and I'm long in here, I'll probably get out on like a 139.50, something like that, break right here, and then look to see what happens at 138, because there's air up here. You have a gap fill from 138 open to like 140 almost the very next day. So I feel like there's $2 in here that's missing. We'll have to see where it goes, but it obviously is the bull in me that's thinking that this Apple is going to be a long. But you know, you're coming into here. We have Shanghai declaring victory over China, over COVID there. I don't think anyone's going to declare any victory over China anytime soon. And then you have this 140, 150. That was the high right there, made early on Friday, and then respected at the close. So I'm going to use that as the bottom, 140, 150. So let's average into there. there, and then we'll see what happens at 140. And again, we don't want to be super silly, man, and like holding all of these big positions all the way down. So let's just see how the market reacts. If it's an instant tank, then we can get out of this around this 140, 150 area, and then revisit this if we get back to 140. So the plan of action right now, I have a buy down here at 142.10. We'll see if we can get that long. Then we'll see about a 140, 150 area, and then drop it. And then if it comes back into 140, then we're going long. And then Neil already talked about Meta, but that was another name that I think is super strong off that 150 bottom. We've been trading Meta pretty well over the last little while. We only had one trade there on Friday, which seems to be strange. I'm pretty sure we had more, but we were talking about 160 holding. That just ripped on Friday. No chance at all. If you weren't long early on some of these names, you weren't long at all. So we'll see if Meta can fade back into this 168 area where we want to get long, but it's just bouncing now off 169. I don't even have any bids on this name, but I'm looking at a 168 bid to see if 166 holds, guys. So 168 bid on Meta in case we get an early flush.
Go to coin here, guys. Not much to know other than Goldman with a price target cut and downgrade for Coinbase. Maybe down a little bit more than it even should be in the pre-market here. But here we go. 245 from 70. Thank you, Lucas. For Goldman going to sell on Coinbase.
Basically, and just slapping the price target at its low, like the all-time low. Pretty much to the penny is that I'm pretty sure it was 45 to the penny or close enough to it. So that's pretty aggressive. Obviously, this has been a pretty strong stock the last couple of weeks, definitely after that wipeout bottom. And one of those names that it made the nice consolidation, it started breaking out, and every time you shorted it, you had to be very nimble. Let's just put it that way. Like if you just sort of shorted this name, there were always opportunities for pullbacks pretty much every single time, but it had to run you over at least once or twice before eventually making tops. You can sort of see that borne out in the chart. It was never really that easy until you saw a level maybe a second or third time. And I think we might see a little bit of that this week. Let's zoom back out here. Sure, you've got this sort of obvious 64, 65, which I think sits out that Friday high. But I also do like this lower high as well, the 62 area. So you've got a bit of a target zone here for Coinbase that I think as long as we're below it, it's shorts at 62, it's shorts at 64. 59 could be a breakdown trade. That's like obvious level of support here. You can kind of just see that. It was support on Friday. And then this pre-market, you've essentially got a 59 bottom. So the breakdown trade does set up. However, I don't love breaks in this market. The breakouts were all the rage last week, which kind of has me feeling like I don't want to be making breakdown trades. So I'll be shorting pops in Coinbase, first to 62, and then using that 64 level from Friday's high. Maybe, I don't know if 5% down is too much or too little. I do understand that that is a stock that had made a strong move. It's up 30-something% since it made that wipeout bottom. But this is all about just a pure momentum play. It's made a top. You've got resistance levels. You've got a negative catalyst. I just like to short until it breaks that high.
Yeah, I want to be all over this Coinbase short as well. I put in here 61.50 on the sticky note here. So out with a downgrade on Goldman. Out if we break through 62. So I don't really want to test it too much in here, but if we can get somewhere in the middle on Coinbase here, 61.50 just into there. We bounced off 61.50 there. 61.50 was the high. I mean, you could really play 62. I mean, that's the level there. The high is 64. We'll see. I mean, Goldman. I don't treat them as God or anything like that. They could be completely wrong on this downgrade. Coinbase has fallen now 5%, so maybe they got their wish, man. Maybe they're short up here, 64, 65, and it's a bunch of covering here at the bottom. I mean, this bottom at 59 looks pretty sweet, right? So we'll see. As long as Bitcoin remains pretty high, then I don't really know. Look, I hate Coinbase, to be honest with you. I talked about their corporate structure and everything there. It's pretty nasty, some of the things that's been happening with some of their pay and stuff like that, employee pay and compensation. They're diluting shares and whatnot, and how much money these guys have made and the sort of mansions that they're living in right now. But that little bottom of 18,000, we got to see 22,000 break here on crypto and on Bitcoin, right? So if 22 can break, then you're going to see Coinbase start to really motor to the upside. And again, should it really be following the price of Bitcoin? Maybe not. But remember, as Bitcoin starts to go back up, then what starts to happen is the fears of liquidation go away. And I think that that's part of the fear on a Coinbase, right? Is that do they have the technical ability to withstand just sort of a flood of incoming orders? Will they sort of hold and delay transactions? Will they pretend that they're having issues where you can't withdraw crypto? Like this is the worry about Coinbase. We had Sam Bankman-Fried on, of course, from FTX a couple months ago, and he was talking about make sure that you hold, and this is before all the liquidity talks of Celsius and Bitfinex and all these other names that are having some issues. He had told us, make sure you hold your coin. I don't know if he's telling us to go on FTX or not. You can. I don't think you can as a U.S. citizen anyway, so that didn't matter. But it was like, make sure that your coins are on a reputable exchange. And I feel like Coinbase is one of those. So as long as they can find that bottom here of 40, 46, that's fine. I was able to sell some of these shares, but I still have some. I just hope Coinbase can make a move back to the upside. It really doesn't have that smiley face action yet or anything like some of these names have. You're still way a ways away from the 50 period of $85. So I feel like Coinbase is still in trouble here, and I want to be a shorter of this name, and I'm starting it at 61, and then we're going to look at 62 as our eventual out. I don't want to give this to 63. I might be wrong on this. It's ripped my face off before. So yeah, Coinbase for me, it's not a punch short here. Like you look at this level and you'd say, yeah, let's just go short on 59. That's probably the case. I just don't want to be in it because I'm going to be looking long on some other names. But watch out for that 59 bottom if you're in Coinbase. I would definitely set a stop order in that if you had a swing trade or anything from Friday. You may want to get out if you break down through 59 because remember, Goldman holds all the coins now. Not coins, that's funny. All the cards because they could send this stuff reeling.
So I'll actually put in this in chat. Guess who's looking to buy some of Celsius's distressed assets?
Oh, is it Goldman?
Goldman.
Yeah.
Because obviously, right? Like.
Yeah, there's things that happen in this market. It's just like I said, why are they upgrading Robinhood? Like, I just feel like they're probably short Coinbase, they're probably long Robinhood, they've got their own little hedge on here, and they're just sending it out because they're allowed to, and that's the market. So.
Or others are looking or long Robinhood that need a little bit of a bounce to be able to get out.
These stocks are just so up from their bottoms. Like, how was Coinbase $40 2 weeks ago? Goes to 80, back to 45, now to 60. It's like back and forth here. Oh, before we go anywhere, this is what it's like. There it is.
Yeah, it's a roller coaster.
Oh shoot, we still have Ms. V on the back of that. Well, we gotta X that one out there. But shout out to Ms. V. Hope you're doing well. And back over there. Yeah. Okay, Playmaker. Okay, I'll look at it one time because you're talking about Revlon here, just in case it's moving. All right. Yeah, there it goes, touching back to $8. So all right, good call out there on Revlon. The reason why I want to look at this is it's just bouncing here. So just so you guys know, I do have an order downside here on Revlon 725. So I want to pick it up on flushes. I don't necessarily want to buy tops here on Revlon, but rev it up, baby. It's going to be a good day with only 8 minutes to go. I'm going to go run and see if I can top up my coffee here. So kill him with kindness, Brendo, one more time.
I was just going to note that little uptick there on REV, guys. We covered some of the Chinese names. We covered Revlon pretty well there. 750, 760 below us. Huge level throughout the midday back on Friday for REV. Still going to be in play for sure. Let's talk about Altria, or MO. Had a huge move down last week on that note from the FDA on Juul. So they have successfully received a stay on that ruling that Juul will have to remove its products from retail shelves. For the time being, I guess it's a wait and see.
Yeah, we sort of mentioned, I think last week, that this was going to get appealed. I mean, it was sort of an obvious thing. And look, the next shoe to drop is exactly what's happened here. And it's a bit of a wait and see. That's why you don't really see a heck of a lot of pre-market volume. But it is worth mentioning. Like, you look at this since it gapped down, right? Like, you have an obvious sort of 44. It's like 44 and a third or so, 30s and 40s, a previous low. That if it were to get up there, I think you'd have some people looking to obviously sell. And if you get to 45, where this whole thing started, that's another big level. And it's been a relief rally, right? So because it's made this relief rally, I don't think it's obvious that this stay should push us too much further because it already got a relief rally off of this. So I tend to feel like those are going to be resistance points more than anything else that we can dig ourselves into and at least have a quick look at. We mentioned Chinese strength, and I don't want to ignore Neo. I kind of feel like, I know Sean mentioned 25, and we've thrown it out there, Baba and Pinduoduo, two names that we talked about, but just to go over what Neo looks like, it's already made a bit of a break off this 23, which I like for support today. I am sitting in front of it, just in case we get the old whipsaw breakdown in NIO. But this, another name on the daily, which has a good shot to break out, again, from a significant $25 level here in the daily chart. I don't want to call it like a multi-week high or anything. We're essentially trying to break out of this consolidation as we speak. Now, we're going to need some help from the market because we're about $1 away from that, but that 25's got to be on your radar this week. So I wanted to make sure we got that one, at least looking at the charts. I know as we were talking about Alibaba and Pinduoduo liking some of those for some opportunities today, I know 25 got mentioned on Neo without us actually showing the chart. Oh, Revlon is it's still moving.
Wow, it's just at $8 again here.
Yeah.
Oh,
go ahead.
No, here. I was going to say.
Oh, sweet. There's two.
Yeah, so there was two of these Rice Krispies. So
and only two.
Ching. Yeah, so I saw one there for Neil, and I was like, I'm going to get this before Brankles gets it or something. So
someone always takes it, right? So
yeah. Well, Greg's not here, so we don't have to worry about Greg thieving the Rice Krispies. But there it is. Say hell yeah there in the chat if you like some Rice Krispies. I know they're really sweet. These ones don't seem to be as sweet
less
as normal.
Marshmallow in these.
Yeah, there's less and then they put some what is there
they got raisins
nuts
and
raisins and random stuff.
Little cranberry in there.
Yeah, so it's kind of like a bougie Rice Krispie square.
Bougie.
If that's you like
it's
that
a
word?
little healthier.
Like that word? Healthy, yeah, but I think it's bougie. I mean, when you're putting cranberries in Rice Krispie squares,
I love cranberries.
Me too, but I think that's pretty bougie. I like that one there. Okay, a lot of hell yeahs in there as well, but yeah, you can't eat too many of them. Marshmallows not overly healthy for you, but you can have these every once in a while and spoil yourselves, right, Brendan?
Definitely. Peanut butter as well in Rice Krispie squares. Very good. Let's go AXSM. It's a higher priced small cap, still a small cap, but higher priced. We're in the 30s for this one, but popping up this morning on a positive note for one of its products from the FDA. On the daily chart, this level over here is 39. It was resistance, support, resistance. We're back below, kind of retesting that. So the top line up here is 39. Below that, this is 34. So just coming into play, a little bit of support from early on this morning. But I mean, this thing's pretty strong so far. If it holds 34, we're probably going to move higher, guys.
Oh, we forgot about Shopify. I want to mention Shop, if only because the split is tomorrow. I don't necessarily expect too many fireworks, but if we talk about names that have been breaking out and going ham, Shop, 300 all the way to 390. It's put in a good 30% move. Basically just making your nice little smiley face. It's close enough to 400 to call 400 the resistance for today because it's about 398. You also look right here, you're just resting at that 50 period moving average on the daily, which is about 390 and change. That's where we're sitting. It's a huge pivot level. So I kind of feel, obviously $400 you get up there, that's a monster level that you're likely to see me short like 99s or something along those lines or close enough to it if we get up there. But until we do, this has been a super strong stock. I like about 77 to 80 for support today if we do get a little bit of a dip down. Just remembering what happens for most of these splits, run up into the number. Amazon managed to run that morning as well. So the morning of the actual, after the split. So I'd expect maybe you'd see a bit of the same for Shop tomorrow. But after that, it did turn into a sell the news event. So we have to pay attention to that. I mean, 400 is an obvious level here, so we'll play off of that one if it gets there. But I'm buying dips into 377 on Shopify.
Yeah, I'm just looking over some levels here because there goes, okay, shoot. I was like really debating taking Meta at 170.50 right there on that break. I mean, you could still get it. Look at the spread though. This is why it's very, very difficult to trade in the pre-market. I mean, it's not difficult to trade in the pre-market. It's just you got to watch out for these liquidity scares. I mean, you right now have a 40-cent spread from one, see, and then right up there, like just it ticks higher. So like if you were now short, oh man, that sucks because I was just like, this is why I had Meta up. It was just right there, taking out that 170.50. Oh man, this is really rocketing up here now. What? Okay, I guess they like. Okay, I guess they like these ideas, man, on Meta today. As I look back over, I like the 173 break higher. Looks like you're going to get 172 very, very soon. On a 173 break, I think we just take it. I don't like to take breakouts, though. Oh, yeah, that's right. We can't look at it at the at the chart there, on the daily. But there's 173 upside there. I liked it. Let's look at it on e-signal chart. We only have a couple minutes to go here on that. Okay, let's look at it after. I don't know. We'll have to get to 173 first. That might not happen. We haven't even shown the imbalances yet, so let's do that real quick. What's up to Mike Crehan there on the chat? Wants it. Box D there as a buy. Ford as a buy. Ooh, Ford
Box
back above
D's
12. Yeah, Box D buy. EPZM there, another name that we talked about. Rig. XPEV there. SQQ, Uber, but I mean now I'm just really reaching for things. Whenever you get into like the sub 300,000 or 400,000, it's not going to be a big deal. So really, Mike, and all the imbalance is not anything today. So let's just move off that. Really, Apple was a name that I'm trying to get here early, but it doesn't look like we're going to dip down at all on Apple. I mean, the 1 minute looks like it wants to take out this 143. That's going to suck because, again, I don't really want to punch the top of this day here, but it looks like we might have no choice. I think we could try the Apple 143 better than the Meta, but Meta could still go as well. So both of these names very, very itching, ready to go upside. So we will take an Apple 143 break. I just talked myself into that. Revlon, by the way, wow, it is revving up there, man. Up to 820 right now in going. Those puns aren't going to get old, I hope. But there it is. Nice little move to the upside. I'm going to take Apple 143. Looks like it's going to happen right here now. I don't like early, but we have no choice, I don't think.
And we got Tony on the bell for this Monday. It's going to be a good one. That box C, the buy and balance, that big $3 level we got to watch. But here we go. 3, 2, and 1. Let's ring that bell, Tony.
Yes, sir, it's Tony, and thank you for that, Tony. So we'll wait to see here. We have Tuesdays with Tony tomorrow. I'm not here tomorrow, but Tuesdays with Tony will still happen. Here we go. There it is right now. Apple, so we're into Apple on that. Wow, okay, are we into Apple on that 143 break? That ripped to 143.50 or something, it actually went to 143.29 there on the open. This is the risk about taking early breaks. So we're not heavy into this name. We just want to be long Apple. We'll trade it back into 142.50, average into that. That's sort of where this move started. But there it goes. Apple with the starter long. We wanted that level, and now we got it. So let's see where we go.
Yeah, very quickly, that box D, the $3 level comes from last week where it got up there, and it's a big time. It's a small cap runner, obviously, but a big time level at that $3. If it chews through, I think there's a huge breakout potential. Coinbase starting to work its way to the upside. We're looking for a fade on Coinbase on any kind of a pop. It hasn't really gotten past that 61 to get into that 62 level just yet. AFIB, which I was sitting in the long for, looked like it just bounced off of 105 again. I was sitting in front of a dollar even to try and catch that bounce, but might have just been not aggressive enough there on AFIB. It looks like it wants to test 105 and not $1 altogether.
Booyah. Okay, Apple starting to move to the upside, so that's going to be a really good trade for us. Alibaba, I don't even think is open yet, to be honest with you. So let's see where Alibaba going now. Yeah, Alibaba, nice little upside here today. Yeah, it's no, it's not open yet. So we're going to wait at 120 here for Alibaba and just see where we go. So Alibaba right now trying to stare this in the face at that 120. So let's see here for Alibaba if we can get that 120 break. But again, the market has to first open up for us. So we're going to wait for that to come through here. Alibaba trying to go. It's already breaking through 120. These were key levels for us. So we got to wait to see. There it is. Now it's open. Or is it? No, it's still not open yet. So Alibaba on my mind, but Apple
there
has.
Goes Pinduoduo.
Yeah, Apple has come back down. So watch out here. The market is fading out a little bit.
Yeah, PDD, which I did like for on the breakout on the daily, looks like it's just gone parabolic off the open. I was sitting for the dip buy. It looks like we'll have to play it off of the pre-market lows, maybe even start at that 68 level. But it's just such a huge breakout on the daily chart. We do like it to the long side. I'll have to nibble into it right now because I don't think we'll get the prices that we wanted. AFIB is approaching once again these 120, 125s. I do need to take some money. I didn't add to this. Was unable to add to it, but I want to make sure we're ringing the register on this one and trying to get as much as we can out of these bounces off one. I might have to step up to 105, 106 to catch the next dip. And then going back over to Meta, yeah, that did come up to, what did we get? 170, 180. So not quite enough. I was looking to fade that on any kind of a pop. Looks like it got close to 72s, but didn't quite breach that 72 level for the rollover. Looks like we missed it by that much.
Oh, Meta, man. I like that name, though. I like Meta there, going longer there on META.
And coin, too.
Yeah, look, man, a lot of things right now starting to make some moves here to the upside and to the downside. I mean, I shouldn't say just upside. I mean, there's lots of stuff happening right now in this market. Apple just fell down a little bit. So, we do have an average price of 142.80. So we're out of the money now, 20 cents. We did take a little bit of profit on Apple there as it started to go back up to the upside, 143.40 we got. Remember, we're going to leave this to 140. 150, a little bit lower than that. So we are going to be averaged in here to Apple at some point anyways, and just see where we go on this name. So Apple right now to the downside, but we are trying to protect that. Alibaba right there, okay, is now open and did bounce off that 120. Look at the market coming back in here. We got to look for some shorts. What is Coinbase doing?
Coinbase broke that 59 level. I didn't take the breakdown because I was looking to short the pop, but I might just have to short it in front of 50. If we can even get it, I might just have to short it in front of 59 on any kind of a bounce to the upside. Pinduoduo, as quickly as we got into it back at 68, it goes right up to 68.50, and then you're immediately retesting some of these pre-market lows. So if I'm going to like that pre-market low, we'll have to wait around for this 67.5. Allow things to settle down a little bit here. You are getting that whipsaw action, which we did anticipate could happen. But there goes. I mean, forget about Meta, man. I'm kicking myself. We liked the resistance level. We liked it for the pop and fade. But you look at how quickly this reversed. Usually we've been saying be patient because you get the price that you want in this market. But this is a case where patience was not a virtue. Amazon now testing 116. I like that for a dip buy. I mean, I'm risking essentially 40 to 50 cents depending on what slippage is. But it feels like some of these longs, guys, they're immediately going to test these levels and not even hold up. Like as soon as we're into 116, we're just out of it pretty much instantly. So the shorts that we liked, they came in. You just might not have gotten your entry price, that's for sure.
No, I do. I mean, I do have a new alert here on Meta. So let's see where we go here on Meta. We are now long here into 168. We talked about some of those levels that we liked for Meta. It was basically just trying to hold out for this 167 area. So, now that we're into this one, we'll hold out. If it takes down 167, then we're going to get out on Meta. You can't just be in, I mean, you could be in this name all day if you wanted to be, but for me, I don't. So 168.50, we are now long Meta. Let's see, here it goes, back up to the upside. So a nice little take for us here on Meta. Let's see how far it can go. We are now, well, there it goes. We were 30 cents in the money, now it comes right back in. We do have a problem on our hands here, though, and that starts with Apple right now. So Apple has faded back in a little bit for us here, back down to that 141 area. So yeah, this is dying here right now. But there goes Meta. Meta's a nice move to the upside, man. And so is Alibaba. Geez, I wish that would have opened up a little bit earlier.
It's just a
so I could see that.
Right
wow, 121 with the market tanking, Baba ripping. So wow, what a great call that was for anybody that held on to their Alibaba logs from Friday or anything like that. Alibaba really working today.
So a couple of things that came in there. I did get Pinduoduo, the reload in front of the pre-market low. Tried to get some out at 68, and it's immediately testing that low. Shopify, obviously with the market coming down, you're going to get your dip buy levels, right? So remember I said I like that 80 level, 77 into 80s. I was just able to get some in front of that 380 level, and then we'll see if we can't scalp some of that out there. This market is just screaming to the downside. And I'll tell you, nothing's going to suck more than Coinbase. There's just no question. Forget about Meta. I was disappointed at missing the Meta short. Coinbase now at 57. $57. So, I mean, that 59 break came and went and just were absolutely gonzo. Over to Tesla, guys. I know we're watching some of the other EVs. We're talking a little bit about NIO there. I'm bidding in front of 23 on NIO to see if we can catch it. But Tesla already back towards its Friday close, 737. Looks like that's not going to hold up either. I also got back into AFIB in front of $1. So this one, we waited for that dollar mark. We took some shares out at 115. It's been all about that even dollar level for me here. If it can't hold that, then we do have to walk away from it. At some point, you go long in front of a level like that over and over. If it breaks, you got to be able to get it.
I mean, the funny thing is you were complaining there a little bit, not complaining, but mentioning about Meta long. I mean, that was like the only winner that I have. We just took 80 cents there on the long for Meta. So it did come back into 168. So we are, absorbing that trade here on Meta. So let's see where it goes now for this. We did, we've already taken a nice profit. We're 70 cents in the money now on Meta. We do notice that it does bounce off that that 170. So yeah, we are trying to play that level now on Meta 170 or so. So let's see if that comes in here for that. Just looking around to make sure that we have the right amount of shares going through here. There it is. Yeah, Meta. Okay, so nice little trade there for us on META. Back to 169. Okay, we do want to get some more. We're 55 cents in the money. It's really this name, Apple, that we need to worry about, as Apple's starting to make some moves back up to the upside, which is great for us. We're long at 142.40, so let's take some out here on a little bit of a rebound day for Apple here as it makes a move down. We did average into that 141. We didn't get the very bottom, but we do have a decent price here. What's up, Brendo?
There was a uptick on Altria there, guys. Mo, back to the upside even with this. This was out a little bit later on this morning. Cowan out with a price target cut on MO. Remember, Juul getting successfully that stay on that FDA ruling that we saw last week. So MO back to basically day highs here.
I will flush shop down the toilet there as that comes out, breaks down that 77 level, so it cannot hold it whatsoever. I've got to cancel my offer on Meta, but Meta getting very close to the other side of the equation, which is making some pretty significant bounces. I did get Pinduoduo, the only Chinese name that I did get into, and each time the break worked to 68.5, buying off pre-market lows gave you back to 68, but we're still in a bit of a downward trend. You've got some wick-off tops off of these lows that are looking like it's relatively weak. Until we break the support of the pre-market low, however, I see a wick-off bottom through there, which can be a bit of a long entry point. The only other position we got now is that AFIB off $1. And what I got to be doing here is, if you're scalping off $1, well, then you should be scalping. And that's one thing that I didn't do just there. So I get my offers in front of that 110. Because we have a 125 high and then a lower high at the open, I have to respect the fact that this is trending down since the open. It's a lot of selling that did come in. So I want to make sure I'm getting something out in front of these 5s to 10 areas. That's where VWAP also happens to sit on AFIB. Brennan?
Early halt, guys, SSRM, which is SSR Mining. Unfortunate name, really. SSR Mining halted downside right now. That was this morning going into the Russell 1000. But yeah, SSR and then some for SSRM.
Brendan's got the jokes. I like that. SSR, yeah, not a great name there.
Going into an index and down that much?
Yeah, who knows what's going on there. But we're really starting to cash in again here today, man. Look at Apple. Monster moves up for us. So that's going to be a good name here. Also, Meta right now cashing in for us as well today. Meta just continues to work. Longs here, as you guys can see. Meta now in the money, 75 cents off some of these bottoms. So we're really crushing it here. 168.50 up on Meta. Apple, we were able to get some decent outs, I feel like. But again, as you're noticing right here, let's just see where we go now on Meta, right? Sorry, on Apple. It does have its upside potential there, but again, it looks like it wants to fade out just a little bit here, Apple. So I don't know. I feel like it could retest some of those bottoms. Let's just see if it does come through, though. So right now, Apple 142.27 is where we're long. It does go all the way up to VWAP there, but you can see now it's starting to fade out a little bit. So I really like being in the money $1 here on Meta, but it's Apple that's got the apple of my eye here because it's not really moving the way I thought it would. It's still up. BABA comes back in, so that could be a name to look at as well.
Yeah, and speaking of coming back in, like that's exactly what I'm sort of seeing happen in the Pinduoduo. That wick bottom, I like wick bottoms to be able to hold on to this. I think I'll start reloading if we can hold this 67 and a half area a little bit longer. I've taken some profit out, but not going to get out of this position altogether. I did want to come back over to NIO. That was one that we're not necessarily ignoring it. I mean, obviously, I like some of the other names a bit better. This has put a bottom through that pre-market low. I like it down to about 23 even. That's where I want that bid. But if we reclaim 24, then you've got that same wick-off bottom type of idea that we saw over in Pinduoduo, which obviously worked out a little bit. So I do like NEO as well to that long side. It has been, from what I can tell, I mean, it's the Chinese names that are showing some signs of relative strength. And we know in a market that's fallen like this, we care about relative strength. Coinbase, to say that there's, I mean, Coinbase, just look, I can canceling offers here because this is something that hasn't given you a bounce to be able to short into. So it's one thing to like a direction in a stock. You got to get into it. You have to find the execution. It was a way that I wanted in that never happened. It put in one little fail break at 60 at the open and is just absolutely flush since then. And the other side of that coin was, the Goldman Sachs upgrade downgrade thing was the Robinhood catching the upgrade. Oh, look at that. Yeah, Robinhood down back to $8. So I guess they didn't buy that one up. No one was buying that. Goldman Sachs upgrade.
No, that was...
Go figure, right?
Yeah, exactly. We sort of thought that there was something fishy about that one for sure. Maybe there was, after all. What a surprise there. Okay, so Alibaba's still ripping. Let's go back over to our sticky note here and see what you just mentioned, Coin. I mean, we pretty much covered every single thing on the sticky note. Wow, Revlon back up to 8. We don't have this long, so that kind of sucks. But right now, Revlon back up to that 840 level. So definitely something to look at here if you are interested in Revlon. It looks like it's starting to go again, making some of those highs right here. So Revlon on watch, as you guys know. Let's just see where we go here on REV. Nice little upside move here for that. Unfortunately, Apple just did touch down for us there up to 140.20. I have a decent position on right now, so that's like sort of where my issues are. Trying to see if Apple wants to get back up, but look at what this market's doing, right? Pretty much puking to the downside. That's never going to work for a name like Apple that has a huge weighting in these indexes, as we all know. I don't need to tell you guys that one. So right now, let's go over to Brendan and see what he's talking about.
Polestar, day 2, downside, big time, 15% in fact already. Just had a big volume alert there as we flush down through $11, guys, for PSNY.
Yeah, even Pinduoduo, which had been strong, that just flushed through 67. Yeah. So, I mean, the last non-small cap long that I have essentially is out. We're still holding AFIP. That's managing to hold up pretty well, obviously. There was another small cap that Brendan mentioned, AGRX. That just flushed to the downside. So it's a quick move down. It was consolidating for so long off 155, and that just broke down in a huge way. I do feel like once you get a level break like this, that stock, I'm not saying it's done, but that it just feels like it's going all the way back down to its previous close at $120. If it does reclaim that 150 level, I'd probably short it to 165. But that's a pretty hefty capitulation that we just saw there. Going back over to NIO, if the market continues down like this, it's getting real close to that 23 level. I'm trying to hold off till we actually see 23. That's where we want to get that long on NEO. Still holding up. I mean, above that 23, but you can see it's still a downward trend. Missed almost every short entry that we wanted this morning. It's a bit frustrating when that happens to you, but you don't want to chase moves when that's the case. I still want to be relatively patient. If Meta wants to continue to the downside, I think there's a decent opportunity for us to at least have a quick look at that 65, 66 level for potential support there on Meta. Brendo?
A little bit questionable price action on this note, but pins, guys, to the downside. 2% here, negative on the day. Apparently, a lot of people circulating a note suggesting Shopify could be interested in Pinterest.
Oh, again? What? These Pinterest guys are really shopping around their product there a little bit. Remember we had it wasn't eBay, PayPal was looking at them. Okay, we did get a bottom there, so now our price is a little bit better. We're going to take some, okay, good little bump up there, thank God for that one. We were able to get a little bit of a better price there on Apple, back down into that 141. So, okay, it's here again though, right? So watch out here for Apple. We're just trying to take a little bit out. Our average price now is 142.10. And yeah, I am a little bit nervous about this, to be completely honest with you guys. I mean, I don't know where this is going to go from here. So if you do, that's good. But for Apple right now, I don't know. It's just, it doesn't look like it wants to go back up to the upside. So I do apologize for being like a little bit like frugal with some of these shares here, but that is what that is right now. Alibaba to the short side there, breaking through 120 a little bit. Maybe we're going to be wrong on that. Let's just go short a little bit here on Alibaba and then see where we go from there. So right now, Alibaba a little short here through 120 break as the market's starting to go back down to the downside, and maybe we made a little bit of a high. We're going to get out of this if it takes down 120.50 though. Alibaba short side right now, Brendan.
Another squeeze name starting to go here once again today. There was a $15 million private placement for AERC, AeroClean, back to the upside.
Yeah, it's funny, I was just looking at that same one. It got to $15 there, pretty much exactly. If you look at last week, it broke 15 several times with a 15.30-ish top. That was the ultimate sort of short level if you were taking this name last week. I know I had it a couple times up there. So I'm looking at 15 quarter as that high. If it takes it out, it's got room to 18 to be sure. AFIB, I finally got some more shares out in front of that 110 level. So that's the one thing which is at least continuing to print. Everything else kind of ugly, but realistically, this one's been good off that $1. I don't know if it's going to continue forever. Certainly could run out of steam. I've got to double check on locates for AERC because I didn't see this one coming, which means I haven't paid for them. Got to go do that now.
All right, yeah, AERC. Okay, all right, so we did take out a little bit of Alibaba there as again, we took 20 cents. So out at 70 there, short at 90, so we got a little bit of it out there for Alibaba. Let's see if it takes down that 119.40. We want to get out again if it does take this 120.40 area on BABA. So I don't even really want to be short this name. Just looked at it, it broke through that 120, and I was like, all right, I'll take it. So let's see where we go from here now on Alibaba. Could be something for sure, so that's what we'll look at. And then right now, so that's Alibaba. Apple is going to be in trouble. Meta, the long here for Meta, like I just wish that we had sort of just gone Meta, not Apple, because this seems to be working out for us here on Meta. So more to come, hopefully, on this name. But for right now, it seems like it wants to just continue its move. So Meta dancing a little bit here for me. Apple not. Let's check out what Microsoft is doing on the long side of things here. Yeah, not long at all. You can see Microsoft's worse than the market as well today. Microsoft down 1%, Apple down 1%. No, Apple flat. Okay, so it's Microsoft the one that's really, really worked. What is wrong with these semis right now also, man? AMD, NVIDIA to the downside. Doesn't seem like they want to get any better here either. So some nice moves to the downside here for AMD, down 2%. And remember we were saying, like, did you miss the bottom on some of these? Nah, man, it doesn't look like it. The market today starting to come back in off of a great week last week. Not so much a start here today. As there it is, man, we're going to have to get rid of our Apple very, very soon. Breaking through this 141.25 or so, we'll get out of Apple, and it just keeps on going to the downside. We said we liked this name, but we didn't want to be in it for too long. So if Apple takes down 141.25, we're just going to get out and then relook at this down here at 140. So, in a bad market here, there's no point in sitting in these longs. We do have the BABA short, which is now printing good, 60 cents in the money as this name continues to go downside. But for right now, it's really Apple that's the problem here for us as that just continues to go down. And Meta is just still dancing. We've already taken nice profits on Meta, but definitely not on Apple. This one's the problem child here.
Yeah, and I after missing 60s and 59s on Coinbase, it's going to sound crazy, but I'm actually going to get on the offer around this 57 area. But I just missed AERC. I very quickly paid for the shorts. I talked about the 15 level. I'll still stick around just for a scalp trade at that price, but this one might already be heading back southbound. Coin, this is what I mean about 57. It's tried to break it several times here. You can sort of see like a 1-2 punch above, gets 20 or 30 cents, and then it's been fading off. I think that's going to be the next leg down. This could easily see 55 if you just have a quick look at the 15-minute here. Like if it gets to 55, there's still room to 52, but that was the last area of consolidation at these prices. So I kind of feel like this is a decent chance that we can see that 55 level, which means a 57, 56, 80 to 90 short with about 30 cents worth of risk does make sense. AFIB is at least recovering here. It kind of feels like, yeah, the one thing that we started with is the one thing that's going to be sort of paying the bills this morning. But if it gets to 125, watch out for the double top potential break. If that's a place where you could be looking to add. I won't be. I kind of feel I want to hold on to a portion of the position through 125 as opposed to adding at that particular price. And as we continue to fall, that does mean NIO. I'm being really patient with NEO here, thankfully, because we're still screaming down to that 23 area that I want to go long in front of. Obviously, we didn't get the shorts for any of these names, but I'm looking for that 23 level for support, and I'm going to wait for it. I'm not going to sit there jumping out too far in front of it. If we get any consolidation, 10, 15 cents above, fine, I'll jump in front of that. But if I'm standing in front of the sword, it's 23 even on NEO.
All right, so we've reversed into the long now on Alibaba. It came into our level there, so let's see now. We did want to talk about BABA down at this 118 area, so we'll get out of the short and into the long. So a nice little win for us here on Alibaba for sure on the short side. Let's see if we can turn it around for something similar here on the long. And again, like I said, man, there's going to be times where you're going to be trying to catch bottoms and other times where you're just going to be playing the ranges, right? So right now, Alibaba, we are long 119.11. We can scalp this out near 30, probably worth doing a little bit. So let's go ahead and do that right now on Alibaba. If we're able to get some out at 119.30 or so, we'll do that for another 20 cents. And again, we're just kind of in scalp mode. I'm really trying to figure this Apple out. We have taken hits on Apple all the way down. It did come back upside a little bit. Remember, some of these trades were still positive wins for us. So hopefully now we can see where we're going here for Alibaba and just go the right way on Apple and Alibaba. So right now, Meta's $1 in the money on the long side. We're going to wait for Apple to come back. I think it can. I think it weekend, it's trying to go now. So, breaking back above, we sort of miscalled it a little bit there on the bottoms. We were looking at 140, 150. It looks like 141 was the key there. So here goes Apple back up to the upside. Let's take a piece out in the mid 80s if we can, and then just get a better average price. So that way, if it rips, and then we're good to go on that. So let's see Apple now starting to go back to the upside. Let's take the dollar here on Meta. Also a nice little move back up for Alibaba. So let's take another piece out for that one if we can. There it is. Sorry, that's the wrong stock. There's Alibaba right there, 119.50. That's a nice run back up to the upside as well. So far so good on a lot of these trades here so far here, guys. Let's just keep the train going. We got to hold out for some of these longs though. Alibaba working now, 30 cents in the money. Apple trying to go, and Meta $1 and change. Let's take a piece out on Meta.
Yeah, and here comes Neo. Look, it bounced off of 23.40. That's a pretty significant bounce. It's obviously, it didn't get to 23 even, but I think the quarters could be where the buying is looking like it wants to start up a little bit here. I want to revisit Pinduoduo because that was a name on the daily that was breaking out. You do see initially this was okay. And it looked like it was going to break those highs. A couple of times we were able to get profit, but the last long did not work and is held through 67. What you now have on the daily is a wick off top on Pinduoduo, and essentially likely heading back to that 200 period moving average, which I went too fast. That's $62. That's your 200 period on PDD. I'm not saying it has to get to 62, but I think that's your next obvious area of support. As long as we are below last week's highs, which is about 67, I think that has to be looked at as a potential short. You got to recover that price to get bullish again on PDD. Brendo?
Another little one starting to go, guys. NRSN, I guess it was up early in the pre-market, but here we go. Neurosense up on this positive data from a stage 3 ALS treatment trial. NRSN, just a huge volume alert there at 320, guys, for that one.
We're honestly focusing right now on the we have. We got out a nice trade here on Meta for $1. Now that's really starting to go. So Meta's upside here. Let's see how far this wants to go. Now I'm hoping that wants to go a little higher than where we are right now. Meta, nice little upside. Let's see. So, hearing something in my ear still, Lucas. All right, so here we go now. Baba still hearing it. I'll take it out. Baba to the upside right now, 120. Hopefully that can come out. But I mean, really, I'm just looking at Apple here. Up to 141.90. We just took a piece out as it breaks above 142. Watch out for that 50 period. Watch out. No mic at all for me here at all. There we go. Now it's okay. We're okay now. Thank you guys for that. And we're man shy again today. So thanks to Lucas for running the board here on the ones and twos. Alibaba, nice $1 in the money. Let's go, Alibaba. Wow, we played this one like a fiddle today. Get us out, though. Alibaba on the downside. Good trade there for me on this. Alibaba, nicely done there. Took the short, then took the long, then took $1 on it. Alibaba continuing to go.
Yeah, and I did finally get into that AERC. Almost immediately, you're seeing another wick off top. And when I see that, look, it's a bull flag. It is a bull flag, or whatever you want to call that pattern. I know some people are into that thing. Maybe you are, maybe you aren't. So it is trending up. I want to get some out in this consolidation. If it takes out the high, remember, this can take 15 and get me out. Certainly, but it also has a lower high. I'm actually too aggressive on my stop order there. But it also has a 15.25, 15.30. So it could put a failed break in. If it puts a failed break, it doesn't get through 15.30, I would probably jump right back into the short off that 15 area. I'm looking VWAP, or I'm shooting VWAP for this move. And the reason why you always want to take profit, this is again, this AFIB, like look at this. Every single time it gets off this $1, it's just putting in lower highs. So we're able to get a bunch out in front of 10s and 15s. We've already gone to the well a couple of times. I feel like I do not, in this capitulation candle, this is not a reload spot off a buck. At this point, if it can't hold $1, you don't want to be in front of that freight train. This is a huge capitulation, and it has not been able to break the high. If it doesn't break the high, well, there's only one thing left that can happen to it. And we mentioned AERC wanting to scalp some profits out. So we'll go ahead and do that on the way down to this 14 VWAP. A little better than 1-to-1 here. I think we'll be able to get some more shares out in front of 14. VWAP sits at 1380. That would give us the $1 win or so on AERC. But again, that's another counter trend trade. So got to be very careful. Know where your stop is.
Yep, exactly.
Mine's simple, 15 even.
Yeah, I like that, man. And Neil and I always remember, we're always into names when there's stops involved, guys. I mean, that's like trading blind is so crazy to do that. You got to have your outs, and I think that we've done pretty good here today on some of those plays. Let's check out on NIO, of course, here in the space. We haven't really looked at Tesla today, but unless we have, and I've missed it, I don't think so.
For like 3 seconds.
For like 3 seconds, yeah. So NIO does, make a move back in here. Some of the Chinese names, did fall, but now it's trying to get going a little bit. What about NIO on a break of this 2390 level? That's not horrible either. So there is some potential here for some of these plays, including this NIO trade here, breaking through that 24 level. So we will look at that. Apple, I mean, I'm just getting some out here every time as we go up to some of these levels here, going through. So that's NIO, that's Apple up to this 142.10. It just keeps on doing that. So hopefully we can, absorb some of this and start to go back up to the upside. It doesn't want to break. So I'm just doing what I've been saying I'm doing, man. Just trying to get out as much as we can up here, understanding that it looks like we're going to be wrong on Apple to the long side. So every time we get a little bit of a bump up, we are sort of like licking the wounds, as we keep saying here, over and over every day. So hopefully that'll come through for us. But right now, Apple back upside, and it's not looking fantastic. So let's just take some out. Like, look at Meta, $1 in the money. Bob, $1 in the money. Apple, 13 cents. So definitely identified some weakness here in AAPL as well as Microsoft. So I think we found the right ones to short. Let's just hold on to Apple a little bit more. If it takes down 141, then we're out. But we got to give this some kind of room to get back to the upside and see if we can make a little bit of money. We're actually flat on this stock if it gets to that 142, 142.50. So that's what we're doing right now.
Oh, I wanted to quickly, and I don't think we mentioned this, on Friday or last week, we had encountered a situation where we couldn't short Revlon shares even if we paid for the locates. Apparently, we still can't.
Oh.
So yeah, we are unable, and I'm just talking here, like you can pay for locates, and they're out there for day traders in the market, but there is some restriction for us to be able to short Revlon. Just worth noting, I mean, it did break out today, got to 850, bit of a double top, and now pulling back. Looks like $8. Wick bottom, but it looks like it's trying to hold some support down there. But if you see it pop to $10, normally I'd be all over it at a level like that, but probably not today. It is already 10 o'clock. Wow, time has moved pretty quickly. Let's get to Brendan for Happening Now.
Hey guys, brought to you by Glownode. Check them out today. Use the QR code. Check them out. The link below, guys, for Glownode indicators. S&P 500 back to the downside this morning, as we said, 0.4 right now in negative territory. The Dow about the same. The Russell struggling as well. It's mostly the 1,000, almost 0.4 at one point back. A little bit off the low right now. Here's the NASDAQ, 0.63, 0.56 right now, depending on when you look at it, the 100 and the composite. We are higher here in Toronto for the TSX, but it's all mining back to the upside. Yeah, we were talking about these Chinese stocks. Before I came up here, huge volume spike, guys, on JD.com. Just took out day highs there on volume, up 6% now for JD, back to the upside. Here's Robinhood. There was a note that just came out as well suggesting that SBF, Sam Bankman-Fried, could be ever closer now to maybe a deal for Robinhood, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah,
Really, Sam? Okay.
The thing that's frustrating me is, of course, it's JD today, right? Like, the one that we don't pick, we mention it, but the one that we don't pick, and to be honest, the reason I didn't pick JD to be the strong name in the Chinese space was, okay, well, look at the one that's resisting the 200-period moving average. I just felt like this had obvious resistance at 69, so maybe it didn't have the same room to run, and now gravity has it just pulling towards that obvious level. So we'll see what happens, and maybe it does get to 69 even, but that's a pretty monstrous 200-period. Super strong, obviously, relative to the others, Pinduo, Duo, Alibaba, but JD 69, you'll probably see me take at least one shot short, but it could be a breakout play from that price. So I know where my stop would be if it gets there, even at 69. I got the second leg of AERC out, and now it looks like it's heading down into VWAP. Now, obviously, it could break VWAP and then flush like $2. That's not the play I'm looking for, one of those squeeze plays. Usually I'd rather take the profit and run, and then if it breaks down and holds below 14, that's a separate trade short. That's the advantage when you can just get in and out multiple times and not have to worry about how many trades you make. As a day trader, we're pretty active here, as you can pretty obviously tell. I mentioned Revlon. One we didn't talk about here today, I'm only going to mention it because down 9%. DWAC doesn't do a lot of volume anymore, but it's managed to hold the lows, at least for now. It's broken 25 like 5 or 6 times this morning. And like I said, I think it is SSR today, so it was down 10% at one point. But 25 looking like it's trying to hold on DWAC. If it stays above that price, if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. So above the lows, DWAC probably a decent long. Risk to reward, I should say. But on the daily chart, it is an absolute chasm if it breaks this low. Because from here, there's nothing till you get all the way back to that $10 level. So it's just sort of even dollar levels if it does take out that low. Just hasn't happened yet.
So let's do a little bit of a likes call here. 1.1K, over 8,200 people watching. Guys, please turn this like around. Why can't we get 7,000 likes or so? We have 8,000 people watching. Let's see if we can't get that turned around a little bit right now. If you can, hit the like button. I think we're doing a pretty darn good job today of giving you guys the good here. And look at that. There goes Apple. Let's go, Apple. We are almost back to flat on this name here. So Apple's starting to make a move back upside. And what I mean by flat is, and again, I'm going to be as honest as I can here with my positions. We're obviously negative on Apple today, right? So we talked about that trade, and now let's just see where we go on it. But Apple right here, to the downside pretty much all morning. We just took some out as it approached that 50 period there. A couple outs you may be able to see there on my radar. So a couple outs there for Apple at that key level of right where the 50 period was, 142.30. So again, we're not trying to be too crazy with this name. Let's just see if we can get Apple out as it starts to go back up to the upside, because we do have BABA $1 in the money. We do have Meta $1 in the money. So both these names working for us. It's really just, I keep saying it, it's really just Apple that's not working out. So we'll just move off of Apple and have a quick look at something else. Revlon right now, obviously here, another name that we can watch out for that we've been trading a little bit. Not a lot though of Revlon. So we'll wait to see here where it goes, but I'm looking at it and I don't mind it there. We did dip down again. It does have these moves, man. We said earlier we are going to be waiting down here. No, even lower. What am I talking about? 730 or 40 off of a 7 bottom, 650 possible flush out. But there's Revlon again, trying to make its way back down to these pre-market bottoms, but the move already happened to 850. So a good little move there for REV. Wow. Okay, Apple. Here we go. I said we'd be positive if Apple got back into the 50s. So let's take another piece out here into the 50s. There it goes. Yes, Apple. Apple really started to motor, man. We are monstrous here today. Lots of trades happening, man. BABA, $1.20 in the money off of the first short, then the long reverse it. Meta starting to go upside as well. So far, so good here in the market for us as these longs are really starting to pick up. Come on, Apple. You can do this, man. A little bit higher. Can we get to 143 on Apple? My offer is 142.97. I guess we'll see sooner rather than later. Tesla also, Neil, back to 750. Key level there for TSLA, but we got to go back to Brett and see what he's up to.
A ton of strength, guys, in these Chinese names still. Here's another one, FUTU, the online education company, just popping up again about the third time in a row there, through 57 on huge volume now.
Yeah, I just rang the register there. We're pretty much all out and on that AERC, right back into VWAP. Double top 15, you got double top also from yesterday as well. It still has a chance to break out. This is the thing you got to keep in mind. This stock still pretty bullish. I know it was just a short trade, but that double top at 15 does set you up if it takes out Friday's high with room to about $20. And that's why the scalp trade was on for me there. Just going back to you just mentioned, Brendan just mentioning Futu there. JD still looking like it wants to churn towards that 200-period moving average at 69. That is the next one that I feel like is going to be on our radar. I'm kind of peeved at Amazon. I like the pre-market low at that 116. You'll see overlapping. I essentially got in and then out for relatively tight stop. This one just bounced really nicely off of Friday's breakout price, 113.5. On a dime, this broke at 113.5. However, if you're watching this, what I see is, you break the trend, double top, and the consolidating down, and now you're holding and turning at VWAP at 115. So there is this sign that the market wants to try to put in some of these levels. Put in some of these turns at obvious levels. Coinbase, I tried the short at 57, and of course, stop out right away for about 30 cents of a hit, and it looks like it wants to go at that 58 level. I like 59. 59 was what we were waiting for after 57. I'm not even sure we're going to get a chance at that, but I'm looking to fade some of these moves at this point, right? We're still off of these lows. It looks like it's a reversal type of day until we get back green in the overall indexes, so it might have to be, now I wanted to say JD 69, JD.com doesn't even want to get to 69 at this point. So looks like that might be a wait and see period. Tesla 750 could be in play. And guess what just broke $1? AFIB. Told you guys don't reload that one a third time or a fourth time, depending on how many times you got it. That is giving up $1. It's paid off really well this morning, so I can't complain about it. But you can only go long off a level so many times in a falling market before you eventually have to give it up.
You know what I was thinking is that wasn't Futu a name given to us by Michael Noss on Friday? I think he was talking about Futu possibly having a chance to go. So it's a nice little move today for that name. And there it is, man. Nice little. I think he was looking at like K-Web and some of those things. So I believe Futu was a nice name for that. So here it goes again. Nicely done to the upside here. FUTU try to take down that 60 level. So just be careful if it does get to that. But again, I took another piece out. I hate to harp on the same names, but honestly, Apple right now, as the futures are now trolling below the 50 period here, starting to make a move back down. That's why we cashed out when we bumped up a little bit there. But see, now I'm kind of changing my opinion on Apple because it's kind of holding out some of these highs right now. It's holding out at this 152, 142.50. So for me, let's just hold. I mean, I think we can get that 143. I know that's going to sound a little crazy with the market trying to turn around here, but I don't mind that at all. What the hell? I mean, I already talked, sorry, pardon my French. What is going on with NVIDIA and AMD and all that these days? A big, like, look at this, straight fire down, like not even a bid here for NVIDIA to the downside. So there it is, man. Continuing.
Micron reports this week.
Yeah, I mean, they're all, I don't know if the reports matter. Like, these stocks just keep getting hit, down, down, down. What is the current PE on one of these names? So let's just see here. I don't know when. I mean, we'll be able to see when we get NVIDIA and all these names coming through for us one more time, of course. But right here, let's just double check. This is not NVIDIA, NVDA. Let's just check out what this is saying right now. So here's NVIDIA coming through on this. PE still of 26. Yeah, that's a little nasty upside for them. And then they've already reported on May 25th, so that's still to come later on. Obviously, it's already through this quarter. AMD, what's their PE as well? Come on, AMD, let's go. Yeah, okay, so AMD much better than NVIDIA right now, 17 only on the forward. So NVIDIA right now and AMD both looking, you know, around these PEs. Maybe that's the issue. I like the business. I like everything that they're doing. But again, day after day, these names just keep getting hit. So AMD and NVIDIA, still some downside moves. And yeah, good thing we did get out of a little bit of Apple there as it's doing that turn again. So let's watch out. We're pretty light on Apple. We almost got it back to positive, but didn't. Alibaba, we got out. We're still holding a quarter of that trade. Our best out there, 120.20. We're waiting for higher highs on that. And the same thing on Meta as well, as we should have taken that out at 170, but it's only 169.50. I still am interested in taking out some of these highs here, guys. So let's pay attention for that.
So there was I did just get back into AFIB, but it's actually to the short side there. And EVFM, I see it. Look, I know everyone's talking about this name. I see it. And what I mentioned in the chat there just now, didn't want to interrupt, was good support off of the pre-market lows. Look at it hold that 60-cent range, but I either wanted to see it consolidate above VWAP, or breakout, which is essentially like a double or triple top at the pre-market highs. You obviously have a pretty sizable gap that it's trying to fill, but I just want to see it breaking out or consolidating higher. I mean, I'm going to probably be looking at the 15-minute chart a heck of a lot more for this stock, just thinking it has a chance for a big move. Anytime a stock's in this range, you start thinking about, can it get to that dollar? Is it making a move to that dollar? But I love the way that it held that 60 cents. So if you were shorting it, it would be 72, 73 off of 75, risking 2 cents. But the long, I wouldn't want to take it until we're consolidating off of VWAP. Or breaking out of that high. That double top looks pretty juicy. And I'm going to kick myself for not just saying jump in front of JD. Every single time we're trying to get something, we're being way too patient. I wanted 69s on JD. There's it a couple of times off 68. And then there's your flush. So it just comes right to the downside. And that's sort of the story this morning. You know, outside AFIB, it's like everything is just missing by that much. We had a feeling it was going to flush. The market is still in a bit of a downward spiral. Tesla, that just... I mean, felt like a rock off of 750. No test of the pre-market highs. We're starting to get southbound once again here. I tried grabbing some Coinbase just there on the curl off VWAP. Looks like that's not going to come into play again. Now we're right back to the price we tried to short the first time, which is at 57. At least I feel like I might get DWAC breaking through the low of the day. Because if that breaks the low, that's one of those stocks where I don't even know where the bottom is. If it holds below $25, things could get really ugly for DWAC. Of course, it's actually holding up, but that's probably because it's already down 10%.
Yeah, AMC up today. Tesla, we were just looking at that Tesla 750, guys, and now it's 740, making a move down here for Tesla. So, yeah, that name just continues man. Again, pretty choppy today. It's like, you know, I know I'm sort of obsessed looking at some of these names that I have on the sticky note, BABA, Apple, Meta. I'm in all of them right now, and then the only one that we haven't really looked at is Coinbase. And again, I think you got to just... You know, with Powell, I think, speaking later on this week, we have G7, we have their meeting in Germany right now, all the leaders talking about oil, trying to put a cap on Russian oil prices. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't think that's going to work out. But so there's a lot happening right now. There's going to be also an EU meeting coming up as well later on this week. So there is some stuff happening. The marijuana stocks keep getting killed as well. So that's just something to look at there. Nice to see XLE and stuff bouncing today. I feel like those were good buy opportunities down there. I guess it's not bouncing that much. XLE was down near that 70. Was it 70 or 71? Hold on a second there. Yeah, we did touch, so we did break 70. We were right at 70. So 70, a nice little bounce up today for XLE. So maybe there's something that works in that space if you wanted to look near energy names like an XOM. We were looking really, the last time we traded this was a couple longs down near that 84, 85 level down there. And then we were looking at 90 short. So we're still out of the way on Exxon right now. There's not too many trades there. Is AMC getting geared up again? I mean, AMC always seems to want to make some moves, but you know, today's just another day for that down here at 1230, then a bump up to 1280. And again, it's kind of caught in the middle there for AMC. I'm not seeing that much. You know, if we get any key levels, there's just a lot of names that are really in the middle right now. If there's anything you guys have for me to look at. Oh, one name we didn't look at was Roblox. Yeah, let me just look at this quickly and then I'll pass it back. Roblox right now, I wrote down this 3650 area. It looks like it bounced off pretty solidly off that in the pre-market. And Roblox is one of those names where I think we're going to look short now. It's been so strong over the last couple of days that if this market, I mean, I don't have to tell you guys that, I think it's up 30-something% in 4 days from 24 to 3650. That's that level that we were just looking at. So Roblox, I think, is going to be a short now if it doesn't want to continue its move up, right? So I know that sounds silly, but you know, short into this 3550. So a little bit of a bump up. We're going to be looking short on this name, Roblox.
Speaking of stocks that are bumping up, at least a good look for Box D. 19% of the upside, but $3 is the level, $30. $3 is obviously the big level here. Going back to last week, you've got that nice little V shape. You've got one wick top here. I do feel like there's a bunch of people that would have been short this off of that high when it rejected. You get the wick off top, and when it doesn't break 250, and I think that short's in and around 275. You know, at that point, if you're stopped 1-to-1, if you pass that up, you're definitely going to be giving it up when it gets to 3. So I think there's a lot of stops at that 3 level, which sets it up for a potential break. Scalp trade on the break, and then look for maybe a consolidation buy if it does want to pull back to like a 285 or something along those lines. I already went over that VFM, and people have been at Vroom. VRM is definitely one. I actually wrote down this morning on Vroom. 140 holds, possible squeeze. So I want to see what happened there. It's not doing anything, Vroom. But this one I remember from last week because it had that great double top and then a wick off bottom at 140. So above 140, this thing has a chance to squeeze. I think it's like 25 or 30% short interest on VRFM. It just doesn't feel like this is happening today because we're still going sideways. But file that one away for later on this week. I don't want to completely ignore it, but I'm not sure there's a there at least yet today. I keep going back to Coinbase, which is still looking like it wants to go southbound. Might not get that pop into 58, but the futures are consolidating a little bit here. And as long as I see that 3,900 on the ES, 12,000 holding on the NASDAQ, there is this chance that coin could make one last pop and maybe give us those 58s for the short. AFIB, which it's like I'm living in this stock, but sometimes you go back to the roots, and this is the one that was working. It was a long off $1, and then since it's broken, it's been a short off of $1. I mean, I hate to make it that uncomplicated, but I was able to just get 98 halves. Going to immediately start taking some out when it gets that 5 cents down. You got to be thinking 5 points, 10 points on these cheap ones. So $1 has been a great level for AFIB, both directions now. Brendo?
Some of the monkeypox stocks relatively weak so far this morning. There was, I guess, mixed messaging is the best way to say it over the weekend from the WHO on monkeypox and the state of monkeypox overall. But SIGA is not IFRX, but SIGA, day lows, guys, they're on volume.
I was searching for the word. I'm like, the WHO said it was not a pandemic.
I told you, man. These guys don't know their, from their, what. Like they said the same thing with SARS from whatever that other one was, COVID something. One it was like wear a mask, don't wear a mask, don't worry, we've got this, everything's cool. The next thing a week later, it's like stay inside, don't ever even look at anybody, and make sure you wear a mask and don't talk to anybody and all this. So I don't know, man. I don't know what to think about all this stuff, but there it is. Okay, so SIGA to the downside. We can have a quick look at that to see if there is any key levels for that name. It's been a while. I don't think we really traded it too much last week as some of the volume did die down a little bit in that. We did reload a little bit into our BABA long, so we will review that in a minute. Here's SIGA on the 20-minute chart. Obviously a nice move down. Brendan just mentioned that, down 15%. But you still have $10. I mean, I always like to look at 10 as a key level, so maybe there's some dip buy opportunities at $10. Why isn't my daily chart or my minute chart working? There is some dip buy opportunities in SIGA, I would think, as well, if you can make a move down. But, without knowing too much about this pandemic or lack of their new pandemic alert here, I don't know if you want to trade this name. You got to wait for some volume to pick up. And honestly, 2 million shares. I would just say you're long this, and then you're just going to hold it against 10. So here's 10 down here, maybe 9.50. The 50 period's up to $9. So, maybe something there as well. But we'll wait to see what SIGA does for now. But a nice little move down to 9.50 there could be possible for SIGA. There goes Alibaba. So we wanted to look at this name, obviously at some of those key levels like we just mentioned to you, 118. If 118 drops on Alibaba, here's the key thing for us here. No, it must be the 20 period. There is Alibaba levels at 118, so we'll do some more work, but trust me, when I find the chart here, it is there. There it is. There's the 20 minutes. So here's 118, just bumping up against, it's just Friday's high, so that's what we're looking at. 118 for Alibaba on Friday's high. It's a level that we're looking to trade.
Yeah, and two things. One, first, that EVFM has put a break through that high at 73. It got through 75, wick top. I'm going to sit now. I wanted a consolidation. That's really not much of one to catch a bid, but it's now broken the high, shown a willingness to get through there, and it's got support at 60. So if we do get a dip back into like 68 or 70, I think that's where I'm likely going to be headed for that EVFM. The other one was Box L, the other small cap. Well, obviously, AFIB is sort of continuously printing. I did get a bunch of shares out in front of 90. With Box D, sorry, Box D. Box L is a stock, I swear.
Yes.
Still has not gone through that $3 level. I do have a stop through to make sure we get some of that. And then NEO. Someone asked, am I in the NEO long? I've been waiting for 23, right? So 23 is the level I wanted. I'm actually at 11s in front of that price, but I just go back to where it held support last on Friday. At the open, it fell down into that 23 area. I just like that as a little bit of it was previous resistance as well, and then support. So that's what I've been waiting for this entire time, and I just don't want to jump too far in front of it. The way this market has been falling, it's rewarding you essentially for waiting for your price. And it's only 10, 20. If we do get a nice little base there, if we've seen those sort of, the lunchtime type holds or midday type holds where you get a bit of a bounce, that's just what I'm looking to take advantage of. So I'm kind of looking at these small caps now and being really patient with some of these longs in a falling market. We did miss out on a few shorts at the open, but that was a matter of not being aggressive enough at the prices we wanted to short them. We liked the shorts for a few names. You just couldn't get it unless you were super aggressive.
Okay, so we're really doing quite well here on Alibaba again, man. We played that long like we wanted it, man. We talked about wanting that long there for Alibaba, so there is the reload now into that. So let's watch out to see where we go, but I'm definitely into this Alibaba trade now. So a nice little long situation here for me on Alibaba off that bottom. We are now long 118.50, so let's see where we go now. 118.50 long on Alibaba. We just cashed some out at 119.10. So so far so good here on this name. Alibaba to the long side. We like this. We talked about why off that 118 was the high of Friday, or sorry, the close on Friday. So let's see where we can go now. But that's a name that I like right here. Alibaba on the downside. Let's see if we can get this trade coming through for us. Sorry, on the downside to buy it. On the upside here, we go for Alibaba. And over on the big screen is now Brendan. Let's go.
Hey guys, yeah, a little more quiet once again for small cap world today. We'll talk about a couple here. Revlon, if you go to a daily chart, we're right into the resistance area that has been acting as a wall essentially over the past week or so up here around 852.9. So I did try to go initially. I took the long through 840 there as we broke above some highs from Friday, but instantly failed, came back in. As Neil was mentioning, restricted for us on the short side today. So I mean, 840, 850 versus that high, 880 would have been interesting back to 780. But I mean, overall, it's just kind of inside of the range at this point for REV. This one, AXSM, speaking of being inside of the range, 34, 33, 32, and then 36 and 37 at the top, which was pre-market highs up there. We're just bouncing around, going back and forth. For AXSM, it's up huge, but not really doing anything either, guys. Back to you.
These big cap longs stink. So
not
Neil
good,
just
yeah.
broke 23. However, the only good thing about it, sorry, I'm on the bid of EVFM and I might catch the fill. So that was the chart I was just on right now. But looks like it might get off VWAP there to get me in there. Neil immediately, once we got into this thing, finally waiting for this chart. I'll give you guys a black chart here, the one that I'm actually looking at. So Neil did immediately fill me in front of 23, and then you get this huge break. Got all the way down to 22.90, snaps back up and tries to reclaim 23, and now it's right back below. So these longs have stunk. I'm just going to be honest about it. Like, it wasn't even much of a consolidation. There wasn't a ton on the bid there for any kind of support. This chart still doesn't want to load. It wasn't for anything kind of support. Like, you just sort of ran the stops almost instantly. So I was in and out quickly, but the only thing good about it is at least I waited for it and didn't waste an extra 25 to 30 cents. But yeah, these longs are not coming through anytime soon. Just have to be really, really patient there. I was just showing you EVFM, and I was right there on that bid. Looked like it was pretty close to giving me that fill. Yeah, and then it bounces off of 6. Yeah, it just bounces off of VWAP a little bit. So I don't want to chase it too far because cents do matter when you're talking a penny stock. But I'm kind of looking to buy that dip after the breakout. If it has to go sideways for a little bit, maybe we'll just have to wait to get something in the 60s instead of paying up to 70s. Kevin scores asking, how did I place a stop so quickly after the fill? I had my stop in before I got long. So if I know 23 is the level, I can have my stop in at 23 and have bids out, depending on which type of stop I use. It's a script order we have at Day Trade the World, so that can be in place before. If you ever see me trading Tesla, like short in front of 750 or short in front of 1,000 or something like that, trust me, I have my stop in case the level breaks before I even get into position. When it happens that fast, I don't want to get caught bumbling trying to throw my stop out when I'm already in that position. It's not a safe way to trade on a monster level.
That's what we do here, as you guys know, all the time. We are going to be averaging in, we just took a Meta. So we just took a Meta long there off that 168 bottom. Let's see if it works. We just bought that right now, 168.57. So there it is, a nice 30-cent move already, immediately. We'll see if we can get out at 169 and change here on Meta. Look at this Apple. I mean, this is the thing. We keep saying it over and over again, and I actually mean it. Like, you can't get filled unless you have orders out. So there's Apple, just went up. It actually ticked a little bit higher, but it went right to the VWAP again, 142.25. So we're able to get a piece out on that name. It doesn't look like Alibaba's going to hold up, but again, look at that. Longs there. These ones not working. We're not going to average in. If it takes 118, we're going to be out of Alibaba. So I just got to make sure that we have all these right orders to go there. Yeah, Revlon still is trying to go as well. But there goes Alibaba. Watch out for this 118. We're long right now, 118.55. So still some opportunities here for Alibaba to make some moves, but if it takes down 118, we're going to be gone. That was, like I said, the high from Friday. The close. I keep saying the high. It's the close on Friday right there, 118. So let's see if it takes that out. That's kind of where we are right now. Just not really worth it for me to sit around on this name. So if it drops, there it is. So there it goes. Now we're out of Alibaba and probably should be looking at a short now as the market's coming out pretty good. We're not going to give back what we've made on any of these names, but Meta, again, 168.50. flat to the downside. That's going to see if it can hold up. I don't know. We're going to average into that near that 168. But other than that, right now, Apple long, 22 cents in the money needs to go for us, and Meta long as well. But other than that, I just have those names. PayPal down. Today's one of those like booking days, basically. Like, you're starting to come back down here. DraftKings down 7%. Shopify down 7%. I mean, you know, we try to pick on some DraftKings whenever it starts to rip up. And again, it's just trading like the weaker names, right? DraftKings downside, we know, like Palantir today. It was our trade of the day on Friday off that swing call. And then look where you're right back to that same level. Right back to that 950 again, off of the great move on Friday. So, you know, here's Palantir on Friday. You know, great move off the open, bang to the upside, 10, 10, 10, and then today you open up the same levels and then just cranked it right back in. So 950 again here for Palantir, a level that we could possibly look at and think about going long. But this market's trying to break bottom, so we might not want to be long some of these beat up names, guys.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And I did semi-chase EVFM here above 70. I only got into like about half what I would have taken at 68, but it made a move back above 70. It looked like it was going to be pretty strong, and of course, it got me wicked in. I do still like the trend on this. I want to see it hold VWAP. It's obviously got a level down there at 60 cents, so I got no problems with it. Someone asked no Neo down here. Neo, it was just a really quick trade. So I said all morning long I was waiting for 23s. Well, that didn't last very long. It's just a level, it absolutely died. So, you know, when you kind of pull back here, you say to yourself, I almost need to see it consolidate somewhere significant, and that's probably going to be down. I mean, it could be actually another dollar down, to be honest with you, 22s. It looks like we're just incredibly weak. There is another name, and we can't go short Revlon. However, I'm actually starting to see this look pretty interesting off this 770 level. It's actually putting in some higher lows on $8, and with the 770 stop, this 8 looks pretty interesting the longer we do go sideways, specifically on Revlon. I'm not sure it has a big parabolic move till Tuesday, because for whatever reason, Tuesdays has been a pretty good squeeze day.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things I always just sort of file away there. I keep saying I want DWAC if it breaks the low. But I mean, I'm sort of sitting here. It looks like to me it broke the low. I'm like, where did my stop go? Maybe it didn't. No, it looks like it touched the low of the day, 24.75, exactly, and bounced. So, you know, I'm still waiting to get short on DWAC. If it breaks that low, I just think there's so much room to the downside. Not a ton of volume, but that's one of those on the daily chart that just looks so enticing. But my stop didn't get triggered because it missed by 1 cent. So it gets below 24.75. I will get DWAC. Just been waiting around for it.
I can't believe how low that stock is. Yeah, that's another one that's pretty low there. I mean, didn't that get to like $200 or something, DWAC, at one point? I believe it did. There was some nice upside moves there on the first couple announcements there of what it wanted to do. Okay, so right now, obviously, Meta's starting to go back up to the upside now, as is I was going to say DraftKings. That's what I was looking at last time. Let's check out Amazon. Amazon week today, as it's down to 113 again. So this is a level that we could definitely have a quick look at here. AMZN bouncing off the bottom of the day of 113. Come on, daily chart. Off the one bottom here of 113.50. So that could be something again there, as we're just trying to hit some bottoms. And again, it's about what you think of this market, right? Like, where are we going here? Like, if you think that we're going to the downside, which it looks like we might, I don't mind this Amazon break of 113.50 now. So, you know, Amazon's had its little run up. You know, I'm going to take another piece out of Apple here because the market doesn't look super strong. There we go. We take another piece out on Apple as it's trying to go lower here. I don't mind that break. I think we're going to look at that. Amazon 113.50 at the low of the day here for AMZN. Yeah, I kind of like that trade. Let's take that on the short side. Amazon through those levels, man. 113.50 here on AMZN. What's up, Brendan?
Another tiny one that popped up on Friday, guys. Back to the upside here this morning. BNTC was up big time on Friday. Number of halts in this. Trying to get back to this 170, 180 area for this one right now.
I remember you, BNTC. Gets that in a quick second. I was actually just saying there, and I'll talk AMC in a quick second too, but that Neo 23, this could be one of those wick bottoms or wick off bottoms where you make the low through the respected level or the level that we like, essentially flush everybody out and then try and make a consolidation and a bit of a breakout from that price. So that's what I see, and I don't want to be sort of going down the same well over and over again. But if you have a significant price level, I do like to trade off those primarily. So I'm probably going to get right back into this in front of 23 even. Give it to that low of the day. Give it a little bit more room to be sure. But that BNTC, Brendan just mentioned, I still think Box L, I'll keep monitoring that, but $3 hasn't come on, sorry, Box D. I keep saying Box L. Oh, goodness. It's
you
just
love that box L.
Because I've traded box L before.
Yeah,
Box
we
C
used to
Box
trade
C is a new one for me. But BNTC, sort of a similar thing. We have Friday's high, which is looming. I think that's probably a fade if it gets there. This thing couldn't get through $2 the first time. Just went the wrong way there. Couldn't get through $2 the first time. So as it goes parabolic, I'd expect the same type of thing if it gets to 190, 195. You'll probably have, even if it breaks too, you'll probably have a double top pullback for a quick little scalp short before any kind of a breakout at that $2 range. So it's gotten parabolic now, which does mean a lot of the fades can start to come in. But it's $2 that you got to watch out for, if not even that 190 to 195 from Friday.
Yeah, so Amazon's trying to bounce up, and I actually don't mind the short against this 50 period. So that's something that I want to talk about quickly there. You know, up to that 114.50, I think we could do that. We're going to average into one. I mean, look, we're already. It'll be a hit, but like we just took out Meta there at 169 off of a 168.50 long. So that so far is so good on that trade. And then we did get some more out, obviously, on Apple as well there as that hit up. So now that's starting to go higher. But it's a new trade alert for us right now. It's that 114.25 now against that 114.50. I just got to make sure that I have the stop orders out and ready to go on this name. So far so good here, but we are going to short it right now against that 114.50 level. Might just give it all the way up here, but this is kind of where I want to start the short. So let's see if it's going to work. We're hella long everything else. You guys sort of saw that. We've got the long on all these names. Not Microsoft. What am I talking about? Apple, we got the long on, and we got the long on Meta. So those names are looking pretty good for us. Let's just wait to see where we go now on Amazon. Up to this 114.50, then we'll average in. I just don't think we take out this. So I think we'll average in around 115 again. But right now, let's hold the short here. In Amazon. Long Apple, nicely in the money, 70 cents now, as that's starting to go a little bit higher. And also long Meta, 50 cents in the money, and then a new position. So we'll hit the new position alert right now because that is a new one for us on Amazon to the short side. I don't know. Let's just see where we go. I'm not convinced this name should be going higher right now. You're down 2%. The market's floating around the 50 period. So let's short a name that we know has the ability here to make a little bit lower lows here. So I think it could take down this 113.50. That's 75 cents worth of a win. I don't have any bids out yet on this name. I'm thinking like one bid around here, 113.70 or so. Let's put that in, and then we'll trade it off of that level. So 113.70, we'll put a bid, and we're going to try to average it all the way up, man, until about a 115.50 break or so.
Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up.
Wow, yeah, it's
and
going.
Speaking of all the way up, that's the best segue I can do to AMC. You want to talk about, and thank you guys for pointing this one out, because it's not often that AMC would move and we'd actually kind of miss out on it. That's why I love this community. But you guys were mentioning AMC was relatively strong. You do have 13 quarters from last week that could still be a little bit of a problem, but I see a market trying to make a bottom. I see AMC trying to go. I see the momentum behind it right now. I just kind of feel you want to play the brakes until it's not. If it pulls back off 20s, that just gives you an entry point, right? Like maybe back into this breakout from 80s to like 90s or so. But that top from last week could provide you with a bit of an opportunity. I did finally get DWAC. It just broke the lows, so I was able to get into it. I did jump back into NEO, as I mentioned, so that long, again, it had to wipe you out first before it started to go here. And then EVFM, that's one that we liked. You know, once it put that pullback for the failed breakout. So look, for a lot of these, if it holds a low, the more nuanced way to get into it is holding off of VWAP instead of just taking the break. Look, the breakout works right now. Like if you took that break, you're right back in the money or at the money. But buying that dip just a little bit better sometimes. So I bought the dip, took some out in front of the highs. Now if it breaks the top, we can hold some for 80s, hopefully some 85s as well. NEO did get us that wick bottom, so it got us stopped out. Now it's reclaimed 23 even. I'd be happy if we get back to VWAP at this much, because this is an obvious downward trend here. So VWAP would be fantastic here on NIO.
Yeah, so, all right, kind of not as expected, or else I wouldn't have took the trade, but Amazon's moving up, but look what else is moving up. We now have 75 cents in the money for Apple. I feel like we could take a piece out here, again, at this 142 area right there on Apple, if we're lucky enough to get something like that, 142.80, it's coming up. So I'm just going to put an order right there, 142.80 flat there for Apple, just to make sure we have that order out, because we were really just waiting for 143. So let's see, it just wicked up to 55 there. Hopefully, it can make a little bit of a move here, whoopsies, and we can get back in for that. So we'll see on that right now, but Apple to the upside here, and here comes Amazon back down. Now it's only out of the money 8 cents, so we'll see where this one now wants to go here. For Amazon, it did go up to 114.50, but now we're back into the money. Okay, so we missed that big bid on Apple. Hopefully that will come in one more time. I don't know, but we're going to wait for it anyways. Apple up there to 142.50 as we go. What are you guys talking about? Clover. Okay, let's see Clover there. Just I don't know. I saw somebody on the chat. Doesn't mean that that's going anywhere. Clover right now trying to make a move back upside. Okay, I don't mind you take out that 231. Maybe there's a level there for us on that. Amazon, though, I'm just going to have a quick look at Amazon, as I know this is a name that people are looking at now because we're in this short. So Amazon, Alibaba bounced off that 118 as well. That's kind of pissing me off a little bit. But there we go, 113.80. Let's put a bid down there, 113.80 or so for Amazon. We'll see if we can take a smooth 40 cents or a little bit more than that. Yeah, 50 cents on Amazon if it comes through. So that's a level that I'm looking at right now on AMZN, trying to make a move back to the downside there as we took a short on that off that 50 period. It ripped up against us a little bit. Let's see if we can capitalize a little bit down here, 113.80 or so for Amazon now, guys. That's going to be a good one. Apple's not really going in Meta. So new position alert is Amazon, Nike to 110 on earnings as well.
And finally, so Nike earnings, well, Nike's tomorrow, right?
Yep.
Pre-earnings, I suppose we should say. Finally took a win on NEO, obviously. And I'm not going to pretend that it was a good trade the first time through because it absolutely ran you over in front of 23. Halfway, well, at least almost halfway from 23 into VWAP is going to be that 25 to 30 range. So it takes them out there. That was also the first floor that it had at 23.35. So if it tries to stair step to the upside, I feel like you get some out there, you get some out at VWAP. If we make a base from here, we'll just start working off of these lows. And if we can make some stabilization, then we can just start averaging, not averaging in, but reloading time and time again. I was a little bit wrong about AMC. Yeah, like there was no chance for a pullback. I thought maybe that 13.20 mark would resist and we'd be looking at a pullback. You could get like 85s to 90s. Instead, it takes out that double top to the upside. But I mean, the other thing you can do is just take the breakout trade. So if it wants to, if it insists on being a breakout trade, I'm just going to take the break. I just got the 25 break. I paid 27s. Looks like 26s and 27s. Takes them out at that 10-cent mark. Takes them out at 13.50, and then maybe we'll be off to the races. I was favoring dip buys, but I feel like that's just because I've been conditioned to do that in this market. But when these things go, hey, the breaks can still be pretty good. So we'll quickly scalp some out of AMC. Thank you guys for pointing out this rocket ship or moonshot. Oh, I hit the wrong one. We have a specific AMC one that I missed. Dang it.
We have the apes one.
It's on the wrong page.
I can hit the ape one. We did talk about AMC. There it is. We did talk about AMC a little bit earlier, but yeah, you guys definitely hit that one out of the park. So we're going to, hopefully Amazon can come back in for us as well here. But yeah, so far so good on a busy day, man. A very, very busy day for us. We're going to have one red name here, Apple, and that's going to be dependent on where we go from here. So let's go over to Brendan with Sector Watch and see what's popping off on that side of the board. Brendan.
Hey guys, yeah, back to basically flat overall for the market right now. We're down 0.19 on the S&P. This is the energy group, only the energy group in positive territory right now. There are a few over here that are basically break even on the session. Utilities, real estate, and consumer staples, more or less break even, back and forth a little bit. Material stocks were strong early on. They're back to the downside. We had a big move down, if you remember, the last couple of days of last week for fertilizer names. They're back in positive territory today. But all about this group, energy stocks right across the entire board, bouncing back. With the price for crude, it's up about $1 on the day, so not a huge move, but worth a note that some of the individual stocks maybe even a little bit stronger than the underlying. Semiconductors, I keep pointing at the semiconductors. Let's talk about it. Strongest group within the tech sector today. Enphase, QCOM, SEDG, ON, QRVO, to name a few, all up 1.5% to 2.5% on the day. Whereas software names on the other side down significantly as a group outside of IBM, standing out as positive there. But overall, the tech sector kind of back and forth we go as well. Consumer discretionary healthcare stocks also kind of back and forth. Healthcare was a little bit more, or showing a little bit more relative strength initially, but back to about break even with the overall market. There we go. Now the energy stocks, top of the board, 0.16 now, guys, for the S&P. Back to you.
Bye.
Thank you, Brendan. And I talked about getting some out in front of 1350 on AMC. Thank goodness, because look at this. And now they're going to try to pull the rug here at that 1350 level. But remember that first dip buy that we liked around like 2080 to about 13 even. Yeah, I think if we can get that back again, we can have an opportunity to see a continuation of the trend. It could be a wick top, but it's really not a wick off top until it gets below 1280. So I'm still going to like the chance for some dip buys down here on AMC. It's been relatively strong. I know you can pull the rug, that happens, and then it could just be absolutely done. But the market's trying to base out here, and it has been a pretty strong one, still up that 5%. Any consolidation above 13 is going to signal a little bit of an entry for me. It looks like NEO starting to run out of steam on that last little bounce. But one of the other things we look for off this level would be, can we now consolidate off of those lows and start to get chances to buy dips, holding that low of the day, which is now 22.80, so 22.85. That's that new stop zone for me on NEO. If we breach that, then I'll just give it up altogether.
Yeah, stop, drop, open up shop. A few weak tech names for sure today. Glad to see IBM up. Like, old tech is new again, it seems like, for IBM. The big dividend there, 5%. So I feel like there's a lot of love for that dividend play there. So as you can see, Apple also very, very small dividend, but starting to roll over a little bit now. Down still, no, actually, it's now still up. Sorry, I thought it was going to turn red there. It's not. So that's going to be a good one for us. Look at Alibaba before we let you guys go here. Alibaba, with a nice move to the downside, it broke that 118, and we were right on that one, man. That was the key level. We got out of it, which is looking really silly, I should say, right now as we get out of Alibaba at that 118. It's now $1 in the money. So I feel like we made a decent call on that, not a great one, because we lost on it at the end of the day there, because that dipped down to 118. It's on the sticky note there. So I should have respected that a little bit more and not really worried about the fact that I had all these other longs. So, sometimes you respect your levels. I hope you guys put an order there at 118 to at least take that long. We'll look at that if it comes in again, because right now the market is above the 50 period and starting to go. So the NASDAQ looks like, and I don't want to say it's made a bottom today. I don't think it has. But it's starting to sort of base out a little bit here, trying to absorb that. And guess where we bottomed out at? 12,000 again on the NASDAQ. So that's going to be, right here, sorry. That's going to be a key level right there. 12,020 on the NASDAQ was the bottom. That's close enough to 12,000 for me. So you could see that name still working out a little bit there for anybody holding on to some NASDAQ names. Watch out for that 12,000. And then Amazon, just because we have to talk about it because I'm in it, I want to get, we're only out 10 cents, but I want to get more short into 115 using 115 as the out. So if I'm not in this name before the show ends, which is now 17 minutes, you sort of know the plan of action there. Up to 115, we already have some offers out, 114.90 or so. We'll take that if we can get it. But right now we are watching Amazon. Hopefully we can make a new low back down here. I have my bid at 113.80, so I like that, but I want to get some more short up here near 115, and then using 115.50 as my stop.
And as quickly, I do see Tough Built, and this one, another one of those squeeze type names. The Tough Built, I think, had like it was a tiny float. I'll double check it, like $1 million or something really small. But this had a big move to $4. So you think even dollars at that point. Yeah, it put a low in this morning about 2. 3 is about halfway, so you have a V shape all the way to 3 even. There's likely to be sellers here. The afternoon top was about 310. What I'd love to see is a similar thing to EVFM. If we can make that wipeout bottom, start to hold this consolidation up near the top, then set you up for a breakout at 3 even. The breakout that I'm in right now, AMC, is kind of doing that pullback, which we thought could happen. It didn't quite get to 13. Now, I thought we'd get all the way down in here, maybe 12.85, 13 even, and start to be able to work into something in front of VWAP, but it's kind of checking up a little higher than that. So I'm going to be patient and wait for this one to come to me, sort of how we did for NIO. I don't want to be too far out in front of this. NEO, we did wait for it to actually show some signs of strength. I'm back on the bid at 23.10. Now it looks like it's trying to level off here and head into VWAP. So it looks like some strength is starting to come back into it. EVFM, which is the small cap that we did grab into, still holding near those highs. I think it can take out the top from here, get to 80. We'll take some out in front of 80, likely 85. Every 5 cents we take profit on a penny stock, just more of a style thing. I mean, if you're not taking profit at 5 pennies on a penny stock, then you probably shouldn't be trading it all together. I haven't traded Tesla at all today, but If I'm trading NEO, I kind of care what's happening with Tesla. All we're doing is now forming a bit of a wedge at VWAP. It's just essentially slowing down and consolidating right here in the middle. And when that happens on Tesla, the direction it picks can move the other EV stocks. So if we consolidate at lunch and break lower on Tesla, then I'll have to give up the NEO longs off that low of the day. Even if it hasn't taken out the low, I might not favor it if Tesla does this and then breaks back to the low. That can give you a chance maybe to get out of NEO a little bit early in the event that it happens. I'm not saying it will. It's just want to be prepared if Tesla gives us up from here.
Yeah, not trying to ignore AMC, but we'll go over that when we get back from Brendan. What's up, Brendan?
Just going to mention BBIG. A couple of people talking about Vinco Ventures, back to basically where it ended the day on Friday. But volume pretty high on this. Remember, Wednesday, June 29th, the day they have that Cryptide spinoff. So that was announced a couple of weeks back. So BBIG worth a watch anyways this week.
Yeah, people were asking if we had the exact date on that. So there you go, BBIG. People definitely watching out for that one. So I did want to look at AMC here quickly because, again, it's just hit that level that we made up back on the 22nd of 1350 or so. We got as high as 1320, and then of course today the level there is 1350 that we're looking at, because that's where it went up to 1340. So I feel like back into here 13s. This is a decent long here, 1280 or so. We've broken above it, and we obviously know it can run. So this is a name that's definitely on watch here for me now. AMC, if we get back anywhere near this 1280 level, kind of like it back near VWAP and near the 50 period. So let's see if AMC can get dip by in here into 1280, 1290, and then maybe another rip back to the upside. So we'll see about absorbing some of those plays downside now on AMC, but I like this for a long, as all the longs right now are working out for us. So far so good here on Apple, Meta. We just got to wait for Amazon to pull back a little bit here, guys, but I like this play on AMC if we can get back into 1280 or so.
Someone just asked in there, Kevin, thoughts on holding NEO overnight, hoping for 25 mark? I think it's entirely too early to make a call like that. Like, you shouldn't necessarily, you got a good support level, you shouldn't necessarily be thinking swing at this time. That's a determination. You have the entire afternoon to be able to see if we can hold up and hold these bids. If we're breaking through 23 a second time, I mean, no, I don't love a swing in that situation, because essentially you have the big up week, and then the first thing you do is break support and then try to hold it a second time and break it again. That's not a strong bullish mark. But if we hold this throughout lunchtime, if we can manage to close near those, at least near those highs, then you should be holding out for that 25 level on NEO. I believe that makes some sense. TBLT did make that wick top off $3. I wanted to get over this while it happened, because it's kind of expecting that $3 would be resistance, but that's a huge wipeout bottom that got made, right? And the volume has been mostly to the buy side since the open, but fail breakout, don't take the break, wait for it to come back in. The consolidation to me is about 65 to 75. So just like EVFM, I want to see if I can't play the consolidation on TBLD. Tough build, I think it can go. I just don't want to be paying up for that high break when I think we get 20, 30 cents better.
All right, so just briefly there, we did try to get a little bit into, what is this name here, before I look here. Apple, sorry, didn't go up. It was Meta was the name I was looking for there. Meta, okay, there it is. All right, good, we got it. Meta goes all the way back up to that level of 169.50, which is now VWAP. We just took that out. So look at these dip buys on Meta, man. Like, today's a really good day for this. We've been really crushing Meta here long off these dip buys. I'm just really pissed off about Alibaba, to be honest with you, because I gave that, like, why not just sit there? And this is the thing, like, it's very, very easy for, I mean, I think it's for Neil too. I mean, we don't like to speak for each other, but like, you can overtrade pretty easily. Yep. And the thing is like, if I just sat there and waited, like I even wrote down here, Meta, the long that we liked on Alibaba was 118 right there. So I feel a little silly there, because again, I don't have that trade coming in right now. So that kind of sucks, because the 118 long is listed right there off the sticky note. So if I just sort of respected that, then we'd be a little more jamming on that play. But yeah, out of Baba, still a fine name, but yeah, definitely left some money on the table for BABA there today. But there we go, man. Apple right now, look at that. Apple right back to the highs. I'm waiting. I have an order at 142.80. So let's see if Apple can give us that trade now up to 142.80 on AAPL. Let's just see where we go. Amazon's getting close. I might as well just average in right now. My weight was going to be at 114.90. So let's just do this right now. Well, we got it. We put an 88 out and got it right away. So there we we go. Now we've averaged into this short. It's not a huge position because we do have a plan of action here for this name. So we'll wait to see where Amazon goes. 115.50. One more short up by 115.25. And then if we break that, then we're gone. So right now, all is well here. But Amazon starting to get going, which is fine. We have the Apple long, we have the Meta long. It looks like we may have to eat one here on Amazon. So up to 115.50 right there. That's going to be my play. Let's see where we go on AMZN. But we do have someone to go to, and that's Brendan over there at the big board. You can make money, but let's see what the exchanges and whatnot are doing now on the currency side of things and or crypto. Brendan at the big board, Money Talks.
Hey guys, pretty quiet day to start off the new week for currency markets today after what we saw last week. Wild week last week. Right across this entire board, top of the board there, the dollar index, pretty flat. It was positive at one point, back to the downside here, 0.2, back below 104, which has been that top end of the range sticking point for the past couple of weeks. So pretty much everything you can see. Somewhat higher, slightly higher, right across the board anyways. The euro 0.3 kind of leading the way at this point with the British pound as well. Canadian dollar back above 77.5. We dipped below it at the end of last week, so 77.6 right now for the CAD. Bottom end down here, Bitcoin, yeah, it broke 21,000 again, back to the downside. That's a daily chart, so we're back below 21,000 again. Pretty ugly looking chart at that. 1185 right now for Ethereum, guys, down about 2.5%, but they're still in that range as we saw from last week. Back over to you.
Ethereum, yeah.
Yeah, and oh, by the way, AMC, which we were just sort of talking about, being a little bit more patient, waiting for it to dip just a bit further, now down to that 13 level. So it's starting to get into the pocket where, you know, I want to try to get that reload. I did take most of it out on the breakout, but I don't want to add to this unless we're getting a good consolidation price. I want to see it hold either 13 or VWAP. It doesn't particularly matter which one. I mean, either it's the even dollar or it's going to be that VWAP level. Either way, I do like it for the reload. AFIB, I've traded it off $1 pretty much all morning long. It just put in a wick top at $1 again. Now, I've seen this story before, like you break the low, look like you're to fall apart, we're able to get shares down, and then it resists that going that next level down. And I don't want to be sitting here averaging into VWAP and just sort of letting it take out 105. I'll take one reload. If it breaks 5, I just want to get out because as far as I'm concerned, at this point, it's held the pre-market bottoms. Well, not really the pre-market bottom, but the pre-market support around that dollar break was 95 cents. As far as I'm concerned, like it did hold that 95. It gave you one flush through, probably running a bunch of stops, and is now trying to hold out. So either turns and curls at VWAP, or this one's headed back toward that high, meaning I don't want to be digging in to that short. It was a long that was much better than the short off of $1.
Okay, yeah, so just as an update here, Amazon did tick higher. We didn't get that last short. We're waiting for 115.20 as that goes. But just so you guys know, we did take an out here, right here at 72. So you can get it with me right now if you want it on that Apple trade. That's $1 in the money. So, you know, that was a level that we liked there for AAPL, $1 upside. We were going to wait for 142.80, but why? I mean, we got 72. That's good enough for us right there on that play. And then Meta's still $1.24 in the money. So let's check out Chewy. We mentioned Chewy earlier because we got that upgrade and I wanted to short it in the mid 40s. It didn't really get there. Look at Chewy today. This is what I was talking about before when sometimes you get these upgrades and it really doesn't like make any sense. Chewy's been on such a nice little run, and now today they're upgraded over there at Goldman, or I shouldn't say Goldman, I don't know where it was, but you know, does it really deserve to be upgraded after this kind of a run? Maybe, but now if you like it, you're getting a dip buy opportunity right back into this same level right there again with 36. So we'll see if that can come through now for people that want to get Chewy, but yeah, it never made that move into the mid 44 and 45 there. So all right, let's go back over to Brendan quickly with only 5 minutes left. What's up, Beep?
Not many on this board other than the one right in the middle to mention. But as we said, Nike aftermarket tonight, guys.
Yeah, it's a light week for earnings, but we do get Nike, we get Micron later on in the week. Bed Bath & Beyond was the other one. Potential squeeze is always for that stock. Nike, like everything else, it's made a bit of a bottom here. So, you know, essentially just moving with the market, which does make a lot of sense to me. What we care about for Nike, and we went over this in the pre-market, it was great double bottom at 100, if not 105 being the more key level, and then watch out for that 50 period in either direction. Just a humongous level at 117.5. But back to trading, tough builds. Yeah, we talk about these, and for EVFM, we did it this way, sort of foregoing the breakout and then looking for that dip buy. So I just got shares at 277 in front of that 75, and VWAP consolidates here and get a run to that high. Then suddenly you've got yourself a better price. Instead of paying up to 3 and then holding it almost 10% against you, we'll do the reverse. Like if I can now give it to 250, which was that good support level, I suddenly have a better price entry point and can still take part if it breaks out the high and wants to continue. So into tough build for the first time here, just being a little bit patient with some of these as they come down. I did get the reload on AMC with only 3 minutes to go.
Yeah,
that took a while, but we waited to see if it would make a bit of a curl. It got off $13, made a little bit of a fail break, came right back up, so I did get the reload, at least initially on AMC. I still want to be adding off of VWAP, and then hopefully we can get a late day rally or the afternoon type rally here on AMC. But with just minutes to go, Trader Pratt and I believe should be Luca this afternoon.
Yeah, hopefully they'll get locked and loaded. We only have a few minutes left. I don't know what's happening over there, but hopefully someone's coming over. But right now,
He's here somewhere.
Amazon is getting near the breaking point right now of that 115.50. The market is just ripping right now. So, I mean, there's not much, when the market wants to do this, go to the upside. That's why we have other longs on board here to sort of, counteract this. But yeah, it looks like it's going to come out. I just wanted to refresh it there to make sure. It looks like it's going to come out to 115.50 right here. So down, unfortunately, goes Amazon here. Up goes Amazon, down goes my net as Amazon going to the upside. So $2 though in the money for Meta. So this one definitely working off of some of those bottom picks there. So really happy with the way Meta's turning out right now. But yeah, not too happy, not thrilled with Amazon, as that's going to look like it's going to take out the top one more time. So Amazon looking like it's in trouble. Apple $1.15 in the money and still $1.20. And then Meta's gone, man. This was a name that we're definitely wanted. It's too bad that I screwed up so badly there on Amazon, because we did give some back here. That sucks. But so far, so good. As we're getting ready to rock, only 2 minutes left. We talked about Nike. I like Nike. I kind of like Lululemon a little bit better for their chart setup, but that's another one. And then back over to Brendan with only 2 minutes left.
I mentioned this one early on, guys, SSRM, which is SSR mining. So there was a media report in Turkey. Apparently they do some mining work in Turkey, reporting a possible cyanide leak. The company came out and said the leak was within a mine operating in the area and was immediately cleaned up without any environmental impact. So that big move down initially on that. There wasn't anything else as far as the company is concerned, but all is well apparently for SSRM.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that's good news. I mean,
yeah,
pretty serious you hear cyanide. Like, that's obviously not going to be a good thing. Just one more name. It's not to neglect something that's moving here. I mean, we mentioned Box D as a potential break as well. That did not find a lot of support at VWAP on the way back downside. Like, you look at the capitulation that started to come through, there was no consolidation. It's now starting to consolidate above this VWAP. So this looks a little bit better. And I know we just took AMC in a similar vein, and EVFM we're trading in that same way too. But yeah, now starting to look like Box D wants to do the same thing. Still has that $3 potential break, but suddenly it looks a little more enticing for that 270-ish VWAP long in front of 250, which would basically be the same thing as tough built right now. So we do have that one on our radar. The little dip buy in AMC, we're able to take a quick little scalp there. And if it does this same thing, holding at VWAP, I'd be looking for some longs and scalping and trying to hold for this break. This market feels like it's putting in a bit of a bottom. NEO, which we got back into, is having trouble at VWAP itself, but I'd like to see if it has a shot now to try to break back out. It's got a tight consolidation, about 5 to 10 cents from this 23.40 mark. If it can break upside off of that, it gives you an extra bit of juice, and I'll go back to longing it in front of these lows. Had to be really patient with NEO. I'm not even sure I was patient enough at that bottom.
Yeah, damn it. Every time you mention something Chinese, I'm pissed off because of Alibaba. But okay, Amazon did resist that 115.50, and like I said, and I think Neil just mentioned it last time, it's like you can get prices sometimes that you don't think you can get. And again, like that, if we just would have waited, then we could have been able to get some more out there if we had just loaded up here. But our average price is 115 flat, so we are out of the money, and it's a very, very small amount that we're out of the money, of course, here, guys. As you're noticing on Amazon, we're out of the money 30 cents. If you don't like the trade, you can get out now. now, but I'm going to hold it up just a little bit more, 115.60 or so. Again, like trade your own book. I mean, that's the one thing that Neil and I really can't say enough. If we're taking on too much risk or anything for you, these are trade ideas. Neil and I obviously trade differently, and sometimes I'm long, he's short, things like that. So, watch out for the trade that you had in mind, right? So keep that there. And if the risk is too much, you can get out of some of these names as we go. I mean, but that's why I'm holding on to a name like a Meta here that's now $2 in the. Oh, we're past 11. Okay. I'm not here tomorrow, so have a great time. Join us back, of course, at 2 p.m. tonight. We'll be back, but right now we have these guys ready to go.
That's right. We did tee it up. It is Trader Pratt and Luca locked and loaded, ready to go. Go get them, boys.
Graduation, kids, graduation.
Well, it is time for the midday show, baby. Let's get it started. It's Monday. It's brand new week. Sadly, the last week of this month, but we got Canada Day coming. We got July 4th coming. Lots of fun events to party for, and obviously we got this Monday to party with the market, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get the show started. I got my boy Luca. Somehow we're both matching today. You got the pink on. I got somewhat pink on, and. Let's just keep it how it is. I got the red on. The markets are red. Let's hope that the markets stay red because I am short across the board, ladies and gentlemen. I am heavy short, and it's been burning me a little bit while profiting me too. Oh, and right now, Microsoft is actually at 267, which is where I wanted to be short too. So if we could go to my chart, here's the short that I pulled off on Microsoft to begin my day with. Microsoft right back at those levels, rejecting off the 50-period EMA. Let's see if Microsoft can push back down. Right now, I don't know if my positions are showing. I might have to take a position here. Let's try to cover some of my Facebook short, and then maybe positions will start updating. There we go. Positions are now updating. You'll start seeing all of my shorts on the board. Short Meta, short Apple, short Walgreens, and short Affirm. Let's see what Luca was trading today.
Yeah, today was actually a slow day for me, to start the week. I noticed that there's been some extra volume coming in towards the end of the week, so definitely saving mental capital for that. But yeah, I was liking that Amazon long. Too bad, I was kind of late to the party there, running into VWAP. And let me just bring it up here. That was actually a solid move into, I think, what Sean called the 115.50 area. Just push above VWAP. I guess the trade is done. And a lot of the times, what I tell myself is, look, if I miss this trade, if I miss the trade through VWAP, then I don't really want to chase for a potential bounce play because you really have the volume on your side when you're kind of coming into the level, and then you get that extra follow through, and that's your out, right? And at this point, I say to myself, even though I say I kind of want to try the long here, I'm gonna wait and maybe look for a better setup on this one. I'm not really quite sure if it is gonna bounce, especially if the market's looking to turn around here and make a move back down and retest VWAP area or potentially this potential high area. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. And yeah, it's kind of surprising. Right out of the gate, you have names like Apple that look like they're going to break out. And that initial breakout, I think it was the 143 breakout, was solid. This, I don't know if any of you guys had this, but this broke and it was 40 cents in the money right away. But then the flush down was just violent. And then obviously, it came down, test that 140, 150 area, and then back up, right? Back up to test the 143 area. So, we're getting these setups where it looks like early in the day that you could get the potential breakout, but keep in mind that you have to be wary. This is a real wick. This is real. This popped and dropped, and there was, the book was a little it's obviously right out of the gate 1-2 minute open. You got to be careful with large orders, but this thing kind of instantly reversed, right? Then popped again and then kind of dropped reverse. So, I think the common theme is bear market. You definitely don't want to. If you do take breakouts, just be very careful because if they reverse on you, they reverse fairly quickly. So I was actually eyeing that one, and that one I missed the order, and that reversed before I could even get into that. And I was okay, I guess I'm just gonna wait and chill and see what happens. But yeah, now it's kind of interesting how the market has that sort of hammer candle right off the top here. So is that reversal a reversal signal that we're going back down to VWAP? I guess we'll see.
Yeah, right now just covering some of my trades over here while trying to see if I might need to get out of some of these just for profits as the market might not push too far to the downside for me. But, we have our stops out. We have our levels out already for us waiting to play out. The one trade that's probably not going to work out for me is this Walgreens trade. So Reliance, the same person who was thinking about buying Revlon is thinking about now purchasing Walgreens and bringing it over to India and so on. Reliance, Mukesh Ambani, that news coming in, the catalyst coming in, kind of put Walgreens to the upside a little bit, but not really doing anything for my trade personally. And also, the stock has been just trading sideways. If I was to I should have probably done this before I even made the trade on this one, which is go check the relative volume. Only 1.18. I like to look for stocks above 2. The reason why I'm short or near 42 on Walgreens is because Friday's high on Walgreens was at 42 exactly, and today's high around 42.01. So I have my stop out, trying to lean on the level. Also, let me bring this chart back up that I just minimized by mistake. There we go. I have my stop out. I have my levels mapped out, waiting to see if this trade will work out for me. Right now, sadly, it's doing absolutely nothing. A couple other trades that I had today to talk about is actually a firm right here. Tried to build into an affirm short in front of 22, so that way if 22 breaks, I could ride it to Friday's I believe high or Friday's low story of 2150s. Didn't work out the way I thought it would, and obviously I took the loss on it, and now right back near 100 period EMA, also pretty close to the $23 price, trying to load into the shorts over here as the market, S&P 500 above VWAP, but only up 0.606%, and NASDAQ down 0.17% right now. Affirm being already down on the day, trying to build into this trade in front of 23 over here so I could, churn my losses back to the downside on that stock and maybe start making some money on this position eventually. Another stock that I was trading, I showed you Microsoft. Let me show you my Apple trade over here that's going on. So Apple trade, short from here, from around 142.50s to 142. Got about 50 cents or so. Waited for 143 on the second go around. I said, no, I'm not gonna jump in on the trade randomly and then get burnt like I did on Affirm maybe. I'm gonna wait patiently for my level to come into play, and it did. 143, pretty close to 143. Never actually broke 143 on this round up here. And now taking only one profit target, we are about 39 cents in the money on Apple, 70 cents in the money on Meta. Amazon falling nicely. Let's go check out Amazon. I don't know why I completely forget about trading Amazon. It's like the stock is still 2K in my head that I completely forget about pulling up Amazon on a day-to-day basis. On Friday, actually, I was talking to Sean and I said, Sean, screw all these other garbage stocks. I'm just going to trade tech stocks these days. And Amazon needs to be in that basket of stocks that I always go look at. NVIDIA, AMD, Apple, Microsoft. These stocks are such beautiful stocks to trade on a daily basis. Even on days where the market just goes sideways, you could just scalp these stocks in a constant range. And I guess you could look at this range right now being offered to you by Amazon, almost a $2 range for you to do nonstop longs and short scalps in. I'm going to cover some of my positions, Luca.
Yeah, so I see somebody saying have a look at Palantir, and this is actually pretty interesting. So, last week we ran into that $10 level and broke it. And, there wasn't that much size at the level. It was obviously a very slow mover. And as you can see, there was multiple days where this was just making higher high, right? And now we broke through 10. One of the things I was looking at is, are we going to get that 10 bounce off the open? Or is it just going to fall right back through 10? So obviously, just right through 10, anybody who took that break, clean break, just clean in the money, could have taken unlimited size on that. So that's extra solid. And right now, we have the 1 minute right here, making its way back, Is this going to get to 10? I think 10 will be a potential resistance now, just because very extra slow to break 10 on Friday, and then right off the open, the slam right back through 10. So I'm thinking, if we do get back towards that 10 area, potential short. But, now being around VWAP area, I'm not really sure that I want to kind of diddle in the middle on this one. I'm not really sure where this one's going. If it does end up going back down and, it might offer a 20 cent move to the downside, especially if the market continues moving lower. But for me, this is definitely a 10 level, super psychological level, and could not hold it, not even for 1 day, not even for 24 hours, not even for maybe even, what was this? Maybe, couldn't even hold this for 3 hours of market trading. So, definitely 10, that huge area of resistance. And that also reminds me to take a look at NEO as well. We had a nice tight range on NEO. And, that 25 level is probably a huge psychological level. Above 24 this morning and just could not hold 24, and now kind of back within that range of 23, 24. So, as a range play, potential range play here with 23 being area of interest for the bottom for a sort of a bounce play. I mean, you could risk off that low. It looks like a 15-cent risk for a potential move, back to VWAP if you think the market's going to bounce around VWAP here. But yeah, definitely that 24 area of resistance. And if you kind of zoom out on this one, pull up a 10-minute type thing, what you'll see is like it's really kind of in that tight range of like 23, 24 area, like kind of 22, 23, then broke 24 area, popped, and now is it coming back into this previous range, right? So will this now act as resistance going up to like maybe 23.50, 24 area, and then down to like 22 being sort of like a support area? So yeah, definitely interesting there. And I see somebody saying, yeah, so oil names, Frank joins, oil names towards high of day, and there was one other name that I was going to look at. Oh, Roblox as well. Yeah, Roblox, extra interesting, you know. And I know like Sean and Neil talking about it this morning, you know, these names kind of bottomed out and went so low. So even if you're like short bias on, it's like, how much lower are they going? Are they really going to test those recent lows? And I think 30 definitely an area of interest for a potential bounce. Just to me, that was sort of like a, I want to say 30 was like a sort of breakout last week, like a semi-breakout, broke 30, was really strong, closed around 32-ish, and now, you know, at like 35, was at 36. So if we actually get back towards that 30, definitely an area of interest. But at this point, you know, it feels like everything's kind of moving together. Like, doesn't matter the names that you pull up. Like, if the market is going to continue down, break VWAP, and then test lows, like most likely Roblox is following. It's going to break VWAP 2 and then come to that 34 area. So it really depends where you think the overall market is going. And yeah, Alibaba, extra strong, extra strong. This, you know, was at 100 last week. And now, like, that 120 area, definitely interesting. And, you know, again, this is sort of situation. I tried one long on this, just below 120 for like the potential. I thought maybe we're setting up a sort of range. We're under VWAP. The bids were reloading here. I was like, okay, I'll try it with a tight stop. And I ended up getting stopped out there. But that was like the perfect kind of order because I was long, it was holding, and as soon as it broke, it flushed more than $1 on me. So that was a solid exit on that one. But yeah, you know, kind of same theme. It's like that 120 sort of psychological level broke above it in the morning. Obviously, you know, like Alibaba, NEO, these are going to be late to open. You got to watch the imbalance locator as to when they open. But you know, breaks that 120 level, runs to like 121 area, sort of a double top, and then just could not get anywhere close to 121. Sort of retested the 120 just above VWAP, but you know, now back below. So you know, for this one, I think 120 definitely area of interest for like a resistance, 120 to 121 area. And you know, I mean, if this kind of picks up steam, then maybe we get multi-day runs. But yeah, the market would definitely have to, you know, run for I would say like a lot of these names to keep going.
Yeah, just talking about the market real quick. The S&P 500 back in the red. NASDAQ been in the red, extending the losses a little bit, helping me out with my full red board, as you guys can see on the position board right under my face. I have no longs going on, just shorts across the table. New position alert. I am now short AMD. Oop, wrong area. I'm now short AMD at around, what's my average price? I think 86.95. So basically in front of 83. Sorry, 87. Basically in front of 87. As the S&P 500 might just go a little bit lower below VWAP. It's trying to find buyers around VWAP right now. NASDAQ near 12K. We're about 80 points away from 12K still for NASDAQ. Let's see if the short on AMD can help me out as the semiconductor ETF SOXX also double topped and double topped from the pre-market / opening price and is getting pushed back to the downside. So just trying to take advantage with the overall market and the ETF movement on AMD to try and help me with my shorts across the board over here. But now let's go take a look at some of the stocks that the chat's been trading all day. These are the positions that we've been trading at so far. Revlon at 777. Are you feeling lucky? Ooh, okay, yeah, lucky number 777. Not sure where that comes from, but you know, I think it's from like slots or something. Overall, though, Revlon right now still up above the price that our buddy Playmaker went long at around 666. So still in the money for about $1 in the price for Playmaker. For anyone who's long Revlon is still laughing right now. They're the bankruptcy deal not really you know, they're not really worried about the bankruptcy deal as much. With the help of Reliance, who's also thinking about now buying Walgreens. So let's see how Reliance plays out in that buying out Revlon or buying out Walgreens or buying them, both of them out. Who you calling slots? I didn't call anyone slots. I was just talking about the slots, 777. Come on, Wells Fargo plummets. Let's break. You're talking about Wells Fargo. You might be the same person who was talking about being short Wells Fargo earlier in the day. So let's actually check out Wells Fargo right now. Yeah, down 1% and obviously above VWAP at the moment, trying to move back towards the 100-period EMA/50-period EMA. Let's see if it can do so successfully. Almost 5 million shares traded on Wells Fargo. Every time I look at banks or any stocks, I like to look at the relative ETF of certain stocks. So for Wells Fargo, it would be your XLF on Amex. So this is your financial ETF XLF. Currently also down, but only down 0.2%. I want to go check real quick if Goldman Sachs or any of the other stocks such as JP Morgan are down as much as Wells Fargo today. There looks like they're not down as bad, but clearly they are down together.
Yeah, guys, and we got that nice market move down to VWAP, and now the sort of bounce. So the question is, are we going back up, or are we coming back down? And I see people in the chat also saying AMD relative strength. Yeah, you know, guys, it's I almost want to say like any name. Look, if the market does a bounce, and you can kind of see the correlation here too, right? It's like you have the ES, which kind of drops, pops, fails the pop through VWAP, kind of consolidates, and now it's like we're bouncing off. And literally, Wells Fargo has the exact same pattern, right? And it's like, pull up anything else. You pull up Apple, very similar pattern, a little bit more like, a little different, obviously. And, pull up something like Amazon, same looking pattern, right? So it's like today kind of does feel like, everything is just going to move in tandem together. And if you're looking long, you definitely want to be in those relative strength names or sort of playing off a specific level. And if you're short, definitely look for the weaker names. Like map those levels. Like Amazon kind of, I don't even think it broke 115.50. Like it literally touched 115.49 and then came right back down. So that's super robotic. Rarely do you see like specifically like right off the 50-cent level and move back down. So maybe potential area of interest over there. Like if we push back up, let's see how it reacts around there, especially if the market runs back and then tries to make a new high and go for like a potential high of day push.
Check out AERC. All right, let me go check out what AERC is doing today. I was actually thinking about trading AERC, and then I said, nah, forget it. The stock is already moving without me. I guess I should have just taken that long at near $13 or so. That's where the stock was. Actually, I think we were right here when I was looking at the stock. So not sure what made me not trade it, but obviously it was a wrong decision. Missed out on a lot of money over here on AERC. Currently trading near $15, high day $15.18. Maybe some barriers coming in around $15, but we know the stock takes off whenever it wants. Here's Monday's move on AERC, $15.35 being the high, and we also have around the same price of $15 high on the day before that. So a bunch of variables as to why I can see $15 coming in as a barrier on this stock. But once again, we have seen the stock have been absolutely monstrous. A stock that I want to go talk about right now is AMC. So I wanted to take a ton of size on the AMC long. I chickened out on that one. I said, nope, forget this one. Today might be the day that AMC doesn't work because I'm looking at it. And part of the reason why I didn't want this trade as much as I did is because GME was down on the day and was at the lower days. GME still down on the day, and GME is heading back to lower days. So because of that, I said maybe AMC, debates me on this break and doesn't really end up being a good one. No, it was a great break. I got about 40 cents. My best exit was 35 cents on this trade. Not going to get back on this trade, however, because, it's partner in crime Jimmy being down on the day and struggling at the moment. I don't think the girlfriend's going to be having a good day when the boyfriend's having a bad day, so he's going to leave the couple alone. I'll come talk to them later when they decide out what's going on with their relationship.
I see somebody in the chat saying, don't bet against America when America Day coming up. Yeah, July 4th coming up.
Don't bet against America?
Don't bet. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that was in reference to AMC. That doesn't make any sense to me. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, guys, AERC was that? Did they do an offering? I think it was an offering, right? Like they did like a 1.5 mil share.
Could be. I don't remember that one.
Which maybe I read it very quickly this morning, and it kind of made me laugh because like obviously the name is up now, and it's like what is this world we're living in? If that is true, if it is an offering, and now they're up on the name, just tons of volume, like kind of interesting there, But yeah, definitely gonna just stay away from that one. And yeah, market looking like that bounce is holding. So let's see if we get a move higher towards. I think one of the areas that Arun mentioned this morning, that 39.50 area, potential high of day, moving towards 39.90, definitely interesting. But, Wells away from that, kind of far away from that. So, I wouldn't be surprised if we kind of channel for a bit right now. But yeah, that AMC 13 break, that was like super clean, 15 cents in the money. And it's kind of funny. Like every time I pull up AMC and I tell myself, oh, today it's looking extra weak. Maybe I'm going to short this name. Like it just has those crazy runs. But if you do pull up the daily on AMC, and I'll do this for you guys. If you look at the daily.
Oh, no, sorry. You can go there.
So if you look at the daily here, like that 13 level, it seems to wick off top, off the 13, cannot break. Finally breaks it. Well, it broke here, right? But the real question I'm asking myself is, are we going to close above 13, right? Because you had a lot of volume over here. You had a little bit of increased volume, going into rebalance, and we did have AMC. The Russell was adding it, right? So it was extra strong, and go figure. It's like, so there's a lot of you could say, look, there's a lot of demand. The Russell's adding it. That's why all this volume comes through. Now a little bit less volume today, but moving higher, which is interesting. And is this the final kind of push before we kind of head back down towards the 10 area? Like I'm kind of short biased on AMC, and it's very simple as to why. I'm just short biased because look at this chart, right? Obviously looking at the daily.
Yeah.
It's like, this is insane. Like, it obviously had the squeeze, right? It had the initial squeeze.
Whoa. Don't say that.
Well,
don't say that.
Well, and here's my reasoning. There's
that.
no other reasoning besides the fact that it's going down, right? And so, like, the trend is your friend, just keeping things simple. And, like, for this thing to really get going, like, it would have to get above 20. And see these kind of pops, right? It's like the pops are very violent. So it's like, if you get the pop, you'll have ample amount of opportunity to take like amazing longs off level, off like specific levels, like like you take breaks, whatever, like does a lot of volume. But when it channels like this and it just does nothing, I get extra scared. Because I want to favor the short, but at the same time, on a day like today when it's up, it's very hard to probably better off being long there. And yeah, that 13 level, it's unfortunate that you missed because that was a solid level.
Yeah, so apparently in the position board, it's Ian's pictures and yours. It's just because you need to take a trade for it to show up, I think. We need to update it. So even if you take a simple, quick little entry and exit, it'll just update for you right here.
Yeah,
there we go. We're good now.
Yeah, it's good.
Now it's
I was going to say, that's
with the vest.
Yeah.
Awesome.
There you go.
So looking at what we can do over here on the market, I don't want to be talking about the same stocks again and again. You guys can already see what positions I'm short or I'm not long anything. So positions that I'm short. AMD, I'm waiting to see if I can take one more fill on AMD around 87.40s and give it the risk of 87.50s or around this pre-market high 87.60s. They don't want to give me the fills, which I don't really like that. Here's NASDAQ real quick. Oop, wrong chart. I need that one to be on AMD. I need this chart to go on NASDAQ. So here's NASDAQ for us. Still on the negative side, but moving back to VWAP, thankfully. Maybe the markets actually get into a positive territory. And by markets, I'm talking about the tech sector overall, because the S&P 500, which is ES/U22CM, is already in the positive territory once again. It's been a little choppy, up and down, up and down. Maybe kangaroo markets are back in play as the world is deciding to see if the bottoms are really in. It kind of felt like the bottoms were in not too long ago. Maybe I'm thinking about what happened on Friday or Thursday, but it felt like on those last few days the bottom started coming in, and the whole week last week was just such a beautiful week. Coming in with a relief rally for us across the board. Now the market's getting back up here, so NASDAQ moving back above VWAP, S&P 500 really pushing towards the green side and trying to take NASDAQ along with it. So the question is, does NASDAQ turn or end green on the day, taking our other stocks along with it?
Yeah, that is a good question. And look at that. I mean, look at that bounce, right off VWAP. And when I was explaining, we're probably going to come back towards VWAP. Like I was thinking, like maybe we go lower. Maybe we go lower and channel, but like we literally bounce and move, and like everything again is going to have the same kind of move. And I see people in the chat also talking about EVFM, and this name is making its way to looks like fill a potential gap here. Yeah, gap. So let me just pull this up here. EVFM up 100% today, and I was actually checking the float on this one. Mixed signals across the board, so I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, there's a gap to fill. I'm not really sure what the news is on this or why it's up, but obviously like above the gap. And now the real question is this going to make a move towards $1? And if this is the daily here, right? So it's like just kind of a zoom out. Like looks like there will be potential resistance area around that $1. But if we bring up the 1 minute here, just to kind of show you, and I think it was Frank Jones, if I'm not mistaken, who called that. And this is definitely, and no, this is 1 hour here. What am I doing here? 1 minute. Here we go. Yeah. So making that high a day push. And, like, I guess the question is this going to make a move towards $1? Traded 150 million shares today, which, I mean, doesn't say much because it's a 75-cent stock. But, like, kind of feels like it does want to go towards that $1 area.
Yeah, I'll take over for now. Luca needs to go do something. So let's see what the markets are doing. Actually, they're popping up. Let's see what you guys are talking about. I got long on QS a couple months ago, still holding 10% and waiting for it to reach its high of $70 to $100. QS, QuantumScape, I believe, is the ticker you're talking about. QS on New York. Let's go see what this one's doing. Right now, QS, man, has been, along with all stocks, has been beat down to the downside, sadly. But what was the all-time high of this stock? I remember a really big amount of price. Yeah, from 132s to $9 all the way back to the IPO prices, or I don't know if this was a SPAC maybe. Looks like it could have been a SPAC for a little while before it properly started trading. But man, QS as like all stocks got beat down, coming in with some Hail Mary longs though for our friends over here. What price did you say you were long at? It doesn't really matter where you were long at, but you're hoping for it to go back to right to those $100 price ranges eventually. I guess that's the idea for most people who are buying stocks, especially the stocks that are around those quarantine, COVID, pre-COVID times, price areas near 2020s or so, March, May 2020s. It just depends on what the company comes out with on their earnings report from here on out. Markets going back to all-time highs is quite a bit of a way. So I'm not sure if we'll see QuantumScape going back to 100 as soon as we might see Apple going back to maybe 150 or 170. But all things in the future are only be able to told by time. I don't have a crystal ball to predict that future. If I did, trust me, I would not be sitting here. I'd probably own an own office myself. But yeah, all fun just by predicting and having a theory. Right now, what I am predicting or having a theory behind is this Apple short coming back towards 143 on Apple, trying to see if they can give me that fill exactly on 143. If not, I don't want it. Being a little stingy on my price, mainly because the market's getting elevated up here big time. Any thoughts on OPRT? Let's go check out what OPRT is. Very low on volume and on OPRT, so not really a day trade possibility in my opinion. But if you go look at the relative volume on OPRT, it says I'm completely wrong on that. So apparently this one's doing 8 times relative volume, up 15% today. Opportune Financial Corporation, so just taking off 15%. Almost 16% coming in. Would like to know what the catalyst is, but right now we got to go over to Brendo for a volume leaderboard. Back to me for now. Let's see what if I can find anything about OPRT. Maybe OPRT is doing. Why is it doing what it's doing? Sells $228 million of loans. So obviously that's a good thing, but the question is, maybe does it end up being like a firm where buy now, pay never later problem coming into Opportune, where they're just giving out loans to people who don't deserve it and they just get beat down over here, right? But today, yeah, man, good news for OPRT. Only 200,000 shares traded, sadly, which means, it's going to be a little hard maybe to get in and out throughout the trade, but the spread's not bad. 2-cent spread on a $9 stock, not bad. Maybe if we take off the 100 share size, we can really see the liquidity on the stock, and there we go. It's kind of dead. So you could get trapped really easily on the stock. Like if it breaks $9.41 and you're long, it's really hard for you to probably find any size on the book to punch into, and probably the same thing on the other side of the trade also. Apple moving back to 143 did not give me any shares, so that's fine. You know, sometimes being stingy hurts, but sometimes being stingy also pays. Looks like I just got an update in my ear saying Brendan, part 2.
All right, let's try this again. Early look, as I was saying, on some of the volume leaders so far today. Top of the list, guys, we're talking about it. EVFM, AFIB here as well. Already 82 million shares on 149.5 million shares for the top 2 leaders on here. TQs are here, NRSN, Zila, a little penny stock, back to the upside. Overall, pretty flat day for the U.S. listed equities so far. 5,600 to the upside so far, 1,800 and change basically flat, 38.30 all to the downside. So anytime you see that even kind of distribution, we're going to be flat on the day. 1,000 new lows, 59 new highs being made as well. As far as performance down here, NRSN, that boxed. BOXD, 45 million shares so far today, up 20% on the day. And NRGU, bottom of the list, guys. Back over to you.
All right, time for your favorite segment of the day that involves the YouTube spiel, baby. Let's do it. Only 1.9K likes. Are you guys kidding me? Was the morning show not entertaining enough? Was it not free trades enough? I know Neil and Sean out here busting their butts giving you guys free trades. At least get it to 2K from the morning show onto this show, and then maybe, you know, Luca and I, Ian and I can maybe get to 400, 500 more. There we go. 2K coming in. Let's get that number going. We have almost 5,000 people watching us right now. Markets are sadly coming back down, but hopefully you guys are having a green day, a wonderful trading market day opportunity still being coming into place over here. And you know, hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Apparently 40% of you or so are not subscribed, so smash that subscribe button. I might have the notification bell off. That's because I'm on the company account, but you need to turn the notification bell on so you can get updated anytime we have a new video posted. Like for example, on a Saturday, that was my video debut. I know I didn't say much because Brando is the one who does that, but that's my new video debut. A little bit of more work, but you know, maybe that gives me an opportunity to negotiate more pay from Sean eventually. Sean says denied already. So that's a negotiation in 2 years from now. Then we'll see how that happens. But make sure to you know, go purchase some merchandise if you like what we do over here. Purchase merchandise, put it on, post it on Instagram and Twitter. Tag Neil, Sean, Brando, even us, and even the company Trader TV Live, so we can share it with our wonderful community over here we're trying to build. And if you want to send us super chats, you can do that too. And also join the member. By joining the member, you get custom emojis and custom badges to display your loyalty with us. That's the quick YouTube spiel. Now let's quickly go over to the Trader TV Live member spiel also while I'm here. You know, continue with both of these together. So you can log in. No, don't show my email, Google. Stop doing that. Doxing myself one more time. You know, I do this all the time. Not sure why I don't just stay logged in on this account. But yeah, go sign up for our watch list. Tons of free information on our watch list over there every morning, catered to you by Brando and Brando. So don't miss out on that free information.
Yeah, guys, I see people asking, what do you think of the MO short off the 44 level? And actually an interesting level. So, you know, you had that kind of huge down day, right? This is the daily on the right here. You had the huge down day, and now it looks like it's flirting with, you know, 44, 44.50, and this is the 10-minute right here, right? So we kind of bounced up, right? And we had like, this is on Friday here, like that huge down move, and then pop, but just cannot get above the 44 area. And if we pull up the daily or the 1 minute to kind of zoom in a little bit and see how it's reacting here, you know, had that move up this morning, touched 44, and then just kind of back down, right? So I can't remember who was asking, like, what do you think of the MO short? But yeah, that 44 to 45 area, definitely area of interest. seems like there could be a lot of resistance just because we bounced so many times off 44 before finally breaking lower. And now is that going to act as resistance area, right? So, if it's going to kind of create a sort of channel sideways action before it wants to decide to go back lower. And again, guys, this is 10 minutes, so you got to be very patient with these types of trades. But, if it's going to wick up and break 44 and then come back down, definitely a good area to risk off of, potentially that 45 area. In terms of a day trade today, I'm not quite sure. Doesn't really feel like we're going to get back up to that 44 area, just being the fact that we're so low. And, I'm not really interested in initiating any short positions on this, towards low of day. I just don't think that if we do break, it's not like new levels, right? We just came up from that level. So I'm sort of expecting some sideways action. So I would much rather be playing the range on this as opposed to, getting short below the low. Or even, I'm not even thinking about getting long. But yeah, definitely that 44, 45 area, interesting for a potential resistance area.
EVFM being talked about in the chat. Let's go check out what this stock is. EVFM penny stock, $166 million. That's 116 million shares traded so far. The books are pretty thick too, I guess at a couple price points, not really at all price points, but yeah, liquidity is still coming in, taking out the high day. This stock is not stopping its ascent as S&P 500 right now getting back towards VWAP and trying to get back above VWAP. AMD is the trade I am in. I got another reload off my trade right here, but looks like this trade might just end up being a sour trade for me. Waiting for this trade for a little bit longer to see if it can play out for us as the semiconductor ETF SOXX on NASDAQ is the one I use, but I know most of you use SOXL on Amex, I believe. This is your 3 times leverage ETF. Same thing at the end of the day. The charts are exactly the same. Yep, double topping hopefully and pushes back AMD to the downside with it. But AMD, I know you guys mentioned earlier that relative strength. Hopefully that relative strength dies off with the rest of the market here as the NASDAQ market cannot stay positive still. Right back under VWAP goes NASDAQ. We have yet to test 12K today, so I think a test of 12K would be healthy, especially after the move we got all of last week. 3 beautiful green days coming into this week right here. If you can go on the daily chart, what am I doing? I have a daily chart right here already open. So 1, 2, 3 green days with one, barely even a red day for the NASDAQ market. It looks exactly the same for the S&P 500 too. I would like a retest of 12K, and then on that retest, I would like buyers to come in, so showing me that the bottoms might just be in for a little while.
Yeah, guys, and Apple made that kind of double top area, and I'll pull this up for you guys. Made that double top just under the 143. So, guys, remember that 143 breakout area.
Yeah, I wanted size there.
Sorry?
I wanted size there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that I actually missed that there. But, it doesn't get any cleaner than this. This is super clean double top, right? And then bounce off VWAP double top. And, you had the market. I see people also saying NEO holding strong. Yeah, guys, when the market sells off and NEO kind of makes a move up, and I guess it's the same theme with these Chinese names. They were beaten down so much that now, it's if there's some weakness in the market, is it really coming from these names, right? Because these names are already beaten down so much. It's are there really more sellers that are going to be super aggressive that aren't day traders? We're talking big sellers that are going to sell that haven't already sold, right? So yeah, this looks like it wants to test VWAP. I almost want to try a short there. But yeah, it, feeling strong and definitely right in the middle of my range area. So I'm going to stay away from that. But if Apple can get back towards that 143 area, then definitely will be interesting there. And something I actually wanted to talk about on the Apple short. We popped towards 143 area, then we had that sell-off, right? This was early. Then we were doing the sort of channeling, right? The sort of channeling before the next leg down. I don't know if anybody ever kind of sees these patterns, but when you see this sort of channeling pattern before it makes a move down, there's sort of 2 ways that you could structure this. You can say to yourself, okay, let me try to short it here, somewhere here for the move down. What I like to do is I like to let it potentially pop right above this. And I don't think this wick, I'm not quite sure this wick was real because I was actually looking for it. But what I love to see is it's kind of doing that channeling action and volume is sort of slowing before the next leg down. And I love seeing it pop above and then quickly reclaim back below and then make the move lower. When it has that pop action, the down move is so much quicker, right? So it just shortens your time in the market, which for me is definitely a plus in terms of the way that I trade. If it doesn't have that that whipsaw action, then it's going to be like a slower move down. So I did want to touch upon that because at this point I was waiting for it and unfortunately didn't get it. And I guess the downside to the kind of approaching it that way is, you know, you're going to miss the trade sometimes. And maybe I guess the solution to that would be take a little bit less size. And then if it really gives you what you want to see, then you just add more size. So something in terms of structuring the trade and just getting better at that. But I'm kind of feeling the same way right now. But I'm not sure if this flush was real here, if this wick here was real. But you know, sort of similar, right? Now you have the first flush, which is obviously going to be more violent. Now we have that kind of second type of flush here. And you know, is the market going to go back and test VWAP again, right? That's the question. Is the market going to come back and test VWAP, or is it going to make another kind of potential high, at which point we'll get an even better short potential off that 143 area? It doesn't feel like to me that, you know, based on the way that Apple's looking right now, that it's going to break 143 and then go, right? So I really do like that 143 area as a resistance area, and we'll see if we can get there right now.
Yeah, I was just wanted to ask to Neil. Neil, are we open on July 1st? Yeah, so we are open on July 1st. Looks like no Canada Day celebrations coming in for us over here. But, you know, we'll be here to celebrate the market with you guys. Right now, the market's turning back to the green side. So instead of, you know, constantly looking to short the whole market the whole day, why don't we start looking to buy some stocks at the lows, which happens to be Microsoft. So I pulled off a Microsoft short near 267, and I covered pretty much near the lows. Now, turning my trade around to go long and see if we can work with this trade. Right now, pretty much flat on this position, out of the money by 10 cents or so. Not too worried about it. Out of the money, AMD by 40 cents. I did cover my Microsoft and Apple trade completely, but at the same time, I'm not removing my order to get more short on Apple near 143 or so. Waiting for that opportunity to come in. AMD right now pushing back up. Let's see if that was going to hurt us a little bit. If EVFM turns here, not one, that sucks. So let's go check if EVFM is already turning before even touching $1. Looks like that's going to be the case a little bit. Some selling coming in. I'm just trying to see if there's what type of gateways we're going on and what type of size we're pushing. So yeah, we are hitting liquid gateways over here for sure, and a decent amount of size is indeed getting pushed around. But the question is, as Neil said, where do we turn around? And if it turns around over here instead of getting to $1, the rug pull action coming in a little earlier than expected happens to be on EVFM. My only long right now, you guys already see it on the board, is Microsoft. Walgreens has been doing absolutely nothing for me. What a boring trade. It's trying to get it back above 42, but not doing successfully. So it's been absolutely struggling over here. And AMD now might just be time to get out of this trade as the market getting back above VWAP. AMD is really pushing up here. SOXX is now back in the positive territory for the day, and AMD is about to be up 1 full percent.
Yeah, and we're getting that nice Apple push towards 143 area. And I see people in the chat saying EVFM. It's a female contraceptive stock. So maybe off that news, yeah, that push to 1 there. But, you know, 1 obviously being that huge level, right? That huge level. So, you know, I think, like, if anybody is long on this, like, 1 is definitely take profit, you know, area, and then kind of reevaluate from there, right? And, guys, keep in mind that, like, this thing trades in fractions of a cent. And then over 1 cent is going to go into like full cent increments, if I'm not mistaken. Or, yeah, full cent increments after 1 break. So, you know, yeah, definitely interesting area. But again, for anybody who's kind of who's tuning in now, like look at the daily on this thing, right? Like look at that like resistance level, that 1 resistance area, right? So it's like, you know, drop down now obviously has the gap to fill, but this level comes in right at $1, right? It bounced off $1 so many times. So definitely $1, you know, interesting level. Definitely an area to reevaluate, you know, and definitely an inflection point.
Where we're going to, Shorty said she want me. All right, let's hopefully you get her. AMC to the moon. Yeah, I'm not sure where that comment came from, so that kind of caught me off guard completely. AMC to the moon indeed. So I'm not sure if it was Neil or Sean that reloaded the trade around $13. They are back in the money, so I guess I should have done the same thing. You know, I had to trade near $13, but the second time around I said I don't want to be, you know, taking the same trade. I guess I could have with way less size. That way I didn't risk my whole day on this trade. Well, not the whole day. my P&L on AMC alone on that trade. Right now pushing towards high a day. Let's see if AMC can take out the high a day while GME is pretty much still struggling on the day today. This is part of the reason why I didn't take the AMC trade. You know, it's not set in stone that these stocks need to follow each other and they got a tandem dive off the same plane every day. They can do different things on different days and do the tandem diving on certain days. But right now, man, yeah, that mentality, that theory overall, stopping me from making some extra cash on AMC's longs. GME sadly still struggling today. BOXD being called out in the chat. Let's go check out what this stock is doing. I know it was moving around on my watch list. At least I have it on my scanners right here. Number one biggest gainer of the day for BOXD with 49 million shares traded. Trading around with 41 million shares today so far. And here's the chart, 23% up, holding VWAP throughout the day. Someone said that, drawing trend line has been working all day. I would be guessing that you were talking about this stock. If actually, I don't even know what stock you were mentioning that on, to be honest. But I would guess you're talking about this stock right here because it's been absolutely in a channel, not breaking away from that channel and been holding that levels all day. Right now, my Microsoft long, 43 cents in the money. Time to take some profits on Microsoft while we move back to VWAP. No other of my positions are really doing anything for me to take money in. I do need to go, however, manage AMD. So, Luca?
Yeah, sure. So I'm actually I just got the fill on Apple, and my expectation is it's probably going to break 143 at this point, and I'm going to reevaluate after the break. Like if we get extreme amounts of volume, obviously the market's looking like it's pushing towards a high, right? If we just break it and we don't come back through that 143, or if there's continuous buying or if bids are stepping up, then we're going to have to reevaluate this and get out here. But this is something that I want to scale into and, risk off potentially 143, like 20 area. Like we'll see what happens. Maybe we can get some, recycle a little bit over here. Because, when you see this setup where it tests a level, right, comes back down, tests the level again, and like the high that it made, I think the high over here was like, and these are like by the cent, but it's like the high is like 142.95, right? Then we come back up, we test 142.97. Then we come back up, we test 143, we break. We obviously have a bunch of stops there, right? So like, volume's gonna pick up, and if I really kind of like zoom in, if you guys can see the, let me just bring this up for you guys, and if you can see this. This volume here, like obviously like you see the volume spike, right? Like breaks the level, volume spike. So obviously, I got run over, and I'm willing to scale into this if it goes a little bit higher. But essentially what I'm looking for is that push through 143, kind of trigger all the stops out, and then, okay, are we going to go back lower, right? Are we going to get back above 143? Like if this is really strong, there should not be any people on the offer like really like being aggressive trying to get out of this. And, it could easily get back over that 143 area, right? If we can't get back over 143 at this point, and if we cannot break the high, like what was the high here? It was like 143.04. So it didn't even touch like 06, 07, 08, like 11 area. So like that's like a super weak break, and obviously not a clean break on the day, like not clean on the day, but this is something like we look for, right? You have that level, it breaks the level, now you're getting the flush. And then at this point, it's just trade management. It's like, okay, where's this going, right? Is this going to go? And I'm definitely going to be wary of the fact that it's making, higher, obviously, it goes down here, making higher lows, potential higher low, right? So, this is something that you could just slowly scale out of and then hold for the potential reversal on the market. Like the questions I'm asking myself now is this a little bit of a double top on the market, especially after European close? Maybe some of that extra volume, that extra follow through kind of dies off, and now we go back down and test VWAP here, right? So I'm not convinced that we're going to really rip higher. So I actually want to hold on to this short. So we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, so, as you were mentioning that, I got hit on my order too. And then once we pushed right back below 143, I added more to my trade just to, have more oomph in my trade. And so far, just have more size overall. I did cover some near 142.80s. I have some orders layered out. Right now, it looks like the market wants to push right back to the upside, which is not a good thing for my trades, obviously. I'm pretty short heavy across the board over here, especially AMD. I have a little too much size eyes on AMD, trying to see if that trade can end up working out for me, as SOXX right now trying to keep on extending its move to the north side. That's not going to be the best thing for me overall. Let's go check on what Affirm is doing. I'm short Affirm. Affirm gave me more trades over here, more entries near $23 or so. Trying to stay above a VWAP is Affirm, but I don't believe in this move at the moment. I think it's going to go back to the downside, or at least that's my theory overall. But right now, look at the buying coming in. Looks like my theory is invalid, as Affirm is trying to take away the profits that I made on this day so far on that stock alone. We did make some money over here. We did scale back into the short, but right now Affirm's trying to turn against us. But thankfully, we do have our AMD short and our Apple short that we can maybe work with and hold Affirm a little bit longer to see if it can work out for us. You were short Microsoft at 265.65 when it hit 266.23. What is your stop loss? My stop loss will never be told on the show, my friend. I'm sorry. So we're just gonna have to figure out. Trade your own book wait, what were you talking about? I was long 265. And it hit 266. That was my profit. I thought you were talking about my short over here. I was like, I don't remember being short Microsoft 265. I remember being long. This was my short 267. This was my long over here. So I think you're thinking about my long near 266, not my short. But yeah, I will never be mentioning where my stops are ever. Squeeze the shorts. Yeah, hopefully after my shorts play out, please squeeze them, but let them play out for me so I can at least make some money at the moment. But no, we're just waiting to see where these opportunities can come from. What about long Twitter? Twitter, we're still waiting for that news to come out on Twitter. That catalyst is the big part of what's going to really play out or how it's going to play out overall. If that deal falls through, we might see Twitter at $20. If that deal does go through, we're going to see Twitter trading near $54.20 until that day comes out, until the news comes out. I think we're just going to see a lot of sideways action, maybe slowly inching up, slowly inching down, depending on a catalyst here or a catalyst there. We're just going to see markets move across the place.
See, the thing that worries me about these, like a Twitter name as an example, it's like, let's say you short this and you're like, yeah, I'm going to go for like a 50-cent move. And then you look away for 2 seconds, you look back, it's in a halt. It's like, okay, Elon came out, he said, we're buying it, like whatever, going for it, So like the last thing I want to see is these kind of crazy moves. So, Twitter is definitely a name that, like, if I'm going for like a 50-cent move on this and I'm short or whatever, even long, like I'm definitely gonna have a stop out for it just in case, because there's definitely been times where I've had this on my screen and I wasn't in position, luckily, and I'm just watching, and then this thing just like moves violently, like $2. Like imagine you have size, you're like, okay, I like this play, and then it just kind of you're offside and just destroys you, right? So that's something that I'm definitely cognizant of, and it's something like, look, if you're going to make a career of trading, you don't want these like little moves, these unfortunate events to destroy you. So, definitely be cognizant of that. And, just a little update on the Apple short. We're going sideways. But we did not break above that 143 area yet. And the market's kind of, dancing around. It's making a decision. Do we want to go lower? Do we want to go higher? Like, I have no idea, right? I don't have a stop in for this one. The last thing I want is to get wicked out over here at 143, and then it kind of does that same pattern where it breaks and then drops again. But we are holding here, and I kind of want to add to this just because it's a really good like risk setup here. Yeah. So potentially looking to add to this one as well.
Yeah, great R2R possibilities on Apple indeed, and that's what I keep doing. I keep churning my trades on Apple for about 10 to 5 cents. On Apple, 10 to 5 cents is a joke. If anyone is beating their chest about scalping 10 to 5 cents, but I guess it also depends on how much size they have, right? Depends on how much size they have. They could be scalping 10 to 5 cents and 50,000 share orders, and that's not a joke. That's a big boy trade right there. So it really depends on a bunch of variables. I'll retract that statement that I just made. But overall, man, yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm just getting in, getting out, getting in, getting out, trying to just get myself a better average price overall. Apple is holding pretty strong right now around these 143s, but so is NASDAQ. NASDAQ holding around VWAP, not really pushing to the downside, not really getting elevated upside either. So looks like we're going to see a little bit of a sideways action. Keep in mind, we still have about 7 minutes before lunchtime kicks in, and that that will bring a big volume evaporation event. Lunchtime, people going out for lunch, getting out of their chairs. Market's gonna be having less volume to trade with, and overall, that's gonna that causes like the algos to kick in and the reversal trades to come in, right? So if you're watching stocks being at the high of day, such as Apple or even AMD or even the market near the high of days, we're guessing or we're predicting our theory would be a reversal coming in very soon to go test the VWAP areas, go test the lows on the market. Hence, we are short across the board. Not a single long left on my table right now. I did have a Microsoft long. I showed you that. I covered at VWAP and I got stopped out on the way back below 266. I do have some orders to get more long Microsoft. I'm actually going to pull those orders right now, as I believe the market will now push back to the downside. Hence, I don't want to be long again Microsoft near the lows. I want to now go manage my AMD trade, which was one of my biggest scare today, could just become my biggest win on the day.
Yeah, and I see people, somebody in the chat saying Apple ascending triangle. So one thing I want to touch upon, these patterns. From a day trade, what I've noticed from a day trading perspective, like intraday, mean a little bit less. It's like, yes, the setup is there, but at the same time, take this for example, right? Let's say you say this is the triangle, and now it's going to break out. You could have argued that 143 area was the breakout, but what did it do? It broke out and instantly flushed back down, right? So like from a day trading perspective, I almost want to favor levels as opposed to these kind of patterns of like, it's doing this, it's doing that. If you see this type of setup on a daily, setup, then it's definitely like I would say it probably has more volume behind it, like cup and handle or even triangle. And if you pull up like a gold chart, it looks like it's going to break out and then it kind of breaks, then it comes back and tests. It's going to respect these levels definitely a lot more. Whereas on a day trading, the last thing you want to do is say ascending triangle, let me take the breakout here, because then you're kind of caught offside, right? If anything, you want to build into your long for the breakout, and then if the breakout fails, you're not super offside, and you can still kind of manage the trade accordingly, right? So yeah, I think I got a part fill on that extra short here on Apple. It's unfortunate, always with these part fills, but I guess that's how like this is here's
right side.
Yeah, here's how you're on the right side from a day trading perspective. If you get a part fill, look at that, it wicked me in. Part fill, and now it's just completely going down.
Let's go AMD.
And so I'm assuming you're short AMD.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
I've been
okay,
sweating on this trade all day, and now finally it's working for me. Only 15 cents, but trust me, those 15 cents are a lifesaver right now. Let's go. Affirm also 20 cents in the money. Market's pushing back to the downside. Not really. Market's not pushing. At least my stocks are. Time to take some profits over here on AMD for me. Oh, baby, that was a little scary, but I have a question over here from Michael Travis. Brad, do you think algos got patterns figured out? In my opinion, any algo using a pattern is a failed algo. There's way better ways to create an algo. If you're creating an algo to go long cup and handle, head and shoulders, or any of those, I don't want to diss those patterns because you can make trades. But any algo making a trade out of patterns is not an algo I ever want to have in my system. I would think, at least this is because of the conversations I've had with our head algo on our floor over here, which is, you want to have an algorithm that really studies the level 2 and the book, which is what we always talk about on trading too. You want to see orders being placed. You want to see orders being pulled. Obviously, with our eyes, we are not able to, look at the information, disseminate the information, create a theory around it, and then make a trade as fast as an AI would. Hence, an AI that really looks at the level 2, sees orders being come in and orders being pulled, and then what level, how much what gateway size is being printed, how much size that gateway is being printed. If you can code all of those systems in properly and make it work for you, I think those are the algos that like Renaissance Tech and your Jim Simmons and whatnot, all of them use. They're not using your go long cup and handles, go short and head and shoulders, and go long, whatever patterns. They're not doing that. At least in my opinion. I could be very wrong on that one.
Yeah, guys, and Apple looking like it wants to push that 143 area. But I think, if we break 143.05, then it gets interesting, especially because the market looks like it could have some juice to make a move towards high of day. But, the real thing is this going to do the same setup? This is like kangaroo, right? It's going up, it's going down, it's going up, it's going down. So still holding on to that short there. We'll see where that one goes. Blech. But also I see EVFM at the $1 level. EVFM, so let's have a look at this one, EVFM. Yeah, so this is at $1 and hasn't broken $1 yet. So this will be interesting to see. There's not really a lot of size that I'm seeing here. I don't know if you're seeing anything different there.
Which one?
On EVFM. This is like
the penny stock.
Yeah,
huh?
We're pushing $1 like as we speak here. And I can't remember the last time I watched like a 99-cent break $1, and then we'll see what happens. Looks like there's a little bit of, here we go.
Yeah, we're pushing.
Yeah, little bit of size above the level there too. So, and look how fast that rejection is. Look how fast that rejection is. Back 2 cents in the money. Like this might come back down. I wouldn't be surprised if this just makes a move back down. But again, guys, is holding trend, right? Is holding trend here. So, as long as it continues to hold trend, then really, like, I wouldn't say get too aggressive on the short. But keep in mind that, that $1 level is huge level and good R to R there. Like, you can easily just risk off that level, and then if it breaks, just simple stop order above. So easy, like risk type 1 cent, 2 cents, whatever, and potential 5-10 cent reward on that one.
Yeah, right now, market's not really pushing to the downside, so I am kind of covering my AMD a little hastily, making sure that I'm not going to let the stock turn back around on me and burn me on that one. So coming back to EVFM, Neil was talking about how ugly this would be turning back around to where it was earlier, not at $1. Thankfully, we are back at 1, and I would bet my dollar on Neil loading up on the shorts right here. The reason why the stock's not able to break $1 is because Neil's on the other side of the table over there, just loading up. Are you short, Neil? He's shaking. You're short.
The last time I loaded up.
Man, just go with it. You're loading up on the shorts over here, pushing the market to the downside. There we go. Actually, market's pushing down, and I reloaded on my Apple short. That means I'm about to cash out.
Like, okay.
Woo! Let's go, Luca.
Yeah. But I added to that short as well, guys. This is pure kangaroo action. It's like, look at this wick. It literally breaks the lows. I'm like, okay, I'm good here. Like, I had the top. It didn't fill my full order. That's definitely a solid order. So I removed it because I'm like, okay, it is what it is, whatever. And then we instantly came back into the range, pushed for 143, popped. I added a little bit more, and then kind of dropped below. But look at this. Look at these, like, it's literally dropping back down, and it just cannot make up a decision, right? So I guess the market's really not really doing anything. It's kind of sideways. But that 143 area, solid level to play off of, and it just doesn't like who's really buying this up, especially if the market's not going to make a new high. Like if we even go back and touch VWAP here, like yes, this is definitely coming back down to VWAP. So. I think critical level is like this area here. Like if it continues to make higher lows, then obviously like it's holding up, right? But if we break this area of 142.50, then we're definitely getting a VWAP test and maybe a move back towards actually 142. I would not be surprised.
Let's go, baby. Everything's killing it except for Walgreens. I'm just going to close that trade, take my, how many pennies is it? 3 pennies lost and move on from it. We're going to go find out really what's happening now around the board.
As we head into the lunch hour, a nice positive board to show you. Back to the upside we go outside of the NASDAQ. 0.34, 0.38 for the composite and the 100 still lagging the rest overall. So Russell 1,000 leading the way right now, 0.85 back to the upside for small caps in charge so far today. S&P, the Dow, and the NASDAQ kind of chopping around, doing their own thing here in Toronto. TSX 0.85 to the upside, mining oil both higher on the day. Helping the TSX overall. A few things we were watching. If you joined us in the pre-market this morning, still leading as far as performance goes on the day. Here's JD, just made a new day low. Back to the downside, but trying to retake key levels there from earlier on. 2.8% for JD.com on the Chinese front. Coinbase as well, trying to base out here around 57. I noticed there was a bit of a bid in front of 57 on Coin, trying to get higher after that flush we saw early on for Coinbase. Guys, back over to you.
$6.
All right, let's get back. Obviously, the market is pushing down for us slightly, allowing us to cash out on the shorts a little bit. Now getting back into, some comfortable territories for myself. I don't have to sweat so much about my AMD trade. I don't have to, think about putting Under Armour again. What are the things called again? The Perspirant deal sticks anymore. But it did look scary for a second. Affirm now 36 cents in the money. AMD 70 cents in the money. Apple 17 cents in the money. So Apple's the one that's really a little stronger than most of my other shorts, but with the help of the market coming down, we don't have to worry too much about it. I want to go over to AMC. As Brenda was talking, Sean actually pointed out that AMC is near high a day, double topping almost near $13.14, and now the shorts could be coming into play. But Luca also mentioned that we have to pay for shorts on AMC. This is probably not too expensive. They're probably cheap enough for us to load up on the trade if we want to, but why would I try to be short something that's up 7%? It's a 30 cent?
No, third of a cent.
Third of a cent. Wow, that's free.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, I mean, there's more than enough shares to go around on AMC, so I'm always surprised when you have to pay for them. But I guess it just means that the whole street is short. And guys, we were mentioning last week that there was that hedge fund that came out and initiated their short position on AMC, and they released a tweet saying, "Come at us, apes. Come at us."
They said that?
Yeah, they're like, "Come at us. We are short AMC. Let's see what happens." And go figure. AMC, kind of made a high today. So the apes probably took that personally. And But I have no idea. Again, I say just favor the trend. It looks like the trend is going lower. But yeah, guys, looking at this Apple position, so we had that little channel, then we had the break up and now flush lower. So are we going to use this as a resistance area? This 142.80 to 142.85 here. And I almost want to, I don't want to ruin my average on this, but I want to add to this because it just kind of feels like, the market's pushing VWAP. And at this point, double test, are we going to bounce? Got to be a little bit careful just because of these sort of wicks scare me of the short. Because it's it drops down and reclaims so quickly. But if we can hold trend here, and if we can get one more pop up, maybe I add to the short here and then hold for the move down to VWAP and then potential break of VWAP. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. And what else was I looking at here too? There was, Tesla, that 750 area on Tesla. I did not trade Tesla today. And I'm kind of staying away from Tesla, but that 750 area off Tesla, this range is actually insane. Right off the open, you pop, right? And if you look at the daily, you actually see 750 to 760 area of resistance, right? You could definitely scale into that short. It's a little bit too, for my liking, the risk is a little bit too wide. But then look at this, right? Comes back up, tests the 750 area, right? And doesn't even break 752. And this is a simple, you look at this one, this is a simple, let it break 750, and then you want the short, just take it back through, right? And let's say you get triggered in on this candle here, you just kind of risk off the high, right? So this is a really good risk to return, and then kind of, it looks like it's not bouncing off VWAP. It's always just kind of going right through. And so this one here, very clean, you kind of cover towards low of day, solid range on that one. And I'm just going to go back to Apple very quickly here to see if we can get to see if we can add to this here. I'm going to be very cautious with the size that I add, though, because the last thing I want to do, and guys, when you have a specific level to play off, 143 area, it's you want to take the size at 143, and then you can argue this is sort of maybe confirmation, and then we're going to have that next leg lower. Do yourself a favor and add less size over here. If you have that level to play off. The reason I say is because this is the level to play off, right? So, yeah, I'm going to see. Let's see if I can get the fill here on this one. I might have just missed it, but maybe it comes back up, wicks me in there. So, yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one. And, yeah, let's go back to EVFM. EVFM. So, yeah, guys, breaks $1. And so, this is basically what I'm talking about. Let's say you're long, right, and you're going into that $1 level. When I say, this is where you take profits, reevaluate, it doesn't get any cleaner than this. It literally bounced off of $1 and then held trend and then broke back above. So if you have the means, if you're able to do something like this where it's you're long and you're taking profits in front of one and then you just take it long again with a stop order over one, it's realistically, yes, you miss out on, call it 1 cent. You miss out on 1 cent. Not a huge deal, though, because, there's what if one was the top and then we break back lower and come back down here, right? So you capitalize on your gain and you give up 2 cents. So when that kind of sets itself up like that, I mean, for me, like I'm the type of person that I would definitely have split this up into 2 trades. Like, let's say you're long in consolidation, take some out in front of one, and then just stop order over one for the break, and then potentially scale out. But at this point, like, I mean, every time I look at this, like, it seems like there's just a lot of aggressive buying on this. But I wouldn't be surprised again because of that $1, interesting area of resistance, up 190%. Like, if we close below, then the daily will have that sort of look where it's like, like kind of pop above the level, drop right back below the level, and then close below. So maybe, like, definitely it could be interesting if we break one, right? Because again, holding trend, doing a lot of volume, and now if we break back below one, this thing could easily come back towards like 86, 88 area, like very easily. And that could be like a very tight risk too as well. Like, you could obviously risk off the top there, or just kind of take the short. And if you're in the money right away, just have a very tight risk on it and then kind of just discretionary. So yeah, this one interesting. We'll see where this one goes. And yeah, I think it's done 100 mil volume, 100 mil shares traded since I pulled it up. So like in the last hour. So yeah, well, this one definitely interesting. I wonder what the shorts are on this one. Yeah, no, yeah, pay for shorts on this.
You have to?
Extra cheap, yeah.
Extra, get your new deal.
Maybe if we pop here, then I'll pay. I might miss this break though. If we break back through one here, yeah, it could be interesting. And I mean, based on what I'm seeing, I mean, maybe a potential break of one will be extra interesting for anybody watching that.
Yeah, all right. Let's see some of the other stocks. Can you discuss AERC? We for sure can, but my mic's off. Unmuted. Oh, it's unmuted now. Sorry. Okay, AERC being talked about one more time. I talked about the $15 barrier possibly coming in and not letting it go too much further, but I also said, remember, this stock does whatever it wants, when it wants. It's kind of like Tesla a little bit, right? So here we go, breaking $15 on the third try, and actually getting even to $16, $16.13 being the high now on AERC. I mention this almost every time we talk about the stock, and that is this nasty IPO range move that the stock had. It was supposed to IPO at $4, IPO'd at $40 instead, launched itself to $120, and then comes back to that IPO range it's supposed to be at, near $4, even goes as low as $1.76, and then starts acting crazy again. Now we have some levels that I have mapped out not too long ago. I think I need to throw in some new levels now. One level over here. Nope, I want you down here. I want you down there. There we go. A new level near 12, and then we'll leave these other levels hanging out a little bit. I want to throw one over here near 21. And yeah, so looking at these ranges, just letting AERC play out, just still puzzled, still under absolute shock that this stock is doing these kind of moves for now. Real quick, want to go back to, AERC is coming down right now as we're talking about it. Real quick, want to go over to AMD, which is currently finding buyers around the 50 period EMA, 100 period EMA, both of them around $87. Only 47 cents in the money now on AMD instead of being around 70 cents or so. But I plan on holding this trade maybe a little bit longer to see if we can work with this trade. But sadly, NASDAQ also showing me a green candle on the 5-minute chart. The candle right now is a 5-minute candle showing me green moves, so that means maybe buyers coming in across the board. Apple not really moving to VWAP either. Apple holding up right now around 142.80s as Luca was talking about it. Maybe a reason why I'm going to take off some of my size on my trade over here on Apple, on AMD, and on Affirm as the market gets ready to curl on me, and then fix my stops on all 3 stocks.
Yeah, good point there. And it's funny that you say that. I'm adding to this Apple. I think, it feels like we're ranging, and I really like that 143 area. And just based on risk to return, like, we're getting the flushes down. I'm not really taking any profits because my expectation is that we could see bigger flushes, right? So maybe we get that final push up, and then kind of, flush down. And like, obviously, like being just looking at the overall market here, like it is right above VWAP. It is a little bit sideways. Like it easily could push higher. But, this is what I'm talking about. It makes that high, and then instantly reclaims and goes lower. And so, like, let's see where this candle closes, and let's see where we go from here. But definitely, that 143 area to play off of, and the high on this being 143.09 looks like. So, I'm not sure if we will, like, if the market's really gonna, like, bounce here and go higher, then obviously, like, this is going higher too with it. But yeah, I definitely want to continue to add to this one.
Man, AMC, what in the world is with this stock today? I should have just taken the amount of size I wanted on that $13 break, and I had no reason to ever get out, except for obviously the greed and the want to cover your trades for profit. That would be the only reason, because look at this stock today, 8% to the green side. What is IWM Russell doing today? I know IWM Russell doesn't really move AMC too much, but I still want to take a look at it to see if it's up on the day. It's up, 0.5%, when NASDAQ is down about 0.25%, and S&P 500 absolutely flat. So look at your favorite stock, ladies and gentlemen. You apes are absolutely killing it. And Luca was talking about that firm who said, "Come at me." Looks like these guys are for sure coming at you guys at full force, man. Look at the power of the apes. Never underestimate it. And this is why I said I don't want to touch this stock. No, maybe I should be long, but I don't want to touch this stock to the short side today. Maybe if you want to short a stock that is in the same basket of AMC, it would be GME. And GME, you would pop it on the pops every time AMC pops. So now that AMC is popping, let GME pop up to 130, 131, 132, and then load up on your shorts on GME and just let AMC do its thing, boy. Look at this thing go today, $13.50. I'm trying to find some levels on the daily. So here's your daily chart on AMC. We have a little bit of a barrier, maybe around $14. That happens to be the 50-period EMA, and then the next barrier around $14.80. So happens to be around $15 or so. We'll see how the stock behaves on its way towards 14. It already broke $13.50, and now on the way back below $13.50, we see some size on an inverse gateway. So it looks like sophisticated traders, sophisticated money, sophisticated traders are now coming into the trade to the short side and trying to put in the barriers before $14 on AMC.
Yeah, guys, so the market looks like it wants to make that new recent low break below VWAP here. And, if we sell off, my Apple position is looking solid. I got my bids out. Got my bids out, don't want to forget. Don't want to forget to take the profits when I get the profits. I mean, I would have taken profits on this one if I was like fast enough and like just kind of wick back up. So I'm not going to make the same mistake. If we break that low, which is like 61 area, then like hopefully just kind of get filled in front of VWAP, like scale myself out, and then obviously hold if the market is going to actually like turn over and go back lower here. But it's flat on the day, and every time it's flat, it's not like we have this setup and the market gap down and is down like 2%. That's a whole different scenario. Like, flat on the day, probably going to dance around, not do a whole lot. So, just keep an eye on that one. We'll see what happens there. And let's check out NEO as well, that rejection off VWAP. Yeah, so I guess I should have loaded the short there. But, it is what it is. Let it go. I mean, if we come down towards like 23 area, maybe there's a play. But, it seems like it wants to be holding there. So, yeah, we'll see what happens on that one. And, yeah, somebody said that GME, AMC are not moving together. Yes, so, like they obviously like lost correlation ever since, like I don't even know if there's still that meme ETF. That's
oh yeah, what was that one? That was the Portnoy ETF, right?
Yeah, I have no idea. Like, I mean, like, look, if
remember
there's
that? Buzz.
Buzz. Is that still a thing? Is that still buzzing?
Is it PK now?
Buzz, yeah, who knows? I mean, like, look, when things are in the ETF like that, maybe they have some correlation with them, right? But like at this point, yeah, like GME, like definitely a lot weaker than AMC. And one of the things that I want to tell myself is like, AMC being the cheaper stock, maybe it's the one that people gravitate towards if they're not already in a position or if they're day trading. Like, it's people are probably less likely to day trade GME just, with the fact that, the spread is a little more, there's a little bit less liquidity, it's a higher price stock, so you can buy less of it, right? And so like, I want to almost say like, if you're thinking like I'm shorting AMC, I'm shorting GME, maybe GME is the one to look at for the short side because like obviously AMC up today and GME doing nothing. This thing just kind of fell right off the open and now it's kind of channeling. And if we pull up, there was actually a very solid level. I'm not sure if it's going to show it on the daily or the hour. Let me just pull this up really quickly here. And
that's
there
wonderful.
There goes the chart. Trying to load too much information.
While it loads up, I'll answer this question right here. So there's a question coming in from Roberto. Roberto asking, do you use RVol when you're trading? Yeah, all RVol does it tells you that a stock is in play by showing you that there's a lot of eyes on it, a lot of momentum, a lot of buyers coming in, or even sellers, a lot of traders coming in on that stock. It shows you that the average volume for that stock is now a little elevated, or the volume today compared to the average volume is elevated. And yeah, the 14-day average period is sounds like that's the one that FinViz uses. I think that's the one that Trade Idea uses too, the 14-day volume to find the relative volume for a stock in and so on. Once again, to answer that question, yeah, I use it all the time. I actually have my scanner set up in a way where stocks that are on elevated R will actually highlight themselves automatically. So, using tools like that to help you would be great. But, you don't have to use RWAL as long as you know how to find the stocks to trade in. That just comes directly to finding the catalyst for a stock, right? You don't want to be trading a stock that does not have a catalyst or does not have volume in it. Stocks like AMD, Apple, Microsoft, these tech stocks always have volume in it. That's why you see Sean, myself, Neil always going to our go-to basket of tech stocks that we can always go and fumble with and play around with. But you want to focus on always having stocks that have a catalyst behind it. For example, I'm trying to find my phone. It's actually on the charge. So I'll just go to my watch list over here. So on the watch list, some of the stocks that we have mapped out is Coinbase, China stocks, Revlon, Hood. I was looking for a trade on Hood today. So Hood got upgraded. Not really doing anything that I would have liked for it to do. I was hoping that we would have gotten more extension on a Hood long. Didn't get to take a trade on that one. Another catalyst stock that had catalyst is actually DWAG. DWAG got destroyed, sadly, pushing even more to the downside, going into SSR territories, now trading near $25, all because of the SEC subpoena coming in to see what the stock is really doing and so on. So obviously DWAG has some pains coming into it. Using catalysts for a reason to trade will always give you a stock that has relative volume in it. So DWAG 2.77. The other stock I mentioned was Robinhood, which is also 1.38. And then some of the other stocks is Coinbase, for example, 0.94 today, not really doing anything. And real quick, while we send it back to Luca, the Bitcoin currencies and your cryptocurrencies overall are in the red, everything except for Shiba, which is absolutely flat on the day.
Yeah, guys, so pulling up the GME, so this is the 1 hour on GME, and this is what I was referring to. So we had that nice move up, right? Those 2 days, that nice move up, that initial break, and we got towards 150 area. Now, these two ranges here, so from like 137 up to like 145 area, like look at this, right? It doesn't really spend that much time up there. You got that huge wick and then closed down below here, and that a couple more over there. Now, we did get up. And go figure, look at the volume. If you guys pull up the chart from like the 27th, so from the 27th of May to like the 7th, the 6th of June, when it was below that like 137, 140 area, doing like not that much volume in this range over here. Then once we popped above, so now we're like in this sort of area of resistance and even higher, does a lot of volume. So that's on the 6th, on the 7th, does a lot of volume and can only stay above this level for 2 days and then back down, right? Then you had awesome opportunity in a very tight channel within that range again, and really could not like pop above and hold. And so like the thing is like if you're like maybe we get an opportunity where this comes back up and it'll be an awesome like short potential opportunity, and maybe like 125 area is a next like shorter term support area. Like, are we gonna blast through it tomorrow and then go towards 120? That's definitely a possibility. But like I just wanted to use like 125, 120, 115 area as areas of interest. But this pops above the 145 area and it does not hold above, right? So these are like awesome short opportunities. If you got it here, you're in the money the next few days. If you got it here, you're in the money next few days. Got it here, kind of stayed in the range, never really put you out of the money. And then when it did, and again, guys, remember, this was like Russell rebalancing. I'm not sure if GME had any rebalancing there, but popped above and just kind of
AMC rebalance, right?
AMC, yeah.
Yeah,
AMC was the ad.
on AMC.
I'm not sure if GME was. I'm not 100% sure. But, look at this. It could not get above that 145. Then it finally did. And that was what gave it the sort of, I guess, liquidity vacuum to come back down and then break through and then retest 137. And now we're lower, right? So, again, AMC, GME not really correlated anymore. and it almost feels like that 137 to like 145, which, you know, is a pretty wide range, but definitely going to act as resistance. And, you know, I would not be surprised if now this goes lower, breaks like that 120, 115, and goes for another 100 retest. Like, are we going to have multiple down days? But I mean, for me, like, I really want to see like the volume pick up on this to like really get aggressive on it. It only traded like 1.3 million shares. So maybe something to look at for a GME trade is, you know, what is the open interest on options, right? If there's quite a bit of puts that are expiring like very soon, as we get towards maybe like the 110, 100 level, then it'll give it that kind of velocity to test those levels and then get back towards like 85 area. So, you know, as a kind of short bias on both of the names, I'm definitely going to favor GME. But again, I really do want to see a little bit more volume come through. But yeah, definitely something to look at would be any puts that are expiring in the near future.
Yeah, real quick, I'm having tons of fun trolling Nicole Harris, our longtime supporter. You know, she has been a member for a long time. She also just now sent us a super chat saying, sorry, I'm sleepy. You don't have to apologize for that. I meant to send a super chat. You don't have to do that either, but we appreciate every time anyone does so. Check out my reels. Now, that's something I have a problem with. I'm not going to check out your reels. You're going to have to do a stand-up routine for us. That's the only way it's going to work, okay? One day you're gonna have to do a stand-up routine for us. That way it's nice and fresh. You know, it's not like some of the material that I've already seen because of your reels and so on. But anyways, just having fun with the stand-up comedian in the chat over there, Nicole Harris. Always love seeing people in those fields. You know, I love stand-up comedy. Was watching the new one by Bill Burr and his friends and so on. The stock you want me to go look at, more importantly, GEVO, up 7.6%, man. 9 million shares traded today. Looking good so far. GEVO. Not sure what the catalyst is for this one. You know, I didn't see it on our watch list, so I can't bring it up off the top of my head. But maybe I can use this right here to see if I can find anything real quick. GEVO, insider selling on GEVO 3 days ago apparently. Enters a 5-year sustainable aviation fuel sales deal with Finnair. So maybe that was 6 days ago, that kind of helping them out. 6 days ago, looks like they were just getting beat up though, to be honest. So not sure what the catalyst for the stock to be up 7.4% right now, but it is up. And I see from my peripheral vision, Luca's fingers are gliding across the keyboard. That means he's covering trades, that means money's pouring in. And as I look up to my top screen, that's right, Pratty Daddy in the money once again. Apple has already given me exits on the way down. You know, Luca said, I have my bids thrown out, so I did the same thing, following my leader. Follow your leader, follow your leader. You know, AMD, I have my exits coming in on AMD over here. Affirm is the only one who's yet to give me my exit, but you can see me continuing my dance as I'm about to get my fill. Can I get my fill? All right, you know what? We'll just continue dancing while we throw it to Luca.
Yeah, guys, so Apple definitely working for us here. Very patient with this one, and now we're finally moving lower. And the reason why I'm moving the magic fingers is because, you know, very discretionary. If I'm sitting waiting to get bid, I'm just going to use the numbers that we're at right now. Like, let's say I'm bidding like 142, like 37, and then it comes down to 142.41, and then look at that. It runs right back to 152, right? And like, look at the chart here. It's literally coming down. So, you know, it's probably going to come back down and then test and then fill. But like, the last thing I want, I mean, look at this fill. Look at this fill. This was 142.61, and I was lucky enough to get this fill before we moved all the way back to 142.85, right? So the last thing I want is this to come down here. It doesn't fill me, and then it goes all the way back up, and I was like 1-2 cents away. So obviously, you know, I had my bids out, but as it gets there, if it's not filling my bids, then I'm just going to cross and get out. Like, I don't care about 2 cents when I was holding this thing, and like, yeah, I don't even know how much I'm in the money on this, but yeah, it's looking good. Like probably 60 cents in the money on this. Now we're going for that VWAP test. So I do have more bids layered here. Let's see if we can get those out. But, you know, kind of feels like there's a lot of aggressive selling. We have the market. Now it did break VWAP, finally moving lower, right? But, like, there's a lot of aggressive selling right now that I'm seeing on Apple. And it's holding, right? And I guess maybe that's because it's above VWAP. So everybody's kind of covering in the same area. And so, you know, lots of selling, but it's like it's kind of slow to move. And the liquidity vacuums to the upside are violent, right? Like, if this pops, this could easily pop back to 142.60, and the question becomes, are people reloading the short to then drive it back lower? You know, like, so I say to myself, like, I just want to get out as this is working for me, and then hold a little piece for like the potential low day test. Like, are we really going to get to like 141.40? Like, I doubt it. like maybe this is a good spot to cover the majority of it, but maybe we get lower and kind of test like 142 area before we like make that decision, just based on where the market is. And if the market does want to come back and test like that 3,900 area, then I think Apple has a chance to get to like 142 area before it makes a decision and then goes from there.
Yeah, baby, yeah. Just covering trades, you know, just trying to take profits across the board over here. I don't want to talk about the same stocks non-stop, so I'm going to move on from my 3 stocks that I've been covering for you guys. But real quick, let me just throw out some orders over here so we can move on. All right, MREO about to blast off. Surprisingly enough, what's his name again? Playmaker told me to look at MREO on Monday, and I told him, look, I'll be honest with you, I probably won't look at it until the showtime because I don't trade these random stocks that I don't know nothing about. I like to go fiddle with my AMDs and Microsofts. But now that it's showtime, let's take a look at this one. MREO, he was 100% right. So whatever the reason that he told me to look at the stock for today, I hope he actually made the execution on it and was able to take profits on this trade as we're about to you know, maybe go back through the pre-market highs of $1.63. We're pretty close to that level right now. You know, we're at day's high. We're trying to keep on moving. We held VWAP on the way up over here. Even though we did dip below VWAP slightly, we didn't break too far below VWAP. So all factors being considered, MREO looks like it wants to keep on pushing up here. NASDAQ now down 0.7%. That test of 12K might just come into play. That test of 12K that I've been waiting for. Hence, I've been short all across the board. Luca came in and sat down today, and Luca was like, a full red board. Hey, Prad. I was like, you know it, baby. Bear Prad never stops.
Yeah, full red board, and I was like, I love it. All right, let's get short here. And guys, you know, just to kind of highlight, I'm gonna get off here, let Ian come on. But just before I go, you know, one thing I want to summarize: play off of these key levels, right? You have that 143 area, bursted through 143. And then instantly reverses, comes back through, right? So you have the defined level already. Like, do yourself a favor, play off of the level. Awesome risk to return, right? Like, if this kept going 143, 10, 20, 30, then, you know, you're wrong. Like, you know, call it a 15-cent risk, 20-cent risk. But now, like, this is just working, and this is probably going to test 142 area. Now we're below VWAP, everybody covered. And, you know, now we're most likely testing 142. And, like, that's probably where I'm taking the rest off, just because, like, even if we do go up 20 cents lower, like, the whip back could be violent. In this market, never know what's going to happen. So, yeah, hopefully this continues to fill me, close all my orders. And that's it for the day. But hopefully you guys have a great rest of the day, and see you guys tomorrow. Ciao.
Yeah, you just have to have better executions than me, eh? You just have to. I love it. Yeah. But, you know, it doesn't matter who has better execution. At the end of the day, both have the same theory and the same trades, and we're playing it out for you live on Trader TV every single day. Right now, we're also going to head over to Brando for, I believe this one's a sector watch.
Hey guys, yeah, quick update once again for you on North American markets. Here we go, back to the red for the S&P 500, 0.17 right now in negative territory overall. I mean, we're chopping around, back and forth we go. The Dow 0.1, 0.7 for the NASDAQ leading the way. For the downside right now, crude oil is still 1.6 in positive territory. Pretty green board to show you here. A lot more green than the last time we looked at this. It is still the energy group leading the way, but a little bit more positivity coming through in real estate stocks today. Some of the healthcare equipment makers also in positive territory at this point. MOH, ANTM, UNH, to name a few. 2.5 up through 3.5% to the upside. Utility stocks also nicely positive to kick off the day. Industrial stocks, tech shares still, as we saw, kind of leading the way to the downside, and that's all because of software names here, all in negative territory. The semiconductors and hardware equipment makers are positive on the day. Travel names, retail names, anything on the consumer staple side of things still in, or consumer discretionary, I should say, in negative territory. Etsy with a downgrade today, 5.3%. There's NCLH, 4.25%, extending that huge move that we saw going back to last week as well. Still about 0.25% in the red. Prad, now with Ian. Back over to you.
Let's go, baby. New trader on the floor right now. Well, I guess not new anymore. You guys know him for long enough. He's been a graduate now for almost a month? 2 weeks? 3 weeks?
I think it's 3 weeks. Going on 3 weeks this week.
Do you feel like a graduate?
I mean, I'm always still learning, but yeah, I guess I feel like
Yeah, but that's what I like to hear. You know, when everyone comes up to you on your birthday, do you feel 30 years old? Do you feel 40 years old? Like, I don't know how I'm supposed to answer this, man. I feel like...
I guess it's starting to sink in more that, like, my losses are growing. Yeah. You know, the wins are growing too, but the losses are growing just because, you know, now I have more risk and, you know, I'm able to push a little bit more size and experiment a little with some strategies. So, yeah, I guess I'd say I feel like a graduate now.
Hell yeah, man. That's awesome. Good to hear that. You know, and that means you're leveling up, and that's what we're here to do. You know, level up on a constant basis. No stagnation. Welcome aboard, Ian. That's right. Welcome aboard. Let's see where we're going to over here. Solar integrated roofing. Okay, I'm just joking. Solar SIRC making moves up 5.7%. This man put 4 decimal places. I like that, hero. Let's go check out Solar Integrated Roofing Corporation, SIRC. Not too long ago, there was actually a catalyst for the solar stocks to move around a little bit. That was, what market is this on? NQ, NY, AM, SIRC. Oh, it's OTC. Okay. Pink sheets. Let's go over to pink sheets. SIRC. So yeah, the catalyst not too long ago for this stock was that President Biden wants more solar technology out in the world, and especially in the United States, to help with the energy crisis and so on. So that brought the stocks up a little bit, but then nothing really happened past that. This only has 321,000 shares traded on a penny stock. That worries me a little bit. You know, I like to trade penny stocks. To be honest, I don't like to trade penny stocks at all. But if I am trading penny stocks, I'd like to trade a penny stock that's doing 100 million shares, like EVFM we saw today was doing that. So I'll be away from it. And SIRC, you know, if you want to trade solar stocks, I think there's better solar stocks out there that you can go play with. I'm saying this because maybe some of you are not at the levels to go trade pink sheets. These markets are a little bit tougher to trade in. They don't really move around the way the normal markets do. So I would suggest people to go trade, you know, maybe run on NASDAQ or even SPWR on NASDAQ, I believe. Yep, SPWR on NASDAQ. Both of these stocks also moved around on that day when the catalyst came in. Right now, market seems to be forming a bottom, not able to push too far to the downside on S&P, on NASDAQ over here. So that's going to cause me to take more profits across the board on my stocks and pretty much cut my size down to, I'll cut my size down to the exact same size on all my trades. That way, it's easier for me to manage while I'm on the show talking about other stocks, and I don't have to worry about these positions anymore. Now, these trades that I have, these 3 trades that you see, Affirm, AMD, and Apple, are absolutely free for me, and I can let them play out for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I've been trading a few things here. I have a lot of trades today, but I'm trying to try a few things on small caps.
I like that long. I'm stealing it.
Yeah, and I just bid it here on Amazon. I was kind of thinking about the long here off 114. I tried it earlier, and then I got kind of wicked out on it, and then I'm bidding again. I had the long here on this sort of double bottom at 113.50. And then that kind of worked for me. I took about 90 cents on my best fill on the way out there. Eventually, it obviously ran up to 115 and tested above VWAP there. I didn't have any shares for that move, but that was a good long for me. So I'm trying to do the same sort of thing here as the market's kind of bouncing off the lows. It doesn't look like we're going to break a new low. I'd be pretty surprised if we just continue accelerating to the downside. So I'm just kind of go long here on Amazon and take this fill and see if we can defend the support here that it made earlier at 113.50. If it comes back down towards 114, if this actually starts to work, I'll look to add to my position and build a bigger position there for the long. I also traded AGRX. That was the other one that I was kind of working on here as I add it to my watch list here so I can bring it over to the main screen here. This one I was kind of working on as well. I'm trying to get my feet wet with small caps to see if I can build a strategy around it and apply it throughout the summer here if we are going to have more of a small cap summer. I was trying to go long off this 155 level. It was holding nicely in pre-market, so I was trying to go long and add above it. I eventually just got wicked out. I did have one decent long here. I bought ahead of 150 and scalped that out above 160. So that was a decent 10-cent win. And then after that, the prices start failing. So I tried it again there, stopped out. Eventually got short around this 150 area on the breakdown of that. I should have added here, but didn't. And I was just kind of being patient, managing some of my other positions. And then eventually just kind of, bid out and got about like 15 cents on that win. So that was a decent win. But again, I should have been holding this short like pretty much all day. Maybe I got to get more shares short or something like that. But yeah, I tried it again here and then just got wicked out. I feel like I got to give it a little bit more room, but I was like kind of holding a little bit more size. So, I'm not sure how much room to give these small caps. So I was giving it like 3 cents there because I thought I saw size at 140, but eventually it just faded the entire move. So I was correct on the short bias. But yeah, still learning how to trade the small caps and, looking to expand my playbook a bit.
Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the positions over here. Yeah, it looks like bear versus bull update today. I'm short Affirm and AMD. Not anymore, friend. I closed my AMD Apple shorts completely. I'm only long now. So, I looked over to at Ian's screen. I saw him push that long on Amazon. I do like it, but what I don't like about it is it's not close to my price where I like to be. I'm a little stingy. That's just me. You don't have to be as stingy as me. You could take it, get out for a loss if you want and get back in at the price you want it to be. But instead of going long Amazon, I pulled up Microsoft to see what Microsoft's doing. As you saw my long over here on Microsoft not too long ago, near 265.30s, I got about $1 per share on that trade. Now Microsoft pushing back a little bit lower than the previous low that we made, even a new low a day coming in on Microsoft, as the market didn't really break the lows, as NASDAQ didn't break the low, S&P 500 didn't break the low. So my opportunity to maybe build into a long over here, Microsoft being offered on the hopes that the market just keeps on holding these levels, not able to push too far down below this. And also the reason why I closed all my shorts is I just wanted to capitalize on those profits, and I did not like the buying coming in around these levels. We're bouncing 20 points away from 12K. I think that's good enough for me. I don't need a real 12K test. I would like a 12K test. I don't need a real 12K test for me to, maybe work my AMD short, maybe work my Apple short a little bit longer. So I'll take my profits, I'll run out of there. If the market does push a little bit lower and actually gives me that 12K test, then we can complain about it later. So right now, just building into a Microsoft long for you guys, as you guys can see. 4K people watching, impressive, but what's not equally not as impressive as that is the like count. So let's send it to Ian for his favorite.
Oh, I'm the YouTube spiel guy now. Okay.
I mean, I did once. You do it once.
Sure. Okay. So yeah, let's smash the like button, guys. Here, we got 4K people watching. We love to see more likes. Might like to see this ratio a little bit higher. So we're at 2.3 here. Let's see if we can push it to 2.4, maybe 2.5 in the next little bit. And show the support. We obviously always really thank you guys for your support. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell so you don't miss any videos that we do post. But we do stream every day from 8:30 to 4. So we're live every day, and we're trading every day for you guys and showing you guys these ideas. So smash that like button, please. Someone said check out PLTR. I wanted to bring this up just because it was kind of on my watch today, just based off the daily. Like looking at the daily, like look at this trend up here, super strong for the past few days. Eventually, actually kind of tested 10 and closed above 10 on Friday there. So I was thinking like, okay, if we gap up above 10, can we hold this level if the market is going to bounce or something like that? Can we hold this level and can have some continued strength from there? It didn't do that. And there was less volume in the morning, so I just kind of left it. But look at the breakdown through 10. If you would have taken this short through 10, what a trade that would have been. You would have been in the money right away. And that's how those breakouts kind of work, and that's how you want to see it. You want to be in the money right away. And then you could have just held a short the entire day. So PLTR is showing a little bit of weakness, a little bit of a pullback today. But that's okay. It is down 6%, which is quite a bit. But considering how it's just trended up for the past 6 days in a row, I guess it's due for a pullback, right? So why not around this 10 level? So this 10 level is going to be very interesting to watch for the next time being here. Someone said Apple long, Microsoft long. Let me take a look at Apple. I haven't actually looked at Apple today. I just jumped in that Amazon long, and that just seems to be kind of just diddling around my price, so not really doing too much. But I'm just going to kind of be patient with that one. and see if it actually does give a bounce. But yeah, Apple looks like it is sort of giving a bounce here. It is struggling around VWAP. There was this huge like consolidation cluster in the morning here from like pretty much till open till 9:30 and eventually just broke out. But maybe around this 142 level. So I'm thinking if you are long here, you got to risk more so off this 142, maybe a bit lower since, you know, we did have these wicks down here. But yeah, I don't mind that if you're trying to play like a market bounce here, similar to what I'm trying to do. You know, why not Apple? And, you know, Apple is up 0.5% on the day and, you know, could be considerably stronger than some other tech stocks. So I don't mind that trade. I think you're long Microsoft, right? So yeah, Prad's already talked about his Microsoft long, and so you're kind of joining him on that one. EVFM, let's take a look at that one.
Ooh, new Westworld coming out?
This is a small cap stock here. It is pushing a ton of, if there's a catalyst here, but yeah, look at this run up to 1. Like, so it was kind of just consolidating around like 60, 70 cents, not really doing much. And then all of a sudden this buying just came in and ran all the way up to 1. And then now it's showing weakness below. So it looks like it kind of broke out 1 and then just a lot of people just covered their positions or started offering out, and then all this selling momentum came back. So I don't know if I'm going to buy this dip here just because, you know, we're so far away from this consolidation area and even far away from VWAP at this point, right? So I'd probably be patient with this if you're looking to get long with this one.
Yeah, real quick, ladies and gentlemen, go follow myself on Twitter, and along with myself, make sure you're going and following all the other guys on Twitter. You know, Brando shares a lot of educational content sorry, not education, news content on Twitter on a daily basis. News like this especially coming in on a daily basis. You know, if you are wondering what accounts we have, if you just go to the Trader TV Live official account, it only follows 7 accounts, so you can find out which accounts to follow. If any one of these accounts are contacting you, it's not going to be us. It's 100% not us. It's probably some scammer trying to get your money, so be careful on that side. But yeah, here, go follow Trader TV Sean. Couple tweets coming in from Trader TV Sean as his scalp mode trades on Facebook. So look at this. Constant in at the bottoms near 168. Okay, so he's leaning on the 168. He's getting in around 168.40. He's basically giving 40 cents of risk for a potential reward of, you know, dollars to the upside. So that's almost a 3:1, 2:1 trade. You know, risk to reward is something we always talk about. Right now on Microsoft, I was risking about maybe 5 to 10 cents. Like, who risks 5 to 10 cents on Microsoft? That's stupid, right? But for me, for risking that
unless
little
you
amount,
peg like a nice level, level 2 or something like that, you know, that's solid R&R.
Exactly. So when I have such a good level at the low of day, when I'm not risking too much, I don't have to worry about the trade. The trade is already 30 cents in the money. I'm letting it play out as the market's doing what it wants to do. Another tweet coming in from Sean. You know, what's his favorite animal? The polar bear, baby. The polar bear coming into play over here. You know what's cool though? Apparently polar bears are adapting to a point where they don't have to worry about the climate change. Like polar bears are healthy. They're living in hot weathers now, so that's a good thing. Looks like adaptation. You know, is it adaptation or what's the word I'm looking for? That's good enough? Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. That's good enough. Evolution. There you go. Evolution.
It's way too slow. You are talking about
adaptation or evolution, adaptation, both at the same time kicking in for my polar bears and helping them out. Now 40 cents in the money for my Microsoft, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm in the money too on Amazon, so I took out some profits there, scalping out. I am offering out a little bit more, just because in the morning, this 114.50, I kind of struggled around that area. So again, like I don't want to get too cheeky with this like midday position here. So I am going to take profits when they are offered to me. If I am sitting, 30 cents, 35 cents in the money. So I'm offering out there. Let's see if I get hit. I'm just going to be patient with it. And it looks like I should get hit here. But yeah, just kind of managing that position. So that one's that. People said AMC run. I know AMC has been going off today, and you guys have been talking about it a lot. It just pushed to a new high on the day, 1375. It just made a new high, right? So, it continues to push higher.
Wow.
On the daily here, maybe 14 is where it kind of stalls out. I don't think it gets to 15. That'd be quite the move, but you know what? I'm not betting against AMC. Luke has been talking about how that fund would basically bet against AMC and called out everyone. And I don't know what their price is, but it looks like they're feeling a little bit of pain today, probably. But yeah, AMC making a huge run today. Husa has a low flow. Crude oil is I kind of left crude oil a little bit there. Let's see if Husa, and that's the wrong market.
Amex.
Is it Amex? Yeah, so Husa, let's see what it's doing today. It's just having like more of like an inside day, only like down like 0.5%. Not much volume too, 3 mil volume. Like we were used to pushing, you know, a lot closer to like the 10 mil range and above, right? So, you know, having basically an inside day today, it looks like it's not even moving. I'm looking at like the time and sales. It's not even doing anything, right? So probably just going to leave that one alone for now.
I felt like that today, man. I felt like, you know, my charts were not moving, and then I realized my chart was on a one-day chart. I was like, what's going on?
Oh, okay.
Why are
Yeah,
these charts
do it.
moving around? Is my software frozen? Why am I the only one frozen? It took me a little while, you know, Monday coming in. You guys probably saw on Instagram that I was probably smashed every single day, you know, tons of wedding parties. Finally, those are over. I don't have to worry about any of that anymore. But yeah, tons of fun over there over the weekend. Even UFC, I'm not sure if you guys are watching UFC. There were some great fights, but more importantly, this weekend, baby, this Friday, can someone call up Dr. Strange and tell him to fast forward the clock to July 2nd? Because I cannot wait for this Israel Adesanya fight, the Volkanovski fight. Man, it is going to be off the chain. If anyone who thinks Jared Cannonier is going to take the belt, don't talk to me.
What's that?
It's UFC talk. UFC talk. We also have a race this weekend.
Yeah, that's right.
Where's the race
back
this
to,
weekend?
Silverstone.
Silverstone. We're going British. Okay.
Yeah. So, you know, Lewis is going to be his home race. Hopefully he can put on another strong performance. It was good. He had the podium there in Montreal. It was nice to see that. Yeah, not much else going on in the sport world. I guess the summer kind of dies down a bit.
No basketball.
No
nothing.
But man, I'm trying to manage this Amazon position, and let me show you guys this because I offered out, and I offered out in the high 40s there. You know, like I said, I want to offer out in front of the 50 area there, and it runs away from my price. So I'm like, okay, like I'm seeing this like, you know, go back and forth around my price, kind of running away. So I canceled my offer and then offer out again a little bit lower, and then it ran away from my price again. I'm like, okay, I'm done with these games. I'm just gonna, you know, sit here and just wait patiently. Hopefully this gets hit, and yeah, there it goes, right? So now I'm out a little bit more in my position, still holding a little piece in case it does tend to like break out this 50 cent range and the market kind of pushes up. But the reason why, you know, I am adding confluence to these exits here, the market is right at VWAP, also at the 50 period. Amazon is down almost 2% on the day, so a little bit weaker. I just really like the level here off the lows, so that's why I chose this one to go long off of, and it worked earlier, right? So. But yeah, Amazon a little bit weaker on the day. So am I expecting like a move, you know, for this to like go back to high a day or like where it opened back at like 116.50? Probably not. Like just look at the selling volume that came in at the open, right? I couldn't kind of believe it because I was more so long bias on Amazon here around 116. 116 was like that intraday resistance, if you will, on Friday. And that just got blasted right through. It didn't even show a glimpse of holding, right? So after it did that, I was like, okay, I got to be patient with this. Just wait for to pick my spots. And you know, I eventually did. I got one short here. I was kind of getting run over a bit on the shorts here. Eventually got one short around this 115 area. That worked out nicely. And then, you know, my long off the bottom here. But and again here for you guys off the 114. So, you know, Amazon is my best name on the day. And you know, continuing to add to my P&L there. So. Now we're just kind of managing that one. It's a smaller size, and you know I can kind of not be too stressed out about that one. But call it some tickers, guys. Let's see what you guys are looking at. One person said they've been crushing the Tesla chart. So let's take a quick look at the Tesla chart.
Okay, Valeria.
Yeah. Okay, Valeria. It's secretly Valeria on the other side there. We'll
That's
see.
Valeria's fake account?
Yeah. Looks like it's trading a tighter range today between like 750 and 730. That's a tight range for Tesla, I'd say. But again, bouncing off the 750 area. Look how it kind of held as resistance last week. Didn't really test it. Today it tested it kind of, and then it actually gapped up above it and really couldn't hold above it. And then, you know, all this selling momentum came in with the market at the beginning of the day there, and then came back, tested it, and turned around, gave a nice little, I guess, triple top if you count the open there at the 750 level. So I don't know how many times it's going to continue to work that short off 750, but it seems like it was money earlier. So maybe you were shorting off 750 and that's who you've been crushing it. But regardless, congratulations on that one. Tesla's not always the easiest stock to trade, and you can get smoked quite easily on it just because the spread is kind of crazy and it can move a few dollars in an instance, right? So good job on that one.
Oh man, for some reason, this one's really causing me pain in my ear. So I'm gonna try the right one instead. Leave the left one alone. Maybe you wanna use it if you wanna clean it. I don't know, it's up to you. But yeah, that one's giving me a lot of pain in my ear. All right, coming back to the market, I want to talk about some of the stocks that you guys were mentioning. MO, shorting Adesanya. Okay, you're getting a 300-second ban. Whoever said Adesanya is going to lose is getting banned at this point. And I'm just joking. Titus coming in, and he said, I'm new here, guys. What's the deal? Titus, welcome to the party, baby. We're an all-day trading show from 8:30 in the morning all the way to 4 o'clock in the morning. Actually, from 8:30 to 11 o'clock, you're going to see the professional traders who actually train us on a day-to-day basis. Neil, Sean, and Brendan from 8:30 to 11. From 11 to 2, you'll see me and Luca, sometimes Ian and myself on the morning first, and then the person switches over, and then back to 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. They are back on all-day trading show. We're here live, looking at the markets, discussing the markets, talking to you about any brand new news article that needs to be talked about. So come hang out with us. Join by hitting the subscribe button and also ring that notification bell just so you're updated anytime something new comes out. Now let's go to MO Altria. Not too long ago, actually Friday. If Ian remembers on Friday when Sean called out you remember, yeah, because it sucked, right? Absolutely sucked, that trade. That's because we were chasing it. We were chasing it. We were behind on this trade a little bit. As soon as the news wire dropped, I believe Sean was in the money and he was covering the points where I was adding into my trade. So, a little bit of a lack of experience on how to catch a news article on a fast move like that burnt me and burnt Ian on the short side. But overall, that same level from that day coming in today as a bear year, we didn't even we did get up to 43.80. Yeah, we got up to 43.80, 44 and got rejected around the same prices for MO Altria. I do want to mention though that Altria did win a temporary stay for their jewels, which MO owns about a 25% stake in. So if jewels are not gonna completely get taken off the market, that makes it kind of good for nicotine addicts such as myself, and also good for the stock for MO.
I wanted to bring up RBLX. I was kind of watching this one as well, just because of the strong moves it made last week. But it kind of faded below the levels I wanted. I more so wanted like a 37 breakout if it was going to be really, really strong. Take that breakout. That was like the resistance on Friday. But there wasn't the volume on it in the morning, and the spread was kind of large. So I just left it alone and looked at other things. But it looked like it faded with the market as well, showed a lot of weakness this morning with the overall market move, right? It's still holding up. This 34 level looks like it could have been something. Just judging from the daily here back at the beginning of June, it was holding as a resistance. Broken resistance tends to turn to support, right? So that's exactly where it kind of turned around this morning. At that 34 level. It did break down briefly and then just reclaim the level right away pretty much, and it's been up since then. So that seems like a solid level, but for now, it is getting a little bit of a pullback today. PSNY, yeah, let's take a quick look at that one.
PlayStation.
PlayStation stock, but no, it's actually Polestar. PSNY, NQ, super confusing. But I brought it up here on my side screen. It's not really doing too much today. It is down 3%. Oh yeah. Why does it not change?
Sometimes
PSNY, NQ, there we go.
Always type it on the level too.
Yeah, no, I did that. It is down today quite a bit, down 8%. I want to see the daily here. That didn't update there. There we go. Yeah, it got the name change on Friday, I believe was the first day. Yeah, so Friday was the first day for PSNY, changed from GGPI to PSNY for Polestar. It did have like more of like a fade move similar to the market today as well, but down 7%. I'm not really sure why it's down this much on the day. I guess it had a large gap down after it ran up to 13 on Friday there, but yeah, definitely showing some considerable weakness from that one. And I want to just look at if it has on this chart here, the daily, just because I want to see, oh yeah, we kind of do here. So this is like the overall daily for PSNY. And it looks like kind of funky here, but yeah, it looks like maybe like 1150 could be a level. That was like the resistance from before the name change. Are we close to that today? Not really. Well, it turned around at like $11. So yeah, maybe around this 1150. If we kind of close above that, then we can show some continued strength above that level.
Julianne coming in asking me, how do you set a 200 period EMA on P-Pro 8? So you right click your chart, go to customization dialog box, or you can click Control O apparently. Oh, damn, I'm learning new things. All right, yeah, click Control O on your chart, go to indicators, you click on create. You go to exponential moving average, click on view 0. So view 0 means it goes on the chart. New view means it goes where this volume indicator is, so it goes in a completely different view. So you want to go view 0, and then once you have it, you can type in the value that you want, 200, 100, whatever you want to do in that area, and then you can decide if you want to hide the title, the way you want the colors, and so on, and yeah, customize it for yourself. That's the beauty about P-Pro 8, right? We're sponsored by P-Pro 8. Sorry, we're sponsored by Daytrade the World. The software name is P-Pro 8, and the beauty about the software, right? There's not one, there's multiple. Direct market access, the customization available. I personally like black charts. You guys know that. I like my dark mode themes coming from Gen Z or whatever Gen Y I am. We like our dark themes, so on. But just to go how customizable it is, you can have any color candle, any color background, whatever you want. Make it cater to yourself. I want to really quick, before I give it back to Ian, talk about two stocks. One of them happens to be AXSM, called out by Kai. Kai, longtime supporter. She's always in the chat and kills it with the trading, man. Kai always calls out stocks that are doing some random crazy moves. So here's AXSM, up in pre-market, about 50% up right now, and that's what it was up in pre-market too. So getting back to pre-market highs for AXSM, not really breaking pre-market lows ever since the open, and then holding VWAP, now pushing towards $38. On Friday, we closed at 24. Now we're pushing towards 40, so not sure what's going on, but clearly lots of good moves coming in. Microsoft, which was looking a little scary in the last 5-minute candle, it did push down to 265, which meant I was only 40, 50 cents in the money. Now we're about to be 50 to 80 cents in the money once again on Microsoft, waiting for this position to push to VWAP for me, but looks like the market doesn't really have that oomph it needs to take my Microsoft up there. My S&P 500 at VWAP and NASDAQ not really able to get to VWAP. We're finding rejection coming in before VWAP, so maybe that test of 12K comes in at some point today.
A couple people here calling out AMD. I did have one trade on AMD earlier. I was trying to go long off this 86 on this huge downside momentum in the morning. That was a mistake. It was briefly in the money for me, but me being a little bit greedy in the morning there, I didn't cover it, and I ended up just stopping out at pretty much a little bit below my break even there. So that was a small loss. Eventually, it did give a bounce around the 80, closer to the 85 level. But more so, I was looking at the 86 level, so that's why I was trying to long in front of there. That didn't work. But people are saying it's going green on the day, and it is kind of flirting with just green on the day, right? So, it is a little bit weaker, probably stronger than the Amazon trade there. But again, can it push up towards this 88 level? I think 89 is more so like a level of interest on just from the daily, and that was like this intraday resistance or intra-week resistance back here, if you will. So I'm more so interested in that level. I kind of charted that as like if it was gonna bounce, that's what probably would have held. But there is like a gap between like 92 and 94. So it's important to kind of note that as well if you are trading AMD. Someone said I don't want to FOMO into AMC, so I wanted to talk about that a little bit here. I think it's easy not to FOMO into this one. Like, we are up 10% on the day. Yes, it can obviously go higher and, keep creeping higher. But where are you going to go long, right? So, you could take a long right here, but this is just like an arbitrary level as there is size on the offer there, 409 lots. It is kind of getting taken a little bit, but yeah, we'll see. There just got taken. But yeah, you can go long here, but where are you risking off of, right? Like, you can risk off of like this dip, maybe 13.40, but risking 30 cents on a $13 stock, that's quite a bit. Realistically, you want to wait for a pullback to come in so you can get closer to these levels. I do like this 13.40 level just because it held as resistance in the morning around 10:30 and then crept back towards it, struggled with it a little bit, eventually broke out, tested it and held, right? So now this looks like a resistance turn to support. So I do like this 13.40 level the more so I look at it, but going long now, that would probably be a mistake because you got to risk all the way to it. And where's the upside? Where's the upside potential? Yeah, obviously maybe the moon, right? But who really knows where this is going to turn around? It's obviously up 10% today, so it could turn around any moment. That being said, if you are going to go long, maybe structure it in another way, maybe taking like an even dollar breakout or something like that, waiting for this to come to the 14 level. If there's size there, you take it long, take the breakout and structure it along that way. But yeah, I think it's pretty easy not to FOMO into this one. Just trust your rules and, trust your risk management. That wouldn't be very good risk management if you just kind of punch long randomly here. I think you're still, no, you punched out of that Microsoft long. I was actually thinking about taking out my Amazon long. It's kept struggling with the 50 cent mark there. And then it was like kind of testing. I was like, oh, let's just see where this goes, right? But yeah, it just rejected it again. And now, I'm still on the money, obviously, on it, but not as much as it was beforehand. So I think if it gets back up there, I think I'm just going to take it and call it a win on the day for me there.
Yeah, just connecting my headpiece and we're good. Okay, so no more buys on EVFM. Is that what we're looking at? EVFM on NASDAQ, I believe. Yeah, it looks like we did push back to those 80-cent range. That's what Luca was talking about. We pushed above $1. We pushed back below $1. And I guess I remember him talking about the 80-cent range maybe coming back down there. So we're not that far down, not that far away from it. Only 7 cents away from 80 cents. Let's see if that can come into play. I know you're mentioning a Microsoft trade. Yeah, I actually covered right before I went to the washroom. It just didn't look like it was going to go anywhere up anymore. I was watching the tape, no buys are coming in. Then I look over at my other two variables, which is my UVXY and my NASDAQ market. NASDAQ not able to get back to VWAP. S&P 500 already looked like it was rejecting VWAP. All variables considered, the market was basically just telling me I'm going down from here. I'm not going to go up anymore. So I got out of my Microsoft long, took my profits. Good short over here, good long over here, good long over here. Maybe when you see that board coming in telling you exactly how our trades played out, you'll see how much P&L was my Microsoft trade overall. My worst trade of the day. I only have 2 negative stocks for me. One of them happens to be NVIDIA. I almost got shut down on NVIDIA today. It was horrible. It was absolutely disgusting to see my trade play out. I was in a great short over here near 170, 169, played out, and then obviously the market just said, yeah, forget you. We're going to launch up to the north side. Then I started looking for a short near 170. That almost cleaned me out. I went into a little bit of a revenge trade mode. I don't like seeing negative things on my board. How many things do I have positive today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm 6 for 8 today. I don't like seeing things negative. So my revenge mentality kicked in and I started taking really random, outrageous shots at this trade and was getting ready to, get knocked out. And thank God I stopped trading it. I put the stock aside, moved to the other stocks that have been profitable for me throughout the day, such as Apple, Meta, AMD, Microsoft, even AMC and Affirm. Moved on to those stocks, made my profits on those, and hence we're in the money right now. We're green on the day, even after nearly getting shut down thanks to NVIDIA. That's why you want to make sure you leave some room for another opportunity. You don't just get into this revenge mindset, have these horse blinders on, and it's not really a good thing at that point.
Yeah, it's always nice to have a solid GFB day gain from bottom day. I'm up on the day too. I'm 3 for 5 on my tickers. So, having an okay day there. I did get wicked out on the Amazon trade. I just moved my stop up to break even. I'm not going to let that turn into a loser or anything like that. So, stopped out there, and I'll leave that one alone for now, as it just seems a little bit weaker. Like Brad said, there's not many buyers kind of stepping up. I want to talk about CCL, and Neil called it out there, a double top on CCL around this like 1060 area. I was, watching CCL as well this morning. A lot of weakness came in. I was more so like wanting to see it pop up to 11, short a fade off of that. But it just basically just fell right away. So I wasn't really expecting that, so I didn't have the know-how to kind of chase that very quickly like that. But that seemed like a really, really good short in the morning. And then I kind of noticed this 1060 level holding up as a resistance, and then it just kind of fell off my radar here. I was like focusing on Amazon there, but it looks like a solid level as well to kind of short off this 1060 and take it out for a little bit of scalps, a few cents here and there. It is going to have to be more so like of a scalp play, just because it's not really moving too much anymore, and it is trading a tighter range. So it's like trading between like 1060 to 1045, 1043-ish, that kind of range, right? So just about like a 10-15 cent range. So there's going to have to be a scalp, maybe with like a little bit bigger size. But again, I'm going to wait a little bit closer to get to that 1060 area and see if it holds one more time as we are kind of creeping back towards that. There is size on the bid and whatnot, but there is. Are you asking him for shorts?
Yeah.
There is size here on the bid, but that's not too much considering this is only like a $10 stock, right? So we'll see where that kind of goes. AMC Fire, is it taking off?
It is. I want my shorts right now.
Yeah, it is creeping closer towards that 14 level. So maybe there is going to be size there on the 14 level, and maybe we can like kind of front run that size if it gets there. But yeah, it definitely looks like it's pushing up higher. Excuse me, it definitely looks like it is pushing up higher and continuing to make new highs on the day. So I think Pratt just got his shorts. I don't know if you're gonna be patient with this one.
Yeah, I'm not gonna jump right into it like a dummy.
It's like, all right,
I got my shorts. Let's pile into them.
There's some more buying coming in here as it pushes towards that 90 level, right? So I don't know. Do you want to talk your way through this one and see what you're kind of planning here?
Yeah. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to think out loud and make myself look like a bigger idiot than I already do. No, okay. So we are waiting for this opportunity near $14. You see the buying coming in. Those are pretty liquid gateways being punched right now. We don't want to pile into an AMC short blindly without knowing what we're doing. We see that $14 level. I want to see the backside of the $14 level. Even though I paid for fees for the shorts on this, doesn't mean I have to take that trade and burn myself. It's like going and playing with fire. Why play with fire when you know exactly what it does? It's going to burn your skin the longer you keep playing with it. So let $14 break. Let me see if there's any backside behind 14. And if backside shows up showing that there is no more buying coming in, then we're going to pile in onto that short and ride it to the downside. Maybe get $1 out of it. Maybe get 50 cents out of it. But I only want 50 cents when I'm risking only 10 cents. I don't want 50 cents for risking 50 cents. That's a 1:1 trade. That's a useless trade for me. That's a resident sleeper trade. We're walking away from that one. But look at the stock today, man. I said this like 5 times already today. I'll say it another 5 times. I should have just held my long from 13, and I should have just taken the amount of size that I wanted to. Here's AMC now, high a day, $13.95, 14,000 shares sitting on $13.95, a little bit more than 15,000 honestly, but let's see if that size gets taken out. That size has a little bit of a barrier coming into it, so let's take our first entry around here, and then we'll take our second entry on the backside of 14. That way our averages are around 14, and we're not risking more than the break of 14.10, maybe 14.15 to the upside. If 14.15 to the upside goes, then we walk away from that trade. If 14.15 holds, then we already have our trade right here to be sure. And once again, I will repeat it. You want to be careful shorting AMC.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I actually requested shorts too, so I'm kind of waiting for that. But I'm thinking about structuring a long trade off this 14 and then flipping short if it doesn't work. So I think I am going to take that. Let's see. If it does break out, then we'll get punched long and we'll see where it goes, right? But again, not going to be too cheeky with this. If it goes in the money right away, then I'm going to take that. If not, then I'm going to stop myself out and call it a small loss. But as I wait for my shorts to come in as well. Yeah, so that's AMC. I know everyone's kind of talking about it now as it creeps towards this 14 level. Yeah, just going to be patient with that one. Where did this Amazon trade go after I stopped out? It's still kind of hovering around these levels here, not really doing too much. It's still respected that 114.50 area. So, am I mad that I stopped out? Am I going to have FOMO if it creeps back towards those levels? Not really. That was a trade. I structured it that way. You got to respect the way you structure your trades and your risk management, right, and your plan. It wasn't my plan to hold that any longer. I moved my stop up, and you got to respect that, and you got to respect your trail stops. If you get wicked out, you get wicked out. That it is what it is. So that's that. Still my best name on the day, and a solid winner for me. That's for sure. What else do you guys want to talk about? Are you still
the market getting back up there?
What's that? Yeah, the market is kind of getting back up there. Still flirting with the VWAP area. But what's nice is that we have held this like kind of I don't know, double bottom, triple bottom, if you will, around this 3,900 area. I did expect it to hold this 3,900 area as we dip towards it. Obviously, there was so much momentum to the downside that it did break through it a little bit there, and then reclaim the level, and we haven't really looked back since. So it's just pushed up from there, and now showing a little bit more strength above it, but still struggling with the VWAP area.
Bebop, Cowboy Bebop. Now that's look at that 14 coming into play right now. There's not that much size on 14. I was expecting maybe we see maybe 100,000 shares sitting on there. There's not much size on there. 13.99 now, the high day. But if we were to add that up, I think that adds up to 100K or so on multiple gateways. The most size on Edge X, which is your inverse gateway. That's a gateway that they pay to get filled first. So clearly sophisticated traders trying to pile in over here. Either they're trying to get out for a long winner earlier than anyone else, or they're trying to get into a short entry before anyone else. So that's just a gateway. That's why we have colored over here in different colors than any other gateway, just so it can stand out for me right away. See how we touch 13.99 and we start pushing back to the downside? That's exactly what I want to see, but that doesn't mean I'm going to start adding to my winner on the way down here. I want to see that $14 get retested one more time. Go up there, retest it, show me that you're not able to do it, and then do it one more time for me, and then I'll add to my trade. But looks like I might just miss out on my opportunity, as we're instantly 5 cents in the money on this AMC trade. It gives you the opportunity to get filled at $13.99, giving you only 3-4 cents of risk. You're already in a 5:1 trade if you just did that.
Yeah, I actually canceled my idea there. As I got my shorts, I'm like, okay, I got to punch short here in front of the 14. I actually did get those money fills. I got 98. On the way up, right? So I quickly took out some there at 88 for a 10-cent win, and I am gonna kind of add to it here at my price again, and restructure the trade again that way. But it looks like this 14 could hold, so I'm gonna keep building this short position in front of it, and now I'm only risking about 2 cents with slippage, maybe 3 or 4, right? So I like the R&R in this trade as it kind of sits in the money. If it pushes back down towards the 80s, then you're gonna see me covering my position here. So I like that short for now, as it seems to work, and we'll keep monitoring that one on my side screen here. Good job on the short. Yeah, thank you. I think Brad and I both had the same sort of idea there. I was a little bit patient with it, just waiting for the 98s, 99s to kind of come into play, and structuring the trade with a little bit of better R&R. That's why I was able to take it out for a 10-cent win, whereas Brad was only in the money for about 5 cents. So, for that trade, I'll take being better than Prad for that, but still both in the money. So we're liking this trade right now.
Yeah, we gotta thank Dwight Schrute though for getting us those shares in time. He got those shares in
like super quick, right in time.
Thank you, Dwight Schrute.
Manager Brankles has been doing a really good job there. Since Greg has been gone. Moderna breaking out to the upside. That's what I read there. So let's take a quick look at that. I don't have it on my watch list. That's weird. But let me bring it up here. It looks like it did make a new high, like 145.58. No, it didn't do that. It did that earlier today, so I'm not sure if you said it was potentially breaking out to the upside. Look at this daily chart though. Like this daily chart, look at this upside momentum. Ever since it like tested this 120 area, ever since then it's just been to the moon, and we're kind of creeping back towards that 150 level. It almost seems like we're gravitating towards that 150. A nice double top here. On Moderna at 150, but today having a little bit of trouble, continuing that upside momentum. But it seems like that test is kind of imminent at this point.
Slat exclamation mark hiring shouldn't. I didn't make that a code. All right, so we're waiting to see what AMC can do for us. I think I was going to talk about, you talked about Moderna. I was going to talk about the reason why I believe Moderna has a move in it today is because Pfizer has the news. Pfizer and I can't say the stock name properly ever. BNTX. I can't say their name properly ever. But Pfizer and BNTX having a catalyst about their COVID-19 vaccination still, about how its efficacy with the new variant. I'm paraphrasing a little bit over here, but Pfizer's news coming in, helping Moderna today also to the positive direction. And Ian also already gave you the technical analysis on the daily chart as to what exactly might be going on that one. Right now, AMC right back to $13.99. So my second order kicked in, and we're not really even testing $14. We're about to have a 100K order on $14 itself. So I might have to ask, do I shoot for more shares short over here, because that's an iceberg on $13.99. He said no. I'm joking. I don't want more. But $13.99 right now, holding up. That looks like to be an iceberg. Look at all the mid prints coming in, man. They're just not able to clean out. Oh, they cleaned it out. That level got cool.
Yeah, that was quick. I got stopped on that one too. We structured the trade the same exact way. Eventually that 13.99 broke. And then, 14, I didn't even see it. It happened so quickly. But as soon as that 13.99 broke, 14 broke out as well. And, now it's, if you would have taken that break, you would have been in the money very, very quickly, about 5 or 6 cents, right? So a solid scalp there. I was lucky to get some of those profits out, but now it's like a break-even trade for me now that I've stopped out on the short side. If it kind of falls back below, though, and shows more weakness below, if this is kind of like a wick off top or something like that, then maybe we get back in the short. But for now, just gonna kind of see and wait to see what happens with this. Keep reading the tape and see what kind of happens at these levels, right? Is there gonna be more buyers up at this 14 level? I'm not sure, but it looks like we had that quick breakout. Quick offer out, and right now we're testing back that 14 level. So interesting to kind of see this live. There wasn't too much size there on 14, which is weird, but we saw that breakout live, and that was fun.
Yeah, I don't know about that 1401 stop you had. You got to give it a little bit of wiggle room to see if there's any more buyers coming in. Obviously that was just a stop run that they had after the stops got run. I'm still holding my trade. I'm not worried about giving it an extra 15 cents because I'm already up on the day. What's the worst that's gonna happen? I give a little bit back. That's my job too, to find these shots and take these shots every time I get a chance. Right now, going back to the high a day, whoop, oh, there we go, almost stopped me out there.
There's decent size at 1410. There's a few hundred lots there. So it looks like it's stacked up there as it just got broken.
Yeah, gone right away. So as I said, my stop was 14.15, only a couple pennies away from my stop. Right now, AMC looks like it wants to go, and this is why I didn't have my stop at 401, 406, 411. I wanted to be on 415. If 415 goes, we're only a couple pennies from it. It could easily look like AMC wants to go towards that $15 level today. What a monster stock, man. This stock just is too insane, and this is why we kept saying, be careful on shorting AMC. If you want to short a stock between the meme stocks, I think the one to go to would be GME. Shorting near 130, shorting near 131 will be the play, as AMC now makes a new high near $14.14. Only a penny or so away from getting stopped out on this trade. Wah, wah, wah. But that's fine. We lose exactly how many pennies? Our average price, $13.97. We lose about, I can't do the math right now, but that's the risk reward that we planned out for. Oh, what am I doing? We lose about 15, 16 cents at best. We don't care about that.
Yeah, exactly. So, I took about a 3. What was my loss on it? I got triggered 14.02, let's call it. So, I took a 4-cent hit on that after taking out 10 cents on the fill there for my profit taking. So, I'll take that. It still ended up being like a break-even trade for me as it broke out there. But see, that's why I had the 1 cent risk on it. Like, where is this going to go? Like, am I going to risk off like an arbitrary number like 15 cents? I understand Prad's thinking here, want to give it a little bit more space. But, this can easily just keep running and just rip my face off. And, it ended up like 14.50. And, I'm sitting there thinking like, now I had a good exit here at 14.01. I like that exit, right? But same sort of thing here. If this falls below 14, I might think about getting back into the short because we are up 13% on the day. This is definitely overextended to the upside here. So this has got to turn around eventually. I don't know if it's going to be like a quick scalp or anything like that. It probably will be just like a quick scalp short. But even if we get that, I'll take that, and AMC can be a positive ticker for me on the day. AMC jailbreak 19.
I know that's why I was like raising my eyebrows.
That would be insane. Just look at the daily here, like 19. That's all the way up here. We haven't seen those levels since April. So a few months ago, it was kind of consolidating around that area. And then, never really found the strength to get it back above it. And then, it's obviously just been fading ever since then and turned around at this 10 level. Looks like we can potentially make a push towards 15. Maybe we try something again similar to what we just did on 15. Maybe that level works a little bit better just because it consolidated around this area back in May, end of April, or beginning of May there rather. And then eventually broke down and turned around here at the end of May on the 15 test there. So, we very well could see 15 today. But again, we're up 13% today. I'm assuming this super overextended to the upside. But we'll just kind of be patient and keep waiting for those. What EMA do you use? So I use this is the 50 EMA, and then on my charts on my other screen there, I added the 200 EMA. I like to use those for more like the broad market, like the ES, just because I think it respects those a little bit more, especially if you use like a 3 or 5 minute or something like that. I don't necessarily take trades off them though. I more so just see if I am in a position or something like that. I kind of, judge what I'm getting myself into. If I'm, shorting right at the EMA, then that's probably going to be like a bad short unless it's like breaking down or something like that. But yeah, I don't necessarily make trades ideas off them or take executions off them, but they're more so there just for me to like kind of get a quick look at the trend.
Getting into a firm short here. Looks like a firm popped right back to $23. So that's a good thing for me. I was just cycling through all the stocks that I traded today, trying to see if any stock is near a price point where I want to be a part of it. Apple, not really want to be a part of that one. But coming on to a firm, pulling up a firm, the stock, I noticed like coming right back to my average prices. That was the winning trade for me. We're going to try and build into that trade right now. So into my first tiny position on the curl back down over here, and AMC, even though we got stopped on AMC, we added right back, and let's see if we can break this trade for us. Does it actually manage to get back under 14, or does it actually hold above 14 like it did near $13? We saw it go to 13, slightly dip under 13, and then instantly launch right back above it. So I don't want something that happened on 13 to happen around 14, especially since I'm short. Let's see if we can find a pattern over here that would tell us, stay away from this trade. We took one shot, didn't work out for us. We're in our second shot, but if the second shot tells me, buyers are still here around 14, they want the stock to go to 15, 19, 20, $100. If that's the case, then obviously we're going to stay away from it. Round 2 fight is the game that I'm singing right now. A firm out of the money, sadly, not too much, only 2 pennies. AMC in the money, also not too much, only 1 penny. Letting this trades play out is what we got to do now. But you guys are talking about Palantir up 2%. What? It was down on the day earlier. No shot. Palantir is up right now. Let's go check out Palantir. No, it's not. It's down 5%. Yeah, I thought Palantir was down eventually. I mean, earlier on the day it was down. It's still down today. So I just gotta wait to see, I guess, for it to be up 2%. Or maybe you're talking about another day. You also said another stock, NRSN, up 60%. What? the stock is probably... Okay, it is up 60%. Okay, so you're not wrong about this one. Let's go. AMC shorts playing out. Looks like 14.18 was the wiggle room we had to give it up to. I gave it up to 14.15, 14.20 would have even been fine. You know, the point is you gotta give stocks the wiggle room past the even dollar. Very often you see stops around those prices. People who are short, people who are long, they see a nice even dollar, they throw out a stop there and they leave their accounts just playing out for the rest of the day. This is why when you are trading off of these levels, you gotta be willing to lose a little bit more. If you're not willing to lose a little bit more, you gotta be willing to get back in and keep on repeating this 1 cent, 2 cent losses as long as you can work for the trade. Right now, I'm actually seeing some size come in on AMC to the downside. I have 2 blotters open. I have one on the left screen, and I'm seeing some size actually come in on the bids and look at AMC get right back above $14 over here.
Yeah, I'm seeing some inverse gateways kind of pop up as well. So, you know, we're keeping an eye on that one. I was thinking about punching into the short there, but I think I might have missed it. You know, like Prad said, the money fills were up here closer to the 20-cent area. I did punch long Amazon again. So, you know, just watching that as the market kind of bounces around here, I like that range. So let's see if I can get a quick scalp on that. But for now, you know, I was watching this AMC trade. I want to see size pop up on the offer. If size pops up on the offer, like randomly here, then, you know, I'm going to jump in front and, you know, we're going to get that short and build the trade that way. But for now, I'm just going to leave this one alone. I like the way I structured it earlier. Definitely could have traded it better. You know, definitely could have structured it better. Bit more patient with it. Maybe added to the position up here. But again, you know, I had a plan in mind that I didn't want to add to a loser, get run over, something like that, right? So, you know, I'm okay with walking away with like a break even on that trade. It's whatever for me. You know, we'll live to fight another day, and, you know, come up with another trade idea like I did on Amazon again, right? So again, just gonna be patient with this one and wait to see where it goes.
Wow, EVFM still holding up near $85. Sorry, 85 cents, $85. 85 cents, man. It's still holding up, and yeah, it's bouncing right now, trying to get back above $1. I think as long as we stay above VWAP on this stock, I think we're gonna continue to see some fun coming in. AMC now 10 cents in the money, so I'm gonna start taking some profits over here to see if we can get a bigger move off of that one. Let me show you NASDAQ. I'm typing it in the wrong box. You know, my brain's a little slow because over the weekend, you know, you forget what keys to press sometimes. But NASDAQ, yeah, NASDAQ now still up, still down, you know, holding up. It's creating a higher low at least. That's a good thing, right, overall. But no, I would like for this market to push right back to the downside. That way my Affirm short and AMC short pay me more dividends. Right now, Affirm sadly out of the money by 1 penny.
That being said, it's like Prad's in short positions and I'm in a long position here, kind of managing it.
Fight!
I did take out some there. I did manage to get some out as it comes back towards my price. So again, you know, I do have a small bit left. I'm not trying to get too cheeky with it. You know, not trying to let Amazon turn into a big loser for me or something like that. I want to keep these Amazon profits. So, you know, as this comes back to my price, let me just readjust my my out here, and then, you know, if I do get wicked out on it, I'm not going to be too mad. It'll be still a winner for me on the day. So I just adjusted my stop there. I have a little less size in it. Actually, let me bring it up so you guys can see it. I've been talking about it, not showing you guys the right chart here. Yeah, so just kind of scalping it out. I scalped it up for 10 cents there. And then as it came back to my price, I took a little bit more. I didn't really like it as I saw sellers kind of funnel in. We are still a little bit in the money, but again, Amazon is a little bit weaker on the day. I do like the 114 level, but I don't like it if it breaks down. So if it does break down, I'm going to be out on this one and not risking too much further on. I'll probably just leave it alone for the day if it does break down like that. Hood was in had a catalyst today as well. I didn't really take a look at it. I know a few people were like kind of taking a look at it on the floor today and we're trading it. It is up 4.5%. Let me zoom out a bit so we can see the bigger picture here. It is up 4.5% on the day, testing this 850 level. It looks like that's where it's kind of turning around. It did reject that area on Friday. It didn't quite get there, but did reject that area a little bit. there on Friday. So no surprise that it is turning around at this area today. It did succumb to some weakness in the market in the morning there. But eventually caught a bid, nice double bottom there off 790, 785, that area, and it just hasn't looked back since. So strong day for Hood overall on the day as I get wicked out on my Amazon trade, and we'll call that a win, and we'll chalk it up for another one on the day.
Yeah, right now, even a firm's pushing to the downside for me as the NASDAQ market's ready to give up its bottom that was trying to hold off at S&P 500, also pushing to the downside. Hold on to the shorts, baby. I guess that's what I should have been doing. Not really taking any profits and just kept loading up on the shorts. No, that's a very stupid way to think about it. Pay yourself on the way of the direction as long as you're able to. Nothing wrong with holding some for the bigger move, but make sure you're capitalizing some profits at least. That way, in case the market does whip against you, you're not over leveraged on that trade and just getting blown out of proportion over here. So the trade on AMC, you saw me get stopped out on AMC not too long ago. I'm already in the money on my AMC trade, so not worried about this position anymore. The loss we incurred is completely wiped off now. Now we're in the money on that trade, so the only two stocks negative for me are still going to be Walgreens. Thank God I got out of that short on Walgreens, because look at the stock now at $42.21 on the day, and it spoke to you, right? If you were short Walgreens with me, you saw my frustration with it. It did not go to the downside, nor would it really break 42 to the upside, which happened to be the high on Friday evening. So if it's not going to break the Friday's high and it's not going to go down, then what are you going to do? Honestly, I don't care what you're going to do, because I'm not going to be a part of it anymore. We walked away from that trade. We took our 7-cent loss, and we never had to look back on this, because obviously there would have been a bigger loss on that one if we held on to it. The only other stock that's negative for me, and this stock is the one that's actually hurting a little bit, even though we are on the right idea for the trade, our prices were horrible, our executions were horrible. So we paid the price for it, and NVIDIA is really ugly for me today.
Yeah, I didn't trade NVIDIA. I traded a little bit on Friday there, but I haven't traded today. Someone said a short AMD, so let's quickly talk about that trade idea here. I don't know if that's, it is kind of consolidating around this area, but not really doing too much. And the volume is kind of fading, but it is sort of like trading just with the market overall. Like as you see here, like the ES, pushes up, pushes down, pushes up again, and then pushes back down around VWAP area. AMC has a similar movement, right? So it is kind of struggling around this VWAP area. If that really starts to break down, then the short is going to look a lot better, back towards the 86 level, and the lower day was 85.25 back here in the morning, right? So I already talked about how I tried to defend that 86 level. That didn't work. But again, if you punch short now, it's like where you're risking off of. You got to give it like 40 cents risk. So depending on how much size you're going to take, you got to structure your trade accordingly. Yeah, that's my thoughts on AMD there. Short NASDAQ. Yeah, we're kind of talking about the market pulling back here a bit, but still holding above this 39.05 area on the ES. So is it going to continue downwards? I don't know. I did punch short into AMC again here. So, we do have a similar trade idea. I'm just risking off like the high day. If it breaks out, and I'm going to be out of this one, I'll call a loss on AMC. I'm going to give it one more shot, one more chance on AMC to short. If I miss here, then I'm going to have to wait for maybe 15 to come into play and structure the trade that way. But yeah, for now, I'll get short here on AMC, and we'll ride this one to the downside if it goes, and scalp out those profits if they come.
You only get one shot. Do not miss the chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. Yo. Yeah.
Throwing back to Eminem there. Mom's spaghetti, knees weak, arms are heavy. I think I messed up the lyrics there.
You for sure did.
It was a jump. It was a combination of the lyrics in an incorrect order. Red box below support. Let's take a look at red box.
Oh man, I haven't heard that stock.
We haven't looked at this one. It is down 12% on the day. So continued weakness ever since mid-June, June 15th. June 13th was that big day here. It got pushed up and then just rejected the 17 area, 18 area. And then ever since then, it's just been downhill, shorting basically all the pops. It did pop up this day, June 16th. That was like what? Like last Thursday, and then it gapped up there and then just faded the entire move, right? So definitely showing some weakness now, breaking below the $9 mark. It is SSR in a day, so it's going to be hard to kind of slam those shorts, but it looks like the shorts got their work in earlier today, so definitely some weakness for Redbox.
Yeah, more weakness for Redbox, and I don't want to say I told you so, but what do you expect from Redbox when Netflix is struggling? How do you expect Redbox to make any money, right? But we'll see what happens in the future for Redbox. On SSR today, we have not mentioned, maybe you mentioned just now, how the SSR mechanic works. Every time a stock is down more than 10% on the day, it triggers a system on the market called SSR, short sale restriction. This makes the stock a little bit harder to short, not impossible to short, right? Even though the word restrictions there doesn't mean it's restricted. A part of that system is restricted. So if you're trying to go short previously, you could punch the bids or sit on the ask. This is called being aggressive when you're punching the bids, and it's called being passive when you're sitting on the ask to go short. On SSR, you cannot punch the bids. Only thing you can do is sit on the ask, be passive, and wait for the stock to go up in order to get your fills for the short side. That's the only way you're able to do so. So Redbox today under that territory is still getting smacked to the downside around the lower days right now. Lower day only 2 pennies away from where we are on Redbox, down 12 full percent. REV no moving back up. Let's go check out what REV is doing. I don't know if you watch Netflix or anything. I'm sure you have Netflix, right? Yeah. Have you seen the new Man vs. Bee?
No, what's that?
It's basically Mr. Bean, Sir Rowan Atkinson.
Yeah, I did see that. I did see that. I didn't watch it, but I saw it.
Dude,
there.
it is amazing. Like, I love Sir Rowan Atkinson. Mr. Bean was like a childhood like memory. Like, it's so good for me. I still remember all the movies, all the shows, and everything.
It's funny because that guy, he never has any lines in this movie. He never speaks or anything.
That's the
it's
best
just like
thing.
Yeah, it's just like he's like a mute. Yeah. But then he just does like funny, stupid stuff, and it's just hilarious.
So good. I love the Man versus Bee. I would urge you to watch it too. Netflix did good with that. And another one I was actually watching last night. This one seemed a little boring to me, but it was a man from Toronto. Hey, Danielle Shea. Go long, Danielle Shea. I saw that in the chat earlier. I was wondering why that was happening. Yeah, should she be on our show Thursdays, right? Thursdays around 2:30, if I'm correct. If I'm wrong, then I'm sorry. And we also have Tony Tuesdays coming up tomorrow.
Tony Tuesdays coming up tomorrow.
That's right.
So it's always a great time when Tony's in the house. I watched Hustle on Netflix. I don't know if you saw that.
Good.
Hustle was good. It was solid. Like I
like how he's moving away from comedy and doing like these more serious movies.
Yeah. It's nice to see like him in like a different light, but like he's doing well. It's not like cheesy or anything like that. It's not like overdone or like he's not trying too hard or anything like that. Like
Uncut Gems was like the first one.
Yeah, Uncut Gems was the first one. That movie's a little bit harder to follow just because they're like yelling all the time and like arguing back and forth all the time. Yeah. But that was a solid movie, and then I really liked Hustle. It was cool how they integrated like all these pro NBA players in it. Yeah. And, like it was like kind of seamless. Even the main guy.
Dude, that movie had me like Googling players. I was like, is this a real player? Like who is this guy?
Even the main character, like the guy from Spain. He's on what team I was.
I don't know what team, but he's on a team.
What team it was, but he's been on many teams. But he's a solid like role player in the NBA.
Even the antagonist, the bad guy, is a real player.
Yeah, that's Anthony Edwards on Minnesota. So that was pretty cool.
Everything about that movie
He doesn't seem like
good.
that bad of a dude in the real NBA. He was like such a bad guy in the movie, but that was fun to see.
They painted him bad in that one.
Yeah. I'm still rocking this AMC short. It did kind of test my test me a little bit there. I did end up adding to it, so just kind of averaging into it, trying to get a better price, getting a better R&R in this trade if it does kind of come back. But again, we're seeing a little bit of size pop up a bit and some inverse gateways. So, I don't want to be too cheeky with this. If it goes in the money for me, I'm probably going to start, scaling out and taking some. But for now, just going to, keep managing this one and trust my risk management skills on this one. If it stops me out, then it is what it is. And, we'll wait for another opportunity on this one.
Yeah, Affirm, sorry, not Affirm. Apple finally broke 142 to the downside over there. So Apple pushing down means market will be start pushing back to the downside a little bit more. And that makes me happy about my AMC trade. As Ian said, he's doing that. I'm not sure if he's stealing my trade at this point. No, I'm joking. You know, different traders, different mindsets. He probably had that exact same mentality as I did. So as you guys saw me taking profits around $14, that's basically so I could keep on getting in and getting out within this 10-20 cents range and try and build into a better average. So whatever size I'm getting out is the size I'm getting back in, and I'm just trying to get a better average. And I'm happy that he said that because that's the exact same thing I was doing. I have orders all layered out just for the same reason, and I actually have a partial order, it looks like, because the candle does not show up. So waiting for more orders to come in over here on AMC to the downside for profits, and on the upside for more entries, all in the hopes to build into a whoa, why am I not getting that shares? Because there's no one sitting on ARCA. Okay, that makes sense.
But you were the bid or what?
No, I'm throwing a trade on Affirm. I'm trying to take more short Affirm because Affirm popped up. So Affirm didn't have anyone on the BATS gateway, so I wasn't getting any orders filled. I was the bid itself. So I was like, no, I don't want to be the bid. I want to be the ask.
Yeah, it's not always fun when you're the only one sitting on the dance floor. You know, like Luke always says, you're dressed up, ready to go out, ready to go to the party, and then when you get there, there's no one there, and you know that's obviously a bad time. So you know, try to stray away from that as I try to bid out here on AMC and doing the same thing, just kind of churning. You know, trying to get a better average and work that position on AMC, but I'll leave that one for now. AERC looking good, looking like a pump again. Let's take a quick look at that. Did it get like a little bit of a pump up in the morning? I wasn't, oh yeah, it's up 22%, yeah. So I wasn't paying attention to AERC at all. Man, I wish like we would just like went long back at like the beginning of June here on AERC. That was like the play. Like look at this, like look at all the strength that's come in after that. And it looks like strength above the 10 level as well. Like, excuse me, it tested that area this morning. In the pre-market there, but then ever since then, it seems like those were the money fills. It's like, look at this. It's like it just ripped from there and you know, steady grind up, and now up 22% on the day. 15 mil volume, not as much as it was like back here at the beginning of June. But nevertheless, like huge move for AERC, and looks like it could potentially test the high a day here. So you know we'll keep an eye on that on my side screen there. CLVS on the move. Let's take a quick look at that one. What is that, like NASDAQ or NY? I think it's New York, and I guess wrong. That's NASDAQ. I brought it up last week, so I wasn't. It is getting, it's up 2.5% today. Let me bring up the daily here so we could get a broader picture. Up 2.5% today. Look at this curl move. Look at this like smiley face setup here. But curling around this 2 level. Look at this 2 level here. It was holding as this support area, and then it just fell down, and you know it just flushed below that. So no surprise that it's turned around at that 2 as it gapped up closer towards that 2 level today.
Yeah, real quick, you know, it's about to be 1:45. That means we only have 15 minutes left. 15? Yeah, 15 minutes left between Luke, Ian, and myself over here on Market Movers. Make sure to go smash that like button. You know, I get happy too when you guys give us likes. It's not just for Sean and Neil there. We want to get likes too. So show us some love. I'm not sure if you enjoyed what we were doing today, but if you did, show us that by clicking that like button right there. AMC, baby, let's go.
Now it's finally coming down in the money, and you know I did scalp out some profits. Let's get a little bit more out there as it fills me right away. So now I'm just gonna be patient with it. You know, my average has worked in a little bit better now, up at 1409 there. So now the R&R in this trade is structured a little bit better as we scalped out some of those profits, right? And you know, turning this name back into a winner for me.
Yeah, 1409, 1410, basically the same price. Pushing it to the downside is the market helping us out. Affirm just kept giving me opportunities to take as many shares as I want. So what am I going to do? Take as much shares as I want. Getting pushed back to the downside is the market. So hopefully Affirm can break VWAP again over here. Get right back to that lows near 2220s. I'd love seeing a 22 coming back into play. But if I do see 2220s or so coming into play for me, I'll start taking up most of my size around those areas. areas and hold some for a possible move to 21.8. Kai was talking about how she did not see AMC breaking above $14.25. Hence, she got out of her long and is allowing for short traders such as Ian and myself right now capitalize on this money pouring into my pocket, baby.
Yeah, there you go. Now this is
dump it.
Yeah, dump it. There we go. as Brankos yells in the background there. But yeah, no, I just took out more again. Scaling out the profits when they're offered to you. As we see now, more size popping up on the offer as it just got taken. As I spoke about it.
Tyrone goes, all the crystal balls in the chat that were saying Prad's gonna get cleaned out are broken right now.
We just smashed those crystal balls. We took them and just smashed them.
Man.
As we scalped out these profits to the downside here, and managing your position again. I still have a little bit of size left. Hold for a greater move. But now it is a positive name for me on the day, and we'll take those every single time.
Apparently, the Dow is going down hard. Let's go check out what the Dow is doing. This is the Diamonds, DIA on Amex. It's following with the rest of the market. I wouldn't say it's going down hard. It's only down 0.35%. S&P 500 is down more than the Dow. I guess, it should be as it holds 500 stocks and Dow only holds 30. And NASDAQ down 0.86. What is your Russell doing? Russell was the strongest out of all the markets today. Still stronger than the rest of the markets. IWM Russell, this is your small cap ETF, now up 0.36 instead of 0.5 or 0.7. Is that what I think I remember seeing it at? So market obviously down, sadly, can't do anything about it. I personally, I'm glad that I was on the right direction today. That 12K test might be coming up very soon. We have about 10 minutes, 12 minutes left in the market, and the market's looking like it wants to break the low a day. So if you're short anything like AMC, 30 cents in the money, Affirm, 9 cents in the money. If you're short anything, hold on to it. Apple now breaking low a day too, and Apple was number one stock of the day. I'm looking for my toy that I'm playing with. There it is. I gotta play with something while I'm talking. All right, so here's Apple, my number one stock of the day for me so far. I guess I should have been holding that trade a little bit longer, as Apple even wants to break the low a day with the help of NASDAQ and S&P 500. Push into the downside.
Yeah, a handful of things just continue to push towards the downside here as the market tests these lows, right? So the low earlier on the ES was like 38.95. It just bounced off 3,900. But like Prad said, if you're in a short now and you've been holding for some time, just keep holding it. Obviously scale your profits and manage your position accordingly. But try to hold that piece for a bigger move if these positions just start to flush off. I want to take a look back at AMZ and Amazon there, just to see what it did after I took out those profits above 114. It did flush below 114 as it stopped me out. Tested it again, but couldn't reclaim the level. And now we're testing, just kind of fading lower volume, fading below that 114 area. The low of the day is like 113.51, I think it was earlier, because I was risking off that 113.50 and I never got triggered out. That was a solid long. I think I might try to defend that level again if it fades closer towards there. But again, I want to structure a proper trade here with proper R&R. I'm not just going to punch long now, especially below 114. I want to see it closer to that 113.50 and see if it holds up there, and then potentially get another long trade for Amazon in that sense. But for now, just going to leave that one alone. As I'm still watching the AMC trade workout for me, I did taking out a lot more just in front of the 80 level there. And now I'm just holding. You're out now? I'm just holding a little bit here. I moved up my stop to break even, so it won't turn to a loser for me. But now I just kind of want to ride and see if it keeps driving a little bit lower now that we fell below the 14 level, right? If the 14 level gets reclaimed and buyers step up again, then I'm out, and we'll live to tell a tale and fight for another day. But for now, as long as it's below there, let's just see where it goes.
Yeah, so I got out of my AMC short there. I'm watching the NASDAQ really double bottom, triple bottom, I guess, not trying to go too far to the downside. I guess I want to go long Apple now. Not I guess, I do want to go Apple long. Oh my, that would have been a danger long over there. Didn't want to take that much size. Okay, let's start with the small size long, see if it works for us. That would have been a bad one for me.
It's not always fun just punching into
a big position, yeah.
That brings up a good topic though. If you do have like a keystroke or something like that, you punch into too much size, or like you punch the wrong position or something like that. You punch short and you want to punch long. Get out right away. Don't be cheeky with it. Don't try to manage it, because mentally, let's say you want to take like 100 shares of something and you punch 1,000 by accident. Mentally, emotionally, you're not going to be prepared to manage that much size, right? So if you keystroke into too much size or something like that, just get out of it, restructure the trade, punch in again the proper size, and plan your proper trade like that. But yeah, don't try to manage it. That's just that's a quick way to take a big L and a bigger loss than you were expecting.
Jerk chicken right now for lunch. Wait, I am out of tacos, so I am making myself naan and jerk chicken for lunch. Wow, that sounds delicioso.
That's basically like a soft shell taco, essentially. Like I'm more of like a soft shell type of guy. I don't know.
What?
I don't like the.
You gotta do hard shell, soft shell, and then taco in between.
That just seems like too much work, man. It's just like too messy. I find with the hard shells too, it's like when you bite into it, it just breaks apart and like.
And that's why you have a soft shell.
Fair.
That's why you have a soft shell inside the hard shell. The hard shell gives you the crunch factor. The soft shell holds the rest of the taco inside the taco for you, and the taco has the flavor in it for you. This is science, brothers. Science.
Let's address one question here, and we'll do this one more time before we head off into the closing show there. Someone said, what is VWAP? Let's take a quick look at our YouTube channel. If we go to YouTube channel, live trading here by Trader TV Live, click into the channel. We can go here, scroll down to the right, and we can actually search here VWAP. And then you get a bunch of videos regarding VWAP, pro trader secrets to using VWAP, and structuring trades around it, and you just get to learn a little bit more about it. So a lot of the questions that you guys asking in regards to like some of these technical factors, they can be found on our channel. But in that sense, that's why you hit the subscribe button. That's why you hit the like button when we are live, to show that support, and hit that notification button when we do put out these videos, these educational videos. You guys don't miss them, and you guys can check them out and learn the way that I used to learn when I was trading from home like you guys.
Yeah, I hate these guys, man. They're like, that's the smartest thing Brad said on the show about the tacos.
About the tacos? Also melt some cheese between the soft shell and hard shell.
And put a bean paste.
Gordita crunch style. I like the way that this person's thinking.
Someone said you gotta
put
bean paste between the hard and the soft so they stick together, and then apparently you saw the cheese comment. So
I feel like we're learning some new things. Much. Yeah, we are learning. But again, you guys keep talking about food. I know Pratt hasn't eaten lunch yet.
I'm starving, bro.
Pratt's probably starving.
My
He's getting even more hungry
rumbling for the past hour. We got another 6 minutes or so. I don't even know what's for lunch today. What did we get for lunch today?
It was like these club sandwiches. They were pretty good though. They
Super
had like
chicken
a nice
for me then, I guess.
Spread. It was delicious. You probably would have liked it, man.
Yeah, would've? What do you mean? There's no lunch for me?
No, there is no.
What do you mean?
No, there is a lunch for you.
My lunch is gone? What do you mean, would've?
I'm so tempted every time I see like Prad's lunch nicely wrapped there. I'm like, should I just take this one?
Yeah.
But no,
but
it's still there.
Yeah, so as the markets are getting ready to bounce from the lows over here, double bottom maybe for NASDAQ and S&P 500, you see me working into an Apple long. Only 2 pennies out of the money on Apple, only 2 pennies out of the money on my Affirm. Not really sure what to do at this point, but obviously I'm about to get off in 5 minutes. I want to go eat some food, so I'm not going to be worrying about making executions too much at the moment. And also, you guys know volume comes back in at 2 o'clock really, 2:30 to 4 o'clock really, where stocks move around really drastically. So NASDAQ hasn't had a volume spike coming into it after lunchtime. Neither has S&P 500. So just waiting patiently to see what happens as Apple wants to maybe go even further to the downside. Let's recap our AMC trade. Why did I cover 13.8? I already mentioned why. The reason why, because S&P 500 and NASDAQ looked like they were bottoming out. I want to go see what GME is doing based off of that AMC move. GME didn't really move to the downside when AMC did, but I think the short 130 GME would be a good trade. So do I true? Can I get some GME shorts? No, I was just joking. Hopefully he doesn't give me that one. Oh, he has his headphones on, so thankfully I will not be getting paid for those ones.
I am trailing my stop here on AMC. It looks like I'm probably going to get wicked out on it. Like Prad was saying, the market market was, getting a little bit of a bid here, and AMC got a bit ahead of this 1380 mark. I did take out most of my profits, but I'm not going to let the little 10% piece turn into a loser for me. So I'm going to trail my stop. It's going to be a winner for me if I get stopped out, and then if it comes back down to days, I'm probably just going to bid out and take that one for a win. But again, solid trade here on AMC. Pratt and I kind of traded that one well there, and we were a little bit more patient with it, just risking off that high a day after that 14 broke out, and scaling out into the weakness below the 14. So that was traded very, very nicely by us. I am the only one trading coin.
I think that's what they meant. Yeah.
Let's take a look at coin. I know a couple people were kind of looking at it this morning. It is down. It was down 10% at one point because I saw here triggered SSR on the day, right? So more weakness into coin today. It got downgraded, I believe, right?
Yeah,
it got downgraded, right? So that was the negative catalyst for today. This 59 break looked like there was money. I think Brandon mentioned in our morning meeting, but I haven't really liked taking breakdowns to the downside just because these are kind of recycled levels and the breakouts haven't really been that good to the downside. But this breakout was look at this 59 breakout, instantly in the money, 50 cents on it, and then never looking back since then.
Jonas Land. I wanted to try it, but I'm probably gonna butcher it, so I won't try it. But Jonas is saying coin possible bankruptcy. Actually, the CEO came out not too long ago and said that we're not in fear of bankruptcy. Yeah, the trading volume is a lot lower, which means they don't make as much fees as they do. I mean, look at Robinhood, right? Robinhood has been dealing with that issue for God knows how long now, and Robinhood actually got an upgrade today. Hence, Robinhood up 4.56% and so on. So I don't think Coinbase is under the fear of bankruptcy. They're too big to maybe they're not too big to fail, but they're pretty big enough of a company to fail just yet. We'll wait to see in the near future, maybe 10 years, maybe 5 years. Yeah, it could be a possibility if cryptocurrencies go poof, but right now I don't think that's a fear that you have to worry about. The only fear that most banks and even any analyst will cite to you about Coinbase is the lack of volume in cryptocurrency markets, because a lot of people have been losing money, the same way how the volume in our markets, the NASDAQs, the New Yorks, the IWM Russells, and so on, volume has died down quite a bit, especially when the markets were getting absolutely smacked to the downside. So now that the markets are having these relief rallies that we saw come in last week, bringing in some volume, obviously a day like today, not really doing anything special for us. NASDAQ down almost 1%, S&P 500 down 0.34%. So those factors not really helping us on the volume end today maybe, but I think we still got a lot of bright things coming up in the future for the market.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see what the market kind of does now that we are getting a little bit of a bounce from last week, right? Is that going to be continued strength above this 3,900 level, or is it just going to fade below and we're right back at those levels again? So, it's going to be something to watch for sure, and it's going to be exciting to trade. That's guaranteed.
Yeah, excited to trade, and we will be here every single day, 11 o'clock to 2 o'clock. Luca, Ian, and myself. Be sure to come by and be sure to smash that like button. It's time to go to the main show. Ciao.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, guys. Yeah, welcome in. 2 p.m. in the Eastern Standard Time Zone. Hope you're doing well this afternoon. Welcome to a bit of a choppy afternoon on a Monday. We are dealing with negative numbers right across the board at this point, but coming off of that big rally that we saw going into the weekend, bit of congestion, definitely consolidation at top end of the range. Not necessarily a bad thing. We'll have a look at how the S&P 500